generation of leadership that is optimistic and excited about what our nation can do together.
Everybody's next with this group, and they have a very bad agenda, and we have to stop it, and we have to win this election. I think winning this election, I think it's going to be the most important election in the history of our country.
Election day has finally arrived, and we're tracking results in the biggest races across the country and Washington state. I'm Steve Solis.
I'm Jessica Janner Castro. Tonight we'll share live updates on the big national races that could impact the balance of power and the top races that we are tracking in Washington state locally. Results expected to drop shortly after 8 o'clock today.
That's right. Presidential candidates Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are fighting to win a handful of key swing states that could determine the outcome of the election. The polls have already closed in several of those states, including Pennsylvania and Michigan, which closed just moments ago. Now, Michigan went for Trump in 2016, but then flipped for Joe Biden just 4 years later. Seattle University Associate Professor Patrick Schottmer says that Pennsylvania has become one of the most important battleground states this election.
The place where both of their strategies really overlap is Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is most likely going to be the most pivotal state. Whoever wins Pennsylvania is going to be in the driver's seat for winning the overall election.
Swing states Georgia and North Carolina closed at 4 p.m. We're also tracking swing states Wisconsin and Arizona, where polls closed at 6 p.m. Nevada, which went for Democrats in the last 4 presidential elections, that closes at 7.
In Congress, there could be a shakeup in the House and Senate. Republicans are hoping to flip the Senate, where Democrats currently have a razor-thin margin. Some of the best places the GOP could pick up seats include West Virginia, where Democratic Senator Joe Manchin is not running for re-election, and Montana, where Democratic incumbent John Tester faces pressure from Republican challenger Tim Sheehy. And in Michigan, Republicans hope to snag an open seat as Democratic Senator Debbie Stabenow is retiring.
This year, in the Senate in particular, it was set up to be a fairly bad year for Democrats. Democrats were defending a lot of seats in states that President Trump had won previously. Or were at least very purple and very competitive.
Schottmer says the Democrats' best shot at picking up a seat is in Texas, where Republican Ted Cruz faces a strong Democratic challenger. Cruz is running for a 3rd term.
There are also a number of tight congressional races that could really determine the balance of power in the House. Republicans took control of that chamber in 2022 and hold the majority, 220 seats, Democrats 212. But that includes a race right in our backyard in Washington's 3rd congressional district.
The rematch between Gluesenkamp-Perez and Kent is probably one of the most competitive in the country, much less the state. We've got an incumbent Democrat on one hand, running as one of the most moderate Democrats, if not the most moderate Democrat in Congress, running up against a Trump-style Republican firebrand in Kent and a Republican-leaning district.
Locally, top ticket races include an open governor's seat and races for U.S. Senate, Attorney General, and Lands Commissioner. 4 statewide initiatives that are on the ballot have turned into hot-button issues as well across Washington. The initiatives could impact climate policy, natural gas use, capital gains taxes, and long-term care insurance. A number of local issues are also at play, including an off-year Seattle City Council race. Schottmer says it could indicate whether Seattle is happy with recently passed legislation.
A year into the City Council's shift more to the center, and to either give it an endorsement or perhaps give them some sort of warning that maybe
they're going
some
in the
of the
wrong
direction isn't what the voters of Seattle were necessarily looking for.
So let's take a closer look at some of the top races across Washington state. Voters in Washington will soon decide the fate of 4 state initiatives. One is focused on preventing a ban of natural gas.
If passed, Initiative 2066 would gut a current law some say phases out natural gas in Washington state over time. King 5's Drew Andre explains.
Our exclusive poll is showing voters might not be ready to phase out natural gas. We surveyed hundreds of Washington voters. 44% of respondents said they will vote yes to ensure access to natural gas, while 31% are choosing no to keep Washington heading towards its clean energy goals. But about a quarter of those asked still aren't quite sure which direction they want to go. So to help you decide, we talked to both sides about what this initiative would really do. Initiative 2066 is a direct response to House Bill 1589, signed into law on the last day of this year's legislative session.
We don't have a choice here. Mother Nature is making this choice.
House Bill 1589 does not ban the use of natural gas, but it does pressure utility companies, specifically Puget Sound Energy, to move away from fossil fuels and towards the state's goal of 100% clean energy.
I don't think it's the state's business dictating what sort of energy source you have.
Brian Haywood and the Conservative Political Action Committee Let's Go Washington are spearheading Initiative 2066 and 3 others on the ballot. Supporters like the Building Industry Association of Washington fear a future natural gas ban in the state. 2066 would stop the state from limiting natural gas services to homes and businesses.
We will not go backwards.
Opponents argue it would force utility companies to invest in outdated technology, and the cost would be passed on to families.
These programs that reduce energy costs and reduce the number that people see on their bills allows people to not have to make those difficult decisions between paying their rent, buying their groceries, and paying their bills every month.
If the initiative doesn't pass, starting next year, large utility companies can no longer offer rebates for customers to purchase natural gas equipment. Utility companies have until 2027 to consolidate its gas and electric services into one. By 2031, utility companies can't use heat pumps with gas backups. Haywood argues some areas would suffer.
If you're living in an all-electric building in downtown Seattle and it hardly ever snows, and then that might not be a big deal. But if you're anywhere, you go on the east side of the state where it snows, electricity goes down and you'll freeze to death.
We expect that infrastructure is going to get more strained if we don't make plans for a future as climate change gets more severe.
According to our poll results, this initiative has the best chance to pass of the 4 initiatives on the ballot. In studio, Drew Andre, King 5 News.
Washington voters could overturn a state tax on top earners this election.
I-2109 would get rid of the capital gains tax. King 5's Jake Wittenberg shares what the ripple effects would be if it passes.
I-2109 is attracting big money on both sides of this issue right now. First, what is that capital gains tax? It took effect last year, and it levies a 7% tax on the sale or exchange of long-term capital assets like stocks or bonds. It does not apply to real estate, and most people won't have to deal with the tax because it levies the tax on transactions above $262,000. In other words, if someone has $263,000, they would face that 7% tax on the $1,000 above the $262,000. Last year, revenue was down for the capital gains tax, but it still brought in $433 million to Washington State, all of that going to the Washington Education Legacy Trust account. Now, teachers are some of the most outspoken against the tax. State and national teachers unions are big donors right now to I-2109 to keep it from passing so they can keep money flowing to education. I met up with Jessica Olson. She's an elementary school teacher on Mercer Island and says since the capital gains tax has been collected, more special education students have had access to her classrooms because of extra funding for paraeducators.
We need additional supports in order to help these other students, these new students in our classroom, access the general education that they deserve without also burdening our middle class with more taxes. And I think this capital gains tax really answers that question nicely.
But on the other side, those who want to repeal the capital gains tax and want you to vote yes on 2109 says it's a backdoor income tax and say it causes more harm than good. Vijay Boyapati is a software engineer and a spokesman for the I-2109 campaign called Let's Go Washington. He says all the tax does is punish success.
I think having a capital gains tax is a big disincentive for people to come to our state now. And I think that's going to do tremendous harm to our economy going forward. I want people to think about what would our state look like if we hadn't had Amazon, if we hadn't had Microsoft founded here. It would be a completely different state. We benefit from the best and brightest coming to our state.
And now new insight into how voters appear to be leaning on this issue. Our exclusive King 5 poll suggests an overwhelming number of voters want to reject I-2109 and keep the capital gains tax as it is. 55% say no to the initiative in our poll of 700 likely voters in Washington state. Also on this issue, a big gap between liberal voters and conservative voters. But remember, this tax really doesn't affect a lot of people. Last year, the Department of Revenue reported 3,000 total payments. That makes up 0.03% of the population that pays the capital gains tax. Jake Wittenberg, King 5 News.
Tonight, Washington voters will decide whether to repeal Washington's Climate Commitment Act. Not only would passing the initiative repeal the act, it would also prevent the state from making the biggest polluters pay for their carbon emissions.
On the flip side, the man driving this effort says Washingtonians would reap the financial benefits. King 5's Jim Nelson has more.
Climate policy on the ballot this November.
There's been a lot of dishonesty in how this thing was rolled out.
Brian Haywood of Let's Go Washington is the driving force behind Initiative 2117 to repeal the Climate Commitment Act.
2117 is so shocking, it's so extreme. It needs to be defeated.
Reuven Carlisle is the former state senator behind the initial legislation. The initiative would end the state's cap and trade or tax programs, which essentially charge top polluters for carbon emissions to help fund state programs. But Haywood argues this is all driving up gas prices through hidden taxes. Carlisle says there's no evidence of that. In nearly 2 years, the state has made $2 billion. Carlisle points to losses of more than $5 billion if they're repealed. Polls show that convincing voters to repeal the legislation has been challenging.
Those who want to repeal some of these acts by the legislature have not really done much of a job to explain why the actions of the legislature should be reversed.
It's expensive to get measures on the ballot, and they haven't had the same amount of resources to push for their passage.
Haywood has brushed off criticism for not having a solution to what he insists is broken.
If I wanted to go and make the program, I would run for office. And it's not what I'm doing right now. I'm fixing something that is hurting everybody.
Remember, voting yes is a vote to repeal, to remove the Climate Commitment Act, and voting no is a vote to keep current policies in place. In our exclusive poll, many voters said they don't understand the issue or know enough about it.
The initiative process is an important part of our representative democracy, our constitutional republic, so I have no problem stepping up and having a real conversation with the public.
Jim Nelson, King 5 News.
Tonight, voters will decide whether workers should be allowed to opt out of the WA Cares Fund. It's a new state-run long-term care insurance program. 3 million people are contributing to the fund with every single paycheck, and you're likely one of them.
Yeah, I-2124 would make the payroll tax optional. King 5's Mimi Jung has a look at both sides.
Kathy McCall recently moved in with her 87-year-old mom who has dementia. She's one of the 820,000 unpaid family caregivers in our state.
She has, challenges doing the basic things like making a sandwich or remembering what she was doing.
As the advocacy director for AARP Washington, she says 70% of us will need long-term care, something health insurance and Medicare won't cover. That's why AARP is among the more than 140 organizations fighting to protect WA Cares Fund.
7% of the population can actually afford long-term care. And so this program provides for middle-income families and for families that struggle to think how they're going to care for a loved one as they age or if they have a disability.
In July of last year, workers in Washington began paying 58 cents for every $100 they earn to WA Cares. People can receive up to $36,500 to pay for services like in-home care to help with cooking, bathing, or getting around the house. Benefits will be available after contributing for 10 years or 3 out of the last 6 years if you have a sudden need. People already close to retirement would get partial benefits. Workers had a small window to opt out, and nearly 500,000 people did by getting their own private insurance.
But if you look at who opted out, it was anybody that worked in a corporation that had a on-the-ball HR department that could help them get out. But that meant welders and gas station attendants and waitresses and anybody sort of in the service industry without that infrastructure is stuck in the program.
Brian Haywood with Let's Go Washington, which is behind Initiative 2124, believes voters should have a choice. Voting yes would end mandatory participation in the program, which he says hurts disabled workers who can't work enough hours to benefit, and women in particular.
If you're a woman and you graduate from college and you work for 9 years, you got to work 10. If you only work for 9, and you stop to raise a family for 5 years, you have to go back to ground zero and work another 10 years.
All of us, family caregivers.
But opponents of I-2124 argue the initiative actually hurts women because many leave their jobs to care for loved ones. And making wall cares optional will essentially kill the program.
This is not about an opt-out. It's not about choice. And in fact, they're taking away people's choices, their choice to determine how they want to use this long-term care benefit.
Counties here in Washington have spent millions of dollars since the last presidential election to improve transparency of the vote count. But the question now is, will it matter?
Yeah, King 5 investigator Chris Ingalls reveals how Washington Republicans laid the groundwork to challenge elections even before the first ballot is counted.
For our test this afternoon, our logic and accuracy test, the process is really here to validate that the vote counting equipment is programmed accurately and it's counting votes as it is supposed to.
A test run earlier this month at King County Elections to verify that ballot sorting and counting equipment is up to the job.
What you will see us scanning today are test ballots, not ballots returned by actual voters. So that's what this test is about.
This logic and accuracy test, as it's called, is a long-time pre-election ritual, but the November 5th election will see some firsts, including new levels of transparency.
We're providing this radical level of transparency.
King County Elections Director Julie Wise says radical transparency means allowing more observers, like those who attended the logic and accuracy test. She's doubled the number of watchdogs from political parties, candidates, and the public. They'll work in shifts of 12 observers allowed on the floor at any given time.
We've already trained 70 observers so far. I bet we'll beat a record of 300 observer, unique different observers coming in for this election process.
Also, a record number of temporary employees this election season.
In typical presidential elections, we've had about 500 to 600 temporary employees. In this election, we're hiring 800 temporary employees.
And 85 security cameras, plus more live streaming cameras on King County's election website to put vote counting transparency a click away for the public. So there are more cameras live streaming, and they're already up and running 24/7 now until the vote is certified in late November.
Throughout the facility, we've installed floor to almost ceiling glass so people can look into all of our processing spaces.
In neighboring Snohomish County, security and transparency, with large windows so observers can see everything, came with a big price tag for this brand new election center. Ballpark, what was the cost of all this?
Yeah, so we had a budget of about $8.5 million.
In the next county to the north, Skagit, they haven't spent millions, but they do have a new, larger ballot processing area as well.
Seeing how the process worked is helpful. It helps alleviate any misinformation, intentional or unintentional.
In Skagit County, the Republican Party has aggressively challenged voter registrations.
This voter registration challenge hearing is called to order.
Until recent years, a rarely used law that allows citizens to trigger investigations of individual voters.
Research undertaken demonstrated that the voter does not currently reside at the residence address.
This Republican Party representative has challenged the registrations of 57 Skagit voters this year. The Skagit County auditor upheld 34 of those challenges and kicked them off the voter rolls. That's 34 cases out of nearly 90,000 registered voters in Skagit County. All 34 were people who moved but didn't update their address where their ballot is sent.
It might not be caught, or the voter doesn't let us know that they've moved, things like that. But overall, no fraud or any malicious intent that we've been able to find.
No fraud, but that has not stopped Skagit Republican Party Chair Bill Bruck from making those claims.
Our elections and our Constitution have been circumvented and subjugated.
That was Bruck 3 years ago, but he continues to peddle stolen election conspiracies on the party's website. Bruck and other party officers did not respond after we visited the Republican Party offices in Mount Vernon last week. Hello? In our fraud crusade investigations 2 years ago, we exposed that their claim that 14 dead people who voted in 2020 weren't true. Check citizenship. Citizenship should be checked. They falsely said that this Mount Vernon man was an illegal immigrant who voted.
Very disrespectful to who I am as a person.
It's fraudulent.
And that this lifelong Skagit resident was incompetent to vote.
It's wrong for
anybody to decide that I'm incompetent to vote.
A major concern in our state is who gets registered to vote and how they're registered to vote, and how those databases of registered voters are managed and maintained.
Representative Jim Walsh is the chair of Washington State's Republican Party. So after years of the criticism which you just leveled, point me to the one case where there's corruption or there's incompetence.
There may not be a smoking gun. You know, abusive behavior may look like legitimate ballots. So it's very hard to prove.
Republicans want to eliminate Washington's mail-in ballots and return to in-person voting. That leaves them primed to challenge the results of upcoming elections.
Definitely the tensions, I think, around elections have grown over the last, 4 or 5 years.
Aren't you worried that no matter what you do, people are not going to believe the results that you release in this election?
I wouldn't lie to say that it's devastating. I mean, it really is. And I believe that if we provide this level of access, that we will get more people to trust in the system and to believe in it.
A theory that will be tested starting election night, November 5th. Chris Ingalls, King 5 News.
Whatever happens this November, about half the country won't be happy with the results. So what do we do about that?
Thurston County Bureau Chief Drew Mickelson spoke with divided voters about picking up the pieces.
Do you see a mess?
I haven't done a puzzle in forever, but...
Or an opportunity?
It's okay. Should we start with the blues?
Ellie?
I feel like morals now are not as strong as they were before.
And Laurel.
One thing you said is morality. Something that is moral is giving people freedom over their bodies.
Are seniors at North Thurston High School.
I did vote for Donald Trump, and that's kind of where I stand.
And I'm voting for Kamala Harris.
How do you start puzzles? Corey and Derek work on campaigns and causes in Olympia.
So what got you on the planning commission?
I love land use.
But not for the same sides.
I am heavily invested in Dave Reichert.
I've voted for Ferguson myself.
There's a large frustration that Republican voices aren't being heard.
We have lost that ability to talk to each other. I feel like it used to be there. Maybe I'm just being nostalgic about something that never existed.
My name's Troy.
Hi, Troy. I'm Margaret.
Margaret and Troy spend their days at the Olympia Senior Center.
I would love to see a woman be president before I die.
Right now, she's promising all black men $20,000 in reparations if they vote for her, nationwide.
No, she's not.
And like a lot of Americans, they know it's hard talking politics.
I watch all of Camilla interviews.
Her name is pronounced Kamala, by the way. Like Kamala.
Really?
Kamala.
Wait, I didn't know that.
Post-election, this divided country.
He says I can go right there.
Go fish.
We'll need some piecing back together.
But I feel like we've just gotten so far with the whole left and right thing that it's caused a big mess with everything. Nope. Definitely not any of those.
Have you shorted us on edge pieces, maybe?
Derek and Corey
Here's a corner.
are frustrated, and not only with our puzzle.
Everybody discounts me in this town. Oh, your opinion doesn't matter. You're just a conservative.
Everything gets boiled down to, sound bites and talking points.
Back at the Senior Center, Margaret and Troy haven't made much progress on anything.
If you look at the spectrum.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What candidate for president over the last 50 years hasn't promised very strong things that don't come to pass?
This might be the edge.
This might be this.
Oh.
Is there hope for the challenge that awaits?
Definitely possible for the pieces to come together, but I think it's gonna take time no matter what.
Yeah.
How can a country move on if half of its citizens are upset?
Being uncivil is not going to get us to a place where we are a united state.
This doesn't fit, right? Does that fit?
Take it from those who have been through a few contentious elections.
Yep, that's a fit.
It's okay.
Yes.
It might be harder.
But there's a balance.
But there's a balance, even though sometimes the balance goes like that.
Yeah, but it can always self-correct.
Right.
Every 4 years we vote and correct.
Right.
Drew Mickelson, King 5 News.
National polls have been trying to predict for months who has the upper hand in the race for the White House, but you might be able to find the best predictor for this race in our own backyard.
King 5's Drew Andre has that story.
And Clallam County is what's called a bellwether because it's the only county in the country that's voted for the winning candidate of every election for 40 years. In fact, that's true for all but 2 elections going back to 1920. If the election was a coin toss, Clallam County won it 23 out of 25 times. The chance of that, about 1 in 100,000. So what's the secret hidden in the most northwestern county in the lower 48? I talked to voters there about what's important to them and what it could tell us about the biggest race in the nation. What makes this county unique?
Lots of places to find beauty here.
We have the mountains, we have the ocean, got the perfect mixture of everything you can need.
And that's why we're here.
What do you think it says about Clallam County that it's the only one in the entire country that's correctly chosen the president every cycle since 1980?
Well, I would have to say that they just have good insight.
I think that's pretty remarkable. Yeah, I'm pretty proud of it.
It's a difficult question to answer or even fathom to figure out. That's why you're here.
From Reagan to Biden, a majority of Clallam County voters have picked the president. That's 6 Republicans, 5 Democrats. A streak unmatched by the other 3,142 counties in the U.S.
Dumbfounded and stumped as anyone else.
We visited Rain Shadow Cafe in Sequim.
So it's the cheers of coffee, the place where everybody knows your name.
Not quite a red city, not quite a blue one.
And you certainly see signs equally for everyone.
A town that votes like the color of its favorite flower. Why do you think this area is this moderate melting pot?
Well, we have people here from a lot of places. We have a lot of retirees here in Sequim.
But there's still those blue-collar roots.
Clallam County was built on the marine industry in Port Angeles, agriculture in Sequim, and logging in Forks.
This was some of the largest timber in the country. It was out here on the Olympic Peninsula.
The archives at the North Olympic History Center give us a peek inside.
Deep history, yeah.
Executive Director David Brownell says the driver of the economy here has shifted over time.
This was a big mill town, and so sequentially those mills have slowly shut down. You've seen a real growth, a continued growth in tourism.
The county's biggest towns are nestled between the Olympic Mountains and the Pacific Ocean. The county skews older and poorer than the national average. It's overwhelmingly white with a higher than average Native American community and a growing Latino population.
If you kind of put things on a map, it kind of trends from kind of purple in the east end of the county out to red out west, but there's a ton of exceptions to that.
As industries have shifted, their bellwether status hasn't.
Maybe they look at those issues that they care about more than any particular candidate or party.
Voting based on values and not just necessarily political alignment.
Of the remaining 19 bellwether counties since 1980, in 2020, all but Clallam picked Trump.
That's just amazing.
What would you say is your number one issue in this election?
The economy and just the way things are going. Everything is pretty expensive right now.
For us would probably be housing.
My number one issue is women's rights.
I'm very military oriented. Affordable housing and childcare.
The right for women to choose.
What do you think the country could learn from Clallam County?
Oh gosh.
More caring, more kind, more generous, more giving.
And understanding that even if you don't agree with the person who lives next door to you, that doesn't make them a bad person. And that there's probably a lot more that you see eye to eye on.
How to slow down and enjoy life. And I'm trying to think of what you're trying to think. What are we going to do this year?
That's the question on everyone's mind. And the fact that no one knows is why the nation is watching Clallam County. Drew Andre, King 5 News.
Time is ticking. Polls are almost closed. And if you might have a question on where to vote or how to vote, help is just one phone call away.
So for decades, a nonprofit staffed the phones with professionals who are eager and willing to make sure every vote counts. King 5 Sebastian Robertson takes us behind the scenes.
From his office in Walla Walla, lawyer Mike Droke is ready to work the phones.
We have, through election protection across the United States, over 4,000 volunteers that are attorneys and paralegals that are helping make sure that people who are eligible and registered can cast their ballots.
Thousands of legal professionals volunteering their time through the nonpartisan nonprofit election protection. On call at 866-R-VOTE. Filled in the wrong bubble on your ballot? They have an answer.
Every ballot has a description of what to do if you made a mistake. And so I would follow the instructions on the ballot that was already issued to the voter, and I might help them figure out where that was within the ballot itself.
And then there are the less common queries.
We had one on my shift, somebody who was on a business trip in India and needed to determine could they get an absentee ballot. And the answer was no. However, because they're overseas, there was a special process to vote with an overseas ballot. And so we helped that voter determine how to go about casting their ballot.
In his time as volunteer, he's seen it all, though this year is bringing with it unique challenges. In Vancouver, this ballot box was set on fire. In Bellevue, this woman received multiple ballots.
I was in complete shock.
All problems with legitimate solutions that Droke and his team hope to help voters find, even if the question is as simple as where do I go?
So I looked on Google Street View to find what's on that cross street. And as it turned out, it was a grocery store, and he was able to say, oh, yeah, I know that grocery store. And I said, okay, stand in front of the main entrance, turn to your right, and that's where you vote.
In Seattle, Sebastian Robertson, King 5 News.
So you have just been watching some recaps of the initiatives here in Washington State, the candidates that you should watch out for, and other issues locally in Washington. Let's talk a little bit about voter turnout.
Yeah, because right now the polls still are open here in Washington, although time is running out. In case you haven't put your ballot in a box or some sort of mailbox, you do have to have it postmarked by 8 p.m. Time is running out for you. Would have less than 2.5 hours to get that done.
Right. So we have more than 5 million voters here in the state of Washington. According to the state, there have been 64% of ballots returned. So that's more than 3.2 million ballots that have been turned in. Again, ballot boxes are still open until 8 o'clock tonight. As Steve mentioned, though, if you still have your ballot laying around at home, you do not want to put it in your mailbox tonight. You want to take it to the post office. Make sure you get that all-important postmark tonight by 8 p.m. Or else your vote won't count. So be sure to go ahead and do that if you still are waiting on getting that, or take it to a drop box.
Yeah, and there are drop boxes all over Western Washington. You can find that online. VoteWa.gov will kind of lead you to wherever you need to drop that off.
And voting centers. You can still register to
Correct.
vote tonight if you have not done that. You can register until 8 tonight. There are 67 different voting centers in the state of Washington, more than 544 drop boxes. So plenty of ways to still be involved as the time is ticking here. It's 5:30 for us, so just about 2.5 hours left to go.
So if you haven't voted yet, or if you know somebody who hasn't, just nudge them, text them, let them know that time is running out. Got to get that ballot into a box somewhere.
Okay, on that note, let's go to our reporter, Madison Wade. She's in Kirkland. She's at a drop box there, one of the busiest, we're told, in our area. Madison.
I'm Madison Wade outside the Kirkland City Hall, where this is one of the more busier ballot drop box locations in King County. To give you some perspective, in 2020, more than 22,000 ballots were dropped off here. Now we're seeing record numbers of voter registration across our state. As of the last numbers, more than 5 million people have registered to vote in our state. We were just at the King County election headquarters and spoke to some officials there, and they tell us just today alone, they expect to see around 10,000 people registering to vote for this election. But we are seeing a little bit more slower voter turnout numbers, and we'll explain why. As of Monday afternoon, 56% of registered voters had returned their ballots. That compares to 73% from the same time period in 2020. Voter turnout figures will increase in just a few short hours when more mail arrives at the King County election headquarters and those ballot drop boxes collected tonight. In total, 85% of registered voters turned out to vote in 2020. We could see numbers close to that or surpass that once all ballots are collected. And tonight we spoke with a woman who is registering to vote today to make sure her voice is heard.
I want to make a difference. I want to make sure that we have the appropriate leader in place that will be able to see this country through. Yeah, a leader that will guide the country without being biases. We want a leader who can be able to kind of adapt all the cultural differences that we are here in this country today.
There is a lot at stake for people who are coming out to vote for the first time today or registering to vote. That's what they are telling us is driving them to make sure their voices are heard. We're talking about the presidential race, the governor's race, 11 congressional contests, and also state initiatives, 4 of those that are on the ballot here for Washington voters. You have until 8 p.m. tonight to register in person at those voting centers across King County, also at the election headquarters, and you have until 8 p.m. to make sure your ballot is in one of these drop boxes. In King County, Madison Wade, King 5 News.
Our thanks to Madison. And of course, it's not just locally that we're watching tonight.
Right.
The presidential race, obviously the marquee race for tonight, and that's driving voter turnout across the country.
Yeah, we have a number of states their polls have already closed. We've been tracking those numbers as soon as they started coming in, which is really probably about 4 o'clock our time today. And some of the numbers, not too surprising. Some are somewhat surprising, but one thing we have noticed in a lot of these states is that there are a lot of mail-in ballots. So once we get a first dump of numbers, those numbers really shift and change depending on who voted in person today.
And that has changed throughout the years. You know, it used to be thought that more Democrats did mail-in ballots, and now Republicans have been using those mail-in ballots as well. So we are starting to get some of those numbers. A lot of states do their voting, their tabulations very differently. So some are able to work ahead of time. Others just begin their counting process today on Election Day after the polls close. So it is different timing depending on what state you're in. We do want to show you the map here that we have of NBC News projections so far. And I'm just going to rattle off a list that we have here. For Trump, what NBC has called for Trump thus far have been the states of Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, Tennessee, Alabama, Florida, Missouri, Oklahoma, South Carolina, and Arkansas.
And for Kamala Harris, so far, Vermont has been called, as well as Massachusetts, Maryland, Delaware, and also the District of Columbia. That said, there are still a lot of states where the polls have closed, but they're still, of course, counting ballots. And some big states, too. We're talking about Pennsylvania, Ohio, Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia. While there is quite the gap between both Harris and Trump, some of these states, at least 1 or 2 of these states, have typically gone the Democrats' way in previous elections.
Yeah, Pennsylvania closed at 5 p.m. our time, and that is a key state. A lot of people have said the presidential race might go through Pennsylvania. Whoever wins that could be our next president. But again, we are waiting, and those are going to be very tight states. You mentioned Pennsylvania, North Carolina, as well as Georgia, all very close, and we're watching here very closely because Georgia, their polling ended at 4 o'clock our time. They're up for 16 electoral votes. That has always been a battleground state in 2020 and 2016 as well.
2020 was so close that it was, remember, for days it was an issue where votes were being counted. There were lawsuits that were filed. There was a lot of contention going back and forth. President Trump's moment on the phone call where he was trying to find those votes. I mean, Georgia then in 2020 and even now in 2024 is a state that we'll be watching very, very closely.
And since some of those issues that they have made changes to their voting and counting there in the state of Georgia, I want to give you some information on the numbers from Georgia. President Biden won Georgia in 2020 with 49.5% of the vote. Trump getting 49.2%, so razor thin there. And you know, we have seen a lot of controversy in Georgia in recent years, but this year we're really looking at the presidential race, not as many down ballot races that we're watching too closely tonight nationally. They have had some issues with voting, though.
They have. They've had a number of bomb threats called into different polling centers across the Atlanta area, which has really stifled not just the process itself, but also it's made a lot of people who were showing up to the polls, as I think the intention was, a little nervous about going in to cast their ballots.
Yeah, non-credible bomb threats,
Correct.
We should note, at 12 different polling places in Georgia that disrupted voting for some time there. So we want to go to some of our reporters from the state of Georgia, I should say, in different polling locations there to give us an update on what happened.
This morning, when I arrived at the community center, voters said their wait was 45 minutes. Within an hour, it went down to about 10. Then at the Dunwoody Library polling location, voters were in and out in minutes since noon. Residents tell me they voted today versus early voting for a variety of reasons, such as tradition or the excitement of Election Day. One voter here told me a printer was down, but it didn't hinder voting. Lazara Hoyos told me how he's planning to see the results of what America decides.
Well, I'm working for the rest of the day, and then I'm going to go to a friend's house. She has a rooftop, and we're going to wait for the results there. It's going to be a big group of us.
Voting was suspended temporarily here, but it has been reopened and extended. In Chamblee, I'm Teresa Bowles.
I'm at the Etris Darnell Community Center in Union City, Georgia. It's one of 5 precincts that stayed open late after unsubstantiated bomb threats caused a delay in voting earlier in the day. So not too long ago, the doors to this particular location closed. The poll workers are finishing up with the ballots, and I understand that security will be here throughout the night as that process continues. Police will then escort the memory cards to the Fulton County Elections Hub, also in Union City, in order for the final tabulation to take place. All throughout the day, people were coming to this location in a steady stream. There were no long lines, but people were consistently coming out to vote. A few people I spoke with mentioned they did hear about the threats, but they were not going to be deterred. One woman in particular told me that if she had to leave and come back, that was something she was willing to do in order to make sure her ballot was counted. We are now waiting for the final results of the election, not only in Fulton County, but of course across the state of Georgia. In Union City, I'm Kara Spelger. Back to you.
The whole nation is watching Georgia tonight as well. So she mentioned Fulton County, Gwinnett and Cobb, also counties in Georgia that we are watching closely tonight.
Yeah.
Outside of the Atlanta area to see if they go Democrat or Republican. You know, I mentioned earlier that it was razor thin in 2020 that the state of Georgia went to Joe Biden, but in 2016 it went to Trump, very narrow margin as well. So it really could go either way.
Yeah, and at this point, just looking at the votes that are in so far, Trump does have a substantial lead in Georgia, but again, only 56% of the vote is in, so still a lot of votes left to be counted.
Yeah, still a long way to go. We do want to dip into some of the coverage from our sister station, 11 Alive in Atlanta, see how they're covering tonight and the election. So let's take our viewers there and see what they are doing in Atlanta tonight.
What do you make of that, Kyle, as I try to make my way through this map? This is what you get when you let me multitask. But Kyle, you have one task right now. Tell me what you're seeing in Gwinnett County.
Well, as you alluded to, Gwinnett is an evolving county. It's a growing county that's changed a lot over the last decade or even 2 decades. And I think, it looks like Kamala Harris is at about 60% in Gwinnett County. Obviously, we have a lot more votes to see in Gwinnett, but if she can hold that lead at that margin, that is good news for the Harris campaign.
And Deanna, let's look at comparison. Sometimes is helpful when we look at how, particularly because Donald Trump was running in 2020 against Joe Biden and Kamala Harris was running as VP. So there are some apples to apples comparisons here to be made. We should note only about 16% of the vote is in Gwinnett County right now. Kamala Harris with about a 60% to 38% lead, so a 22% gap. Back in 2020, when things were fully reported, Joe Biden carried Gwinnett County by about an 18% margin. Still early in the night, but Kamala Harris outperforming Joe Biden right now.
Yeah.
Do you expect that margin to hold? Is it too early to say? What do you make of it all?
I think it could still be closer to the 58 and 40%, but
you think it'll narrow a little bit?
Yeah, there's a huge population of non-white voters in Gwinnett. It's extremely diverse, so this is to be expected for, most Republican strategists would see that, and the former president rallied in Gwinnett heavily, so I could see him maybe moving up a couple notches to get some more voters that we really wouldn't expect.
And taking a look at some of the videos from that rally that he did have in Gwinnett, you had a lot of people come out there. Some people might have been from out of the county or out of state.
It's too far to drive.
There was a lot of excitement. Guys, I want to ask you about this. As you know, both being former panelists on our show, we love bringing the voice back to the voter. Voice of the Voter is one of our premier franchises here, and I want to ask you about turnout. Before we ask about turnout, we do have a clip queued up from one of our former voices, a gentleman who says the first election he voted in was a very long time ago. Let's take a listen. Well, we're going to get that queued up for you. I believe if we check our chat, yes, Mr. Willie Barnett, I'm talking to our producers here, just getting it queued up. But once again, you guys know that we really like to put emphasis on our voice of the voters. But while we get it queued up here, and we do have it, let's go to Mr. Barnett.
What would you say is different from 1962 to 2024 right here in Atlanta, Georgia, in an election year?
The convenience of voting. At that time, it was very inconvenient for people to vote, black people. There were those that wanted to vote, and there were those that were afraid to vote, meaning that a lot of them wouldn't go because of fear.
Once again, you were just hearing from Mr. Willie Barnett. That was over at the A.G. Rhodes Nursing Home. He was very excited to speak with us, but most importantly, the message, being able to get out there and vote. He said that he has been voting in every single election since he was 18. He has encouraged his family to get out there and vote. But Kyle, that is one of the obstacles that the Democrats are facing this election, is people staying home. Part of her rallies was not really convincing people to vote for her, but those who wanted to vote for her, hey, get off the couch and go vote. Did we continue to see that play out, and do you think that that will translate into votes tonight?
Well, I think the important thing to remember is that the campaign is just one part of a larger ecosystem that is engaging voters. We at the Galileo Impact Fund, we work with a coalition of organizations across.
And here in Western Washington, you have just about 2 hours left to make your vote count. Thanks for being with us. I'm Joyce Taylor.
I'm Greg Copeland. We are keeping you up to date throughout the night as results come in. Right now, all eyes are on the presidential race, which remains tighter than ever. Former President Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris are delivering contrasting visions for America's future as they made closing arguments this week. Trump is awaiting results from Mar-a-Lago in Florida tonight, while Harris watches with her alma mater tonight in D.C.
Polls have already closed across much of the East Coast. Arkansas closing just 15 minutes ago. 15 more states will close in the next 15 minutes, including Texas and New York, worth 40 and 28 electoral points, respectively.
For the first time, Washington state has surpassed 5 million registered voters.
And in the final hours, we are still seeing several ballot drop-offs. Madison Wade joining us live from Kirkland with a look at the turnout. Madison.
Well, Joyce and Greg, tonight here at the Kirkland City Hall, this is one of the busier drop-box locations. We've seen a steady stream of people making sure their voices are heard. You have until 8 o'clock to do this tonight. We also just got updated numbers from our state. 3.2 million ballots have been returned so far. That's the latest numbers from our state. That means voter turnout is at 64.6%, not quite up to those 2020 numbers, but we are seeing a significant amount of people registering to vote today. King County numbers show more than 1.43 million voters registered and a turnout of more than 66%. A majority of voters in our state returning their ballots in a drop box. Now, in total, 85% of registered voters turned out to vote in 2020. So we could see those numbers from this election near that voter turnout number or surpass it. And there's a lot at stake tonight. The race for president, for governor. We have those 4 state initiatives on the ballot and also 11 congressional contests here in Washington state. Again, you have until 8 o'clock tonight to register to vote, also to come here to make sure your ballot is in a drop box. In Kirkland, Madison Wade, King 5 News.
Again, ballots are due by 8 p.m. if you are still filling yours out and you need some more information about the key races and measures, just text the word VOTE to 206-448-4545 and we will send you a link.
King 5 and NBC News will have all of the breaking results through the evening at 8. Join us on King 5 Plus for team coverage and analysis of local and national races. Coverage continues at 9 o'clock on Kong and 11 on King 5.
leadership that is optimistic and excited about what our nation can do together.
Everybody's next with this group, and they have a very bad agenda, and we have to stop it, and we have to win this election. I think winning this election, I think it's going to be the most important election in the history of our country.
Hi there, and thanks for joining us here on our live continuing coverage of election 2024. I'm Jessica Janner Castro alongside Steve Solis. And if you've been watching us here on King 5 Plus, well, you've seen some of our stories about our local elections here in Washington State. You've been with us as we've joined some live coverage from Atlanta, Georgia, and we also had that NBC News update just recently.
Ryan, there's a lot of numbers that are coming in, that have been coming in throughout the afternoon, and one of the things that we're trying to do for you is just organize it all for you. Because if you try to spend some time online yourself to try and find all these numbers, you're either going to be A, frustrated because there's so many sources, but also B, because the thing that's really interesting here, there's so many numbers coming in, it really just helps to have a filter to know what's important and what's not, and we're going to sort that all out for you.
That's right. We have a whole team behind us because we are
do.
up in the newsroom, and so we are crunching the numbers. Locally, of course, ballots are still able to be turned in until 8 o'clock tonight. Polls only closing in Washington State at 8 o'clock, but we have seen those polls closing across the nation already, so our team gathering some national numbers as well. Plenty of states have been called, or should I say projected, for both Harris and Trump. But right now we want to dive a little deeper into some of the congressional races that are interesting to watch tonight.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line in a lot of states. There's some really big races in a lot of key states. I mean, we've been talking about Georgia, not Georgia, but Texas is a big one. North Carolina is a big one. And of course, a big one up in Michigan as well.
Yeah, so let's actually start though with West Virginia. There was a Senate seat up for grabs there. That was because retiring independent Senator Joe Manchin decided not to seek re-election. And so NBC has projected Jim Justice, that's the Republican, as the winner there in that race. But we thought that would go Republican tonight.
Right. There were some other big races in that state that went Republican. So and as President Trump also picked up West Virginia very early, shortly after the polls closed. So that's not a massive surprise, but it is a big pickup for Republicans in the Senate.
Yeah, so Joe Manchin, independent, as I mentioned, so it is considered a flip for the Republicans there.
Right.
In terms of controlling Congress, right? So that is something that we want to report tonight. Also, you mentioned North Carolina. So let's talk a little bit about North Carolina, because North Carolina is an important swing state. It has not been projected to go either way quite yet, so we expect that to be a very close race there in terms of the presidential race in North Carolina. But we're also watching Congressional District 1 there. So
right. The big thing in North Carolina we talked about as soon as the polls closed there, that we were going to see a big number of votes, specifically for the presidential race, go for the Democrats. But they also, the same, we've just a little while ago have learned that the North Carolina's governors will also be a Democrat this go around. But there's still a lot on the line because a lot of votes have yet to be counted in North Carolina.
Yeah. Let's tell people why we are watching that Congressional District 1. So that is between Republican Lori Buckout and Democrat Don Davis.
Right.
So Republicans looking to flip that seat. So Buckout is the GOP nominee. She is trying to upset the current incumbent, and this is one of the most closely watched races in the entire country because redistricting is playing a factor there, and so this could be a way for Republicans to gain control or get some more seats in the House. So again, the entire country watching that race closely. Let's move on. Let's talk a little bit about Pennsylvania, another battleground state.
Yeah.
It has not been called yet for presidential race, but we want to talk about the Senate race there in Pennsylvania. Right,
that's a big one there. You've got Dave McCormick for the Republicans and Bob Casey for the Dems. Casey had third term won back in 2018. But this one is expected to be a close one.
Yeah, as everything is in the state of Pennsylvania, the presidential race, the Senate race, and a lot of other races there in that state, very close. It is truly a swing state. Casey his father served as the state's governor, so familiar name there, and McCormick, a former hedge fund CEO. So that is a race that we are watching very closely tonight as well. And then let's talk a little bit about Michigan before we take our viewers out to Grand Rapids, Michigan. There is an open seat there, and it's a presidential battleground state.
Right.
So there's a Senate seat between Republican Mike Rogers and Democrat Elisa Slotkin.
Right. So the thing with Rogers is Rogers did have President Trump support and support from the Republican Party throughout the primary. So he has long been the guy for the state of Michigan for the Republican Party.
Yes. Should be a very, very tight race, and we are going to be watching that truly closely tonight as we are watching the state of Michigan as well. So on that note, let's go ahead and get out to Grand Rapids, Michigan, our sister station there. Let's check in on some of their election coverage tonight, see how things are going so far.
One more conversation, we could be in this race. We could be here to make a difference for our state and our country. And man, did we do it. So the last few polls have been tied. Like I said, don't pay attention to the precincts in and the precincts out. That thing's going to bounce around all night long. The most important number is at the end of the night. And I do believe this is going to be a nail biter. And as my folks are telling me, we are likely not even to know the results tonight of this race. That's not great news, but here's what's the good news is. That means you have made this race competitive. Yeah. So for all of those people that we've had the good fortune to talk to, the police officers who believed that they have been mistreated over the years, for the farmers who are under siege right now in their ability to put food on our table, for the auto workers who are terrified about their future, for the Teamsters who have talked to me yesterday who said our number of car hauls is going down and we can see it, which means layoffs are coming for them too. For the teachers who are saying, man, we need some help. Hey, there they are. For the men and women of the United States military who are saying, man, please just give us a service worthy of our service. Think of that. All of those people, and we have talked to all of them, who are ready to do something different for this state. That's why this race was important to us, why it was important to my wife, Christy, why it was important to so many of you who got in the rain and the cold some days, and those Saturday mornings when everyone else was doing something fun, you were going to a door and knocking on a door or putting up a sign. That's what this campaign was always about. Christy said it best. It wasn't about me. It wasn't about us. It was really about all of us and what we want for our future, what we can do for the future of our kids. And do we want a hand in America that represents prosperity and freedom and all the things that we know and love? Or is it a country where the government tells you what kind of stove you can have and water heater and what kind of car you can drive? That's where we're at. And that's going to be the difference in this campaign. And so tonight, I mean, all the work is over, really. All of the doors have been knocked, the literature hung, the phone calls made. My wife was watching TV the other night. She said, I don't know who that guy is, but I sure wouldn't marry him. She's talking about me, by the way, in those ads. Certainly wasn't pleasant going through it. But what we know is that guy that we met the other night who told us that, I came here 10 years ago as a legal immigrant, and I told the guy I would be his best and hardest worker if he would take a chance on me. And he got that job. He was a bellman and a valet. And he said, what's crazy is I couldn't get this job in my country, home country, without paying somebody for it, and then they would charge me to have this job every month. He said, this is an amazing country. I get to God, I'm doing this by my own hard work. And he said, I just saved up after 10 years enough money. My wife and I are going to put a down payment on our own house. Think of that. That's the difference between America and everywhere else. But it's also the difference between conservatives and Republicans and what the left is presenting for a future of America. This is our chance to stand up for those people who won't be engaged in politics. This is our chance to stand up for those people who are throwing their hands up and saying, man, life is just too hard. So for all of those, help me do this tonight. Let's do this. Let's keep our spirits high. It's gonna be up, it's gonna be down. Hopefully, if this really goes well, we'll be here at midnight going, hey, we won, this will be great. But for all of those people who can't get involved or couldn't have the time, for the mother who is spending the last 2 or 3 days at the food pantry this month because of the high inflation that came out of Washington, D.C., for her, for the military, for the police, this is our chance to stand tall and say, come November, we're going to have your back. Thank you very, very much for all of you for what you've done. We'll be back later tonight with a better upgrade on numbers. Thank you. Stay fired up. We can and will win this race. God bless.
Some of the popular vote numbers and how the candidates performing with minority voters
I know
in
what you're
urban and
looking at.
suburban areas.
I'm just joking with you. Bill, what do you got?
Go blue.
Okay, so a couple things here. Yeah, go blue. What are you talking about?
Michigan.
We'll be at Ohio in a moment here. Hang on 1 second there, Bo. Okay, just want to show you this. I mean, this is really, it's got to be your target right now. You know, Fulton County, heavily populated, and a ton of votes there, okay? That hasn't really moved. So the estimated number of votes still out is about 30%, and Kamala Harris hanging in there with 700. She's going to win the county, okay? The question is the margin. The question is whether or not, you know, Trump is chewing in this African-American male vote that we were talking about, because I want to come up to North Carolina. I'll show you a county. Okay, this is rural, and it's also African-American. 47% African-American. It's a small.
Hi there, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of election 2024. Just a few moments ago, we took our viewers to Michigan, where one of the candidates for Senate was speaking. Actually, we had been talking about the Michigan Senate race, and it's a very close one.
That's right.
And hotly contested, and we're keeping an eye on that for you tonight. So we just had a moment to check in there. We want to talk a little bit about some of the states that have been projected since we last checked in with the presidential race.
Right, we have a number of states that continue to get called by NBC. Again, these are just projections at this point. But President Trump, former President Trump, picking up 4 more states, picking up Wyoming, both North and South Dakota, as well as the great state of Texas.
And we want to keep our viewers informed that we have this map. We are keeping track of the states that are being projected by NBC for you. So when you see this up throughout our live stream tonight, that is where we are in the race. And you can see in the very top, those are the number of electoral votes that each candidate has received so far. So 160 for Trump and 30 for Harris at this point. Obviously, many polls have closed, especially on the East Coast, but there have been no projected winner in those states quite yet. So as we get more information, as those ballots are being counted, and we can go ahead and project those winners, that is when we will highlight those here on the map.
Yeah, one of the states where polls have closed, probably the furthest west that a poll has closed, is in Arizona. And that's definitely going to be a state that we are watching, the nation will be watching closely, mostly because of how things went down in 2020. Also because Arizona is a state that really is up for grabs this year. And we have talked about this for days and weeks, really, that this could be a state that really decides how things go one way or the other.
Arizona considered a swing state. Georgia, as well as Michigan, Wisconsin, and North Carolina, all of those have not been called yet. Pennsylvania, people are watching closely tonight. So as we start to get some of those numbers, again, we will let you know. But for now, we don't expect to get anything quite yet. That could take, maybe even days to get some of those results.
One of the things that we had just learned, NBC is reporting that in Pennsylvania, that some of the polling locations are going to be the times extended. For some issue, and I'm trying to find the reason for that here for you. But it looks like some polling locations in Pennsylvania are extended out. Here we go. After bomb threats. Multiple voting locations were targeted with non-credible bomb threats, and so courts did approve extended voting hours in at least 2 locations. They said that was in Philadelphia. They didn't give a number of how many exactly, but they did say multiple threats.
Alarming, because we're getting this news out of Pennsylvania, and earlier this afternoon, we had the same issue in Georgia. Again, 2 key battleground states that we are watching tonight. Those bomb threats in Georgia actually disrupted polling locations, about 12 of them, that had to pause their voting for some time. So this is something that now we've seen in 2 states. Obviously, our news team here at King 5 is keeping an eye on those developments throughout the country. And as soon as we get any more information on that, we, of course, will pass that along as well. So here in the state of Washington, we have a lot of races that we're watching, and I think, apart from the presidential race that is turning out big voter turnout, we also have our governor's race here that we are watching. That is Bob Ferguson against Dave Reichert, and so that's going to be a race that we want to focus in on tonight. We're going to get to that here in a moment. We want to talk about some of the processes that we use at King 5 in order to analyze all of this data that is coming in.
Yeah, so we have a large team of people who, of course, go through this information, this data. There's a lot of hands on deck, so to speak, as we try and get the information to you in the most accurate way.
We have a full newsroom tonight.
Yes, everyone's working behind us. And there are a lot of people you'll never see on the air who are working behind the scenes to make sure that all this information is processed correctly and that the most accurate information makes it both on air and online.
Just like on a national scale, we have different counties reporting their vote counts. We obviously have that here in Washington, and as a local newsroom, we are getting in as soon as the polls close, which close at 8 o'clock tonight. So they have not closed yet, and there are still people voting tonight. Once those polls close, that's when we will get our first numbers here in Washington State. We'll have an idea of how people are voting, especially because here in the state of Washington we have mail-in ballots, so we can get some of those numbers right away as soon as the polls close. And in order to track all of that information, we have this technology. It's Magis. We call it Magis, and we are able to zoom in on certain counties, see how voters there are, going, how they're picking their presidential candidate as well as governor and all the down ballot races. For that and for an explainer on how all of that works, let's turn to our Erica Zucco to explain a little bit more.
We're really excited tonight to be able to bring you this exclusive Magis technology. This allows us the ability to take all of the latest numbers and put them into county by county maps. So we can really show you how things are shaking out all across our state. Now, what you see right here is just white, 0% to 0%, because we're still waiting on those numbers. But tonight you are going to see a sea of red and blue. We're also going to be able to show you the differences between the vote totals. Let's take a look at some historical numbers so you can see what that's going to look like. Looking back to 2020 here, you can see the counties that went blue, the counties that went red. We can actually also look at the heat. This is how extreme of a difference there was in each county. Now, going back to this year, want to let you know we're going to be able to show you all of the statewide races as well, those executive offices that a lot of people are watching, from Secretary of State to the Land Commissioner role. We're also going to be able to show you those initiatives that a lot of people have been watching. Are they going to go yes or are they going to go no? We're going to have all of those totals for you right here with our exclusive tech, and you can also go to king5.com to look through those results for yourself.
Our thanks to Erica. So yeah, we have a lot of races that we are watching tonight as a newsroom. Two big races to talk about here. We have a Senate race that is happening. Democrat Maria Cantwell is the incumbent. She is running against GOP candidate Dr. Raul Garcia. We expect Cantwell will win that with some of our early polling, but again, you never know. It is election day.
Yeah, and Garcia talked about how different he was, and of course, Cantwell's been in that seat since the year 2000, but Garcia does believe that his experience as a doctor in Yakima, as well as just his different perspective and how he challenged the state in many ways over the last couple of years, he really does think that that's really going to help him win over voters who are looking for a change in the Senate.
Cantwell, of course, though, has the name recognition, as you've mentioned. She's been in that seat since the year 2000. Would be her 5th term as a senator, so certainly has the experience and the name recognition. She's currently chair of the Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation. A lot of people familiar with Cantwell. Let's talk about the governor's race. That is probably the second biggest driver of voter turnout tonight, besides the presidential race.
So Jay Inslee, of course, decides not to run to seek a 4th term, which as soon as he did, there were a number of people who raised their hand to try and put their name in the hat for the seat. And we saw a lot of people who did want to run for governor eventually realized that it probably wasn't a great race for them, so they went off to run for other offices. But now we're down to two people who we've had in this building for a debate.
That's right.
And this is a very intriguing race.
Yeah, we have Democrat Bob Ferguson, who is the current State Attorney General. So he was first elected to that office in 2012. He's served on the King County Council as well. He is also someone that voters certainly recognize and know his name.
Right, and of course his challenger is Republican Dave Reichert. And he, of course, a former King County Sheriff, and we've seen the news stories, we've seen his commercials as well. We know that he has a lot of history with fighting crime, especially with the Green River Killer, Gary Ridgway. That, of course, is on his resume. But he also has some experience, of course, serving the state in other offices as well.
Yeah, so former congressman. He is a former U.S. representative. I believe you mentioned that he was the King County Sheriff, was the sheriff for 33 years. So he certainly has run on the platform that he is for law enforcement. He's concerned about public safety, wants to hire more law enforcement in the state. And he has said that he would repeal the Climate Commitment Act, which is an initiative that is on the ballot tonight for voters. That's Initiative 2117. So he would be in favor of that initiative. As for Bob Ferguson, he has also said that he wants to hire more police, wants to hire more state patrol, but he is against the climate, or I should say he's against the initiative to repeal the Climate Commitment Act, so he has been in support of the CCA. Those are kind of some of the things that distinguish the two. We had a pretty contentious debate when they were here in the King 5 studios.
It was very contentious, and we were able to actually kind of see a little bit of not just hear about their platforms and their position on different key issues, but we also got to learn about their personalities and how they reacted. Tempers flared a bit. I think both sides were a little frustrated. But I think both candidates, as we've seen on the ads that are run on TV, have tried to really paint the other, their opposing candidate in different lights.
Yeah, and there are a lot of races that we are watching closely. That one in particular, the issue of abortion has also come up a lot in their TV ads. I want to get to some other races quickly, and we can spend a little bit more time on this here in a moment, but Public Lands Commissioner, Republican Jamie Herrera Butler could potentially take that seat. We have an interesting 3rd congressional district race here in Washington that covers the southern part of Washington. So you're talking about Clark, Skamania County. That is between Republican Joe Kent and Democrat Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez, a rematch. The reason I bring up those two, though, those are races that the GOP is watching closely tonight.
Yeah, those are very winnable races for that party. I think that as we've seen because it is a rematch. We know how close it was last time. I think that both candidates really feel strongly that they have enough support from voters. But again, it's all about getting people out to vote for you.
Yeah, so those two races, and of course the governor's race, and frankly all of them, but those three I think are mentionable. Right. So now let's go to our reporter Drew Mickelson. He is at a GOP watch party right now. He'll be there for us throughout the night. Drew.
Republicans are hoping to celebrate tonight here at the Bellevue Hyatt by making a little history. Washington voters haven't elected a Republican as governor since 1980. That was John Spellman. But Dave Reichert is hoping to become the first Republican governor in more than 40 years. He's no stranger to public service. He worked for the King County Sheriff's Office for more than 30 years, including a stint as the sheriff. And then he went to Washington, D.C. to represent the state in Congress as a Republican in the House of Representatives. But now he's running for governor, and the opponent, Democrat Bob Ferguson, has attacked Dave Reichert's voting record when he was in D.C., noting that he voted 3 times for an abortion law that would have been more strict than what the state of Washington currently has. He has also come under fire because he didn't get the GOP's endorsement. The Republican Party in the spring endorsed Semi Bird for the primary. Dave Reichert ended up winning the primary, so he is facing off against Bob Ferguson tonight. Dave Reichert says he is a moderate choice. He says the state is ready for a change, and he says public safety will be his priority. He will be joined by several other Republican candidates here at the Bellevue Hyatt, and they're all hoping to celebrate a little history tonight. In Bellevue, Drew Mickelson, King 5 News.
So we saw that behind Drew is pretty quiet, but it's still, the polls are still open. We still have another 90 minutes or plus that people can get in there and get their ballots in the drop boxes.
Yes, we are watching things here in Washington State. Polls close at 8 o'clock. We want to remind voters, if you're still sitting at home with your ballot and you haven't gotten up to put it in a drop box, you want to take it to a drop box or the post office. Make sure you get it postmarked by 8 p.m. tonight. Do not drop it in your own mailbox. It won't get that postmark stamp, so something to be mindful of tonight. There are
a number of other races across the state that we're keeping a close eye on. And you mentioned just a short time ago the Lands Commissioner race. That's a big one. Democrat Dave Up the Grove is, and we go back to the primary. This was a race, I forget how many days it took, about 4 or 5 days for us to finally get the results for that race because, of course, we're waiting for the top 2, but the top 3, and Dave Up the Grove finally was the second person to make the ballot after Jamie Herrera Butler. Of course, the current, talking about people who are running for other offices, Public Lands Commissioner, decided to run for, initially or tried to run for governor.
Yeah, Hillary Franz.
Right, and then she ran for another office, which she was unsuccessful. So we will have a brand new lands commissioner.
Yeah, Republican Jamie Herrera Butler is spent 12 years in Congress,
Right.
well-known name, representative for the 3rd District. So, Washington could see Dave Up the Grove take that position. He has chaired the King County Council, served as a state representative as well. So both certainly have the resume.
Right, and that will be a very close, interesting one to watch. We talked a little bit about the 3rd District here in Washington with Joe Kent and Marie Lucingham Perez. But the 6th Congressional District, I have to tell you personally, I didn't notice any commercials for that race until this past weekend. You've got Democrat Emily Randall and Republican Drew McEwen who are running this race. This is also a very close race. McEwen from Shelton calls himself a moderate Reagan Republican, which these days is something you don't hear very often anymore. But a Navy veteran who has 25 years experience as a business owner, which he feels will help him in that race.
Yeah, Republicans really looking at this seat as another one that they could potentially flip and gain a seat in the U.S. House of Representatives. It was vacated by longtime Democrat Derek Kilmer, decided not to run for re-election. So this is another seat that we're watching that could help decide the control of the U.S. House of Representatives. So, there are Republicans hoping to expand their very narrow majority there.
Yeah. Meantime, you've got Democrat Emily Randall, who does have experience. We have reported on her in years past because she has served as a state senator. Says that she is progressive and thinks that key issues like abortion rights, climate change, the typical agendas that you hear come out of Democratic candidates, that is going to help her in this race.
Washington State, largely considered a Democratic blue state, and so we expect the Democrats to do very well tonight. On that note, let's go to our colleague Natalie Swaby, who is at a Democratic watch party for tonight as those votes come in.
I'm here at the Convention Center. This is the election night headquarters for the state Democrats, and this is where the Democratic candidate for governor, Bob Ferguson, will be. You can see the room is starting to fill up here. Ferguson has been the state's attorney general since 2013. I've been talking with Ferguson's team today. They say he has spent time at a couple fundraisers for his campaign. He had some AG duties, and he took time to be with family today. Now, this is a big race for Washington State, where voters will be electing their first new governor in 12 years. The race has been defined by debates on key issues like the economy, public safety, and abortion. Ferguson says he's been able to visit all 39 counties and has heard people's concerns about issues like the rising cost of housing. If elected in his first term, the plan he is proposing is to construct 200,000 units of housing, including affordable housing, making it happen with a public-private partnership. He has a plan to help local governments hire more police officers as well. We are going to be here throughout the night as results come in, bringing you the very latest updates. In downtown Seattle, Natalie Swaby, King 5 News.
Thank you, Natalie. As you mentioned, it was pretty empty behind Drew, it was pretty empty behind Natalie, but that is because, again, the polls close here in Washington at 8 o'clock. So we still have a long ways to go. It's going to be a long night.
Yeah, and we also know, too, that a lot of the polls, especially if everyone's watching the presidential race, a lot of the polls close a little bit later, and also voting's going to take a while. I mean, I think we're all a little just kind of still shell-shocked from 2020 that we had to wait days to find out those results. So a lot of people, rightfully so, are just kind of pacing themselves still.
Yeah, a lot of states have updated their voting procedures, and they're hoping to, just make everything as perfect as possible. But we know that issues come up. We expect a lot of very close races, especially in those swing states, and so there is a chance that we don't have that. There's actually a very likely chance that we don't have a projected winner for the presidential race at any point tonight. So that could come tomorrow, it could come in the coming days, and that is just the reality of things.
We talked a little bit about some of the issues we've had down the states in Georgia, Pennsylvania. NBC News now reporting some issues on the Navajo Nation in Arizona. Apparently now a Superior Court judge has ruled that Polling can stay open there until 9 p.m. local time in Arizona. So Navajo Nation, not massive in terms of changing the results in the state of Arizona, but enough so that they are keeping a close eye on that. There were some technical issues, but nothing nefarious. Nobody was calling in bomb threats. It was just some technical issues with some of the equipment, but they're going to have the polls open there on the Navajo Nation in northern Arizona till 9 p.m.
But you talk about so many people being impatient and wanting to know the answer tonight, especially on who our next president will be. You know, headlines like this is a reason that we have to all be patient. We are going to wait for all the votes to be counted in certain states, and so it's going to be a long night. It's going to take some time. Here in Washington, we expect some initial numbers at 8 o'clock tonight. Right. So we're going to have that for you on our streaming show at 8 p.m. As soon as we get that initial dump of numbers that we can work with here and analyze.
Yeah. In the meantime, we are going to go over a few numbers here. We want you to stick with us because we have a lot more information that you're going to want to know as this election night 2024 continues.
Absolutely. Again, our team here from the newsroom trying to get you as much information in real time as we can on this live stream here on King 5 Plus. A little different for us, not the traditional news set, but again, we are in the middle of the newsroom getting all the numbers from our colleagues and from not only Washington, as we just keep track of the voting that's still underway tonight here, but also any numbers and information that we get from around the country. On that note, let's leave you with a look here at the map that we have from NBC with our states highlighted that have already been projected, called for, if you will, for either Harris or Trump. So we're going to leave you with that. We'll come back here shortly and have some more updates. As promised, we are back here in our newsroom live bringing you Election Day coverage for elections 2024, not only here in the state of Washington, but also with our colleagues from our Tegna stations around the country.
Right. Thankfully, because we do have stations across the country, we have access to not just the information from their newsroom, but also their video and sound interviews. Anytime anybody makes a big speech, we have access to that video as well.
Yeah, so we mentioned earlier, if you've been watching here with us on this streaming platform on King 5 Plus with us, we have a projected winner in the Senate race in West Virginia, and that is Republican Jim Justice. Now, the Republicans were poised to take that seat. Independent Joe Manchin decided not to seek re-election, so we thought that the Republicans might pick up a Senate seat there. Of course, it's not necessarily a flip in the traditional sense. It did not go from Democratic senator to a Republican senator, but we do have an independent that largely caucused with the Democrats, and now this is a GOP seat. So we have some information or sound from that.
Right. We want to hear from the potentially newly elected senator from West Virginia, Jim Justice.
It's a food fight all the time between the Republicans and the Democrats. Absolutely all the time. Who's going to one-up one another? We've got to where we can't even talk to one another. Washington is completely dysfunctional. So if you were to come to Jim Justice and say, what do you want to do? And I would say, I want to shake up the world. With all envy, tonight, I proudly, like you can't imagine, proudly, accept with honor beyond belief, this absolute opportunity to serve as your United States Senator. I'll do God.
So that was Jim Justice, the newly elected senator in West Virginia, and a very unique way to make a speech on election night, sitting down in front of an American flag. But hey, you know what? He is the projected winner, so whatever works.
Yeah, that's right. Let's talk a little bit about Florida now.
Right.
Trump, the projected winner there in the presidential race. Florida, an interesting state. We've seen it be a swing state. It was likely that Trump was going to win Florida this year. Those were the projections, or I should say the early polling showed that Trump would probably take Florida, and indeed he is the projected winner there tonight. Rick Scott has won the Senate seat there.
Yeah, and again, Rick Scott is somebody who's no stranger to that office, winning re-election. Rick Scott, Rick Scott, of course, is very familiar to Florida voters because he has served Florida for many years in different offices.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and listen to what he had to say tonight.
Florida, we did it! And for once, we did it before midnight. I want to thank God. I want to thank my beautiful wife who put up with me. My wonderful daughters, Allison and Jordan. Hello. And Jordan. And their husbands, Pierre and Shane. And my perfect grandsons. And I want to thank my mom, who couldn't be here. So, and guess what? We won Miami-Dade.
Yeah, he's saying there, we won Miami-Dade, which is so interesting because Floridians really looking at Miami-Dade as an indicator of which way that state would go. Traditionally has voted more Democrat, and this year we are seeing Florida again projected to go to former President Donald Trump.
Yeah, and if we look at the numbers, Scott won pretty handily in Florida. And as you mentioned, how Miami-Dade is really, at projected years previous, had gone blue. Tonight, a big win for the Republican Party. But again, Rick Scott served as governor of Florida for years prior to becoming senator, so not a stranger to that region at all. And apparently, they're very happy with the work he's done there.
Yeah, this will be his second term in Congress. Let's talk about another incumbent, and that's Ted Cruz. And he is seeking re-election there in the Texas Senate race. He is facing Democrat Colin Allred.
So if we look back to the last time that Ted Cruz was up for re-election, which is back in 2018, that was a very popular, very highly contested race between Ted Cruz and Beto O'Rourke at the time. There was this big, Beto fever, it felt like, across the nation, because there were a lot of people who were vying for somebody to unseat Ted Cruz. Much as we saw at the end of that race, it was not the case at all. Ted Cruz won by pretty good margin. A lot of polls tonight saying that Ted Cruz's challenger, Colin Allred, might be his best chance, the best chance they've had in years to get a new senator there in Texas.
Yeah, the Democrats saying it's a glimmer of hope for them in Texas. They seriously think that they can flip the seat. Allred's been a really strong fundraiser, and he's actually tried to weaponize the state's abortion ban against Ted Cruz. So it will be interesting to see if voters turn out for him, especially because abortion is an issue that gets a lot of people to the polls.
Of course, I am a native Texan, so I've been watching this race closely just because, you keep track of what's going on in your hometown. When Allred and Cruz did meet in a debate that actually aired on our sister station there in Dallas, it was very contentious, and I think the polls that came after that debate, very, very close in that race.
People have said that if Allred wins this, that would be a huge upset. But a lot of people saying that if Cruz does go ahead and win that Senate race, that would dispel any talks of Texas going blue. Again, we have seen Texas tonight by NBC projections already go to President Trump, former President Trump. So it will be interesting to see if that translates down ballot.
Right, and there are a number of other races in Texas, some representative races as well that are very close, very contentious. There's one out of Laredo when Henry Cuellar, who actually was indicted on bribery charges, he is also running, but has a good chance of winning tonight.
That's right. So we are watching all these races across the nation. We've been giving you this presidential update, but obviously we're very tied to what is happening here in Washington State. Right now, though, voting continues. Polls only closing at 8 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, and we want to bring you the very latest numbers with our team down in our news studio.
Yeah, let's go ahead and join this NBC News cut-in that we are bringing to you on King 5 News with our colleagues Joyce Taylor and Greg Copeland. They are in the studio for us tonight, giving us updates throughout the night on TV. So as soon as they are ready to go, we're going to go ahead and listen in with them. Here they are.
Governor. Washington voters are electing their first new governor in 12 years tonight. Bob Ferguson and Dave Reichert have sparred back and forth throughout the campaign and spent upward of $25 million leading up to today becoming the most expensive race in the state.
Reichert is looking to become the first Republican governor in 40 years in Washington. But if the primary results are any indication, Ferguson has the advantage, picking up about 45% of the vote in the primary.
So ballots need to be in the box by a little more than an hour from right now, right at 8 p.m. If you are still filling yours out and you need some more information about the key races and the measures, you can text the word VOTE to 206-448-4545.
Now, once you submit your ballot, you can track it online as it moves through the process. Visit votewa.gov to see if it's been accepted. Let's zoom into Seattle now, where candidates Tanya Wu and Alexis Mercedes Rank are vying for that open position 8 seat.
King 5 Sebastian Robertson is live for us in the Chinatown International District tonight, where Tanya Wu's camp is now planning to keep a very close eye on this race. Sebastian.
Yes, both sides will be watching this very closely. This is a little bit of an unusual race to have the city council pop up on the primary ballot. You'll notice it's the only city council race up for grabs in November. We are at the Wu camp's campaign event, where they're starting to gather in here for a party, they hope, that starts at about 7. Tanya Wu was appointed to the city council in a little bit of an unusual situation. A citywide seat was vacated by Teresa Mosqueda when she was elected to King County Council. Voters will now decide who will hold the position for its final year of the term. That means that Wu has only been the incumbent for about 10 months. Wu is multi-generational Seattleite who's a business owner and who's made a name as a community activist, known for running a community watch group here in the Chinatown International District. Her focus is public safety and housing. Now, her competitor, Rink, Alexis Mercedes Rink, hosting a party across the street. She is the leader as far as the primary election results go. Got about 50% of the vote, but the Wu camp says this race is not over yet. Joyce, Greg, back to you.
Keep us posted with those numbers, Sebastian. Thank you. King 5 and NBC News will have all the breaking results for you all through the evening.
At 8 o'clock, right after the ballot box closes, join us on King 5 Plus for team coverage and analysis of local and national races. Our election night coverage continues at 9 on Kong and on King 5 News at 11.
All right, welcome back here into the newsroom. You were just listening to an NBC News update from our colleagues Joyce Taylor and Greg Copeland.
Yeah, so of course we have people all over the building who are just trying to keep track of what's going on tonight. We have, as Jessica said, a full newsroom behind us of people who are working, and then also we have people in our studio who are also just prepared and standing by because you know we're bringing you coverage from us, from NBC News. There's a lot of balancing and juggling happening right now.
Yeah, it's a really big night here in the United States as we get poised to elect a new president. So obviously the presidential race is the headliner tonight, right. And why people are going to the polls and voting in force. Deadlocked race between Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump.
Right, and both candidates made a lot of visits to a lot of these swing states. That's, of course, going to be a big play tonight. There are still some swing states that stopped voting hours ago, but still those races are too close to call. We're talking about Georgia, Pennsylvania, North Carolina. These are states where we're getting some results, but nobody can call this yet. But we have two states that we want to talk about right now, some big ones that both candidates spent a lot of time in, and that's Arizona and Wisconsin.
Yeah, so let's start with Wisconsin. 10 electoral votes there, virtual tie in that state. They voted for Biden by 0.6 of a point margin back in 2020. That is just very razor thin there.
And Wisconsin, if I remember correctly, back in 2016, that actually went President Trump's way, because this is a very blue-collar state. This is a very rural state throughout much of Wisconsin, hence the 10 electoral votes. But
considered a blue wall state?
Very much so.
Yeah.
And so this is a race that is still, I mean, we've got 29% of the vote in, and Harris just has a slim lead. But this is also one of those states in which RFK remains on the ballot, so that could be a small factor.
And it could take a while to tabulate all the votes there because we expect really high voter turnout in Wisconsin, several competitive U.S. House races there in that state as well. So there is a lot of reason for people to show up and vote. Again, as you mentioned, the polls closed there in Wisconsin at 6 o'clock our time, but only 29% of the votes, I think you mentioned. So still a ways to go in counting there. Let's talk about Arizona. Arizona, also considered a swing state, also closed at 6 p.m. our time, but still ballots being counted there. It went Republican in 2016, went to Joe Biden in 2020. 11 electoral votes in Arizona.
Yeah, and Arizona is a really interesting state. I lived there for 7+ years, and so I'm pretty familiar with what's going on.
We're hitting
there.
all your states.
All my states. Or I've moved too much is the problem. The thing with Arizona that was really interesting today is, you know, the previous elections, really back to when I voted there back in the day, long lines at polling centers, but that was not the case today. I think throughout most of the day, NBC News reporting that the average wait time at Maricopa County polling centers was about 2 minutes, which isn't bad. I think the longest line was at one facility. So they didn't have any big issues within the Phoenix metro area. Tonight we're seeing issues up in northern Arizona and the Navajo Nation, but strictly technical issues because of the equipment up there on the Navajo Nation.
Yeah, you mentioned that earlier tonight. tonight, and so they are extending some voting there. For those folks that are not too familiar with Arizona, Maricopa is where Phoenix sits. And what I think is so interesting about Maricopa County, it's truly a swing county, but it makes up more than half the population of the state.
Yeah.
So, for folks who are not too familiar with Arizona, just so much of that population is right there in Maricopa County.
And the interesting thing, too, that you bring up about Maricopa County, that with it being so centered with the population, a lot of people from Phoenix aren't from Phoenix. I'm from Texas. I moved to Arizona. I have a lot of my friends that I spend a lot of time with from Minnesota or Iowa. A lot of Midwesterners who are tired of the snow move to the desert, and that's where they build their life. But aside from the presidential race, where both Harris and Trump spent a lot of time campaigning, there's also a big Senate race here because Kyrsten Sinema, who has long served the state of Arizona, has decided that she's done with politics, so to speak. We have two interesting candidates here. The Democrat Ruben Gallego, who has served the state of Arizona in office previously, going up against somebody who ran for governor and lost.
Carrie Lake.
Carrie Lake, a former news anchor who has then and still now has the backing of former President Trump.
Yeah, so on that note, let's go ahead and, throughout the night we've been dipping into coverage around the nation from our sister stations. So let's take our viewers now to Phoenix and just check in on election night there, see how their coverage is going in light of all those big races.
Sites in Apache County are consistently and constantly up. The one site, I can't verify the exact name of the location, but it's only one polling place in Apache County. They're up and down. We've got technicians on this site from Apache County Elections Department doing the best that they can.
We saw reports of some voters, elderly voters, who waited in line and then eventually just left. I guess the question is how many people were truly impacted by that. You hope not many.
Right. We're also watching the U.S. Senate race. Obviously, Ruben Gallego, he hopes to take the stage momentarily. But what can you tell us about that race?
Yeah, the anticipation here is the two biggest prizes, of course, are the 11 electoral votes for president. We'll have a better idea of how possible that could be after 8 p.m. The other, the Senate seat. Can Ruben Gallego slide into place there as Kyrsten Sinema leaves? Of course, she had recently registered as an independent. But, this is someone who, if he is able to win the Senate, would continue this pretty inspirational dream story, American dream story of someone who, grew up with very modest means in Chicago, the son of immigrants, went to Harvard, served in the military, served in Iraq. And so a lot of shirts here for Gallego. Several of them say Senador Gallego, as he has made a lot of outreach efforts to the Latino community.
And if the polls are right, he's been showing to take the lead in many of the polls.
They've been favorable for him in recent months, but again, the question is, because you have such a surge of early ballots and even votes today of Republicans, right? Could he get tripped up? And that's a lot of people crossing their fingers here for that 8 p.m. first drop.
All right, we'll have much more coming from the Democratic Watch Party here in Phoenix. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Tram and Joe, thanks. So that's the story for the Democrats, as Caribe mentioned just a second ago. This year, for whatever reason, the Republicans, who typically have a counterparty to what you just saw Tram and Joe at, they're not having a gathering. So our job is to try to track down these candidates who are all in different places, not one central gathering location. So let's start our coverage on the Republicans with 12 News journalist Bianca Bono, who's covering Carrie Lake's campaign. Bianca?
Mark, good evening. We have spent a lot of time with Carrie Lake and her campaign over the past several days, and I can tell you that she and her team appear to be very confident, and they feel like they have momentum on their side. And look, Carrie Lake's messaging to voters today: forget everything you have seen and read about the numbers, both good and bad. just get out there and vote. And that's how she spent the majority of her election day, going around to different polling locations in Maricopa County, greeting and thanking her supporters. And take a look at this video. This was posted on her Twitter account earlier this morning. That pink bus that you're seeing her stand at the foot of, that was one of the many shuttles going around Maricopa County today, deemed a Trump train. Now, Turning Point Action actually rented out buses and sent them out to polling locations in Maricopa County that were seeing longer lines, and then offered rides to voters, taking them to locations with shorter lines. Lake herself voted early in this election, but we did catch up with her earlier this afternoon at a polling location in Mesa. She accompanied her son there as he went to vote in person, and she talked about how she's monitoring turnout today.
The last thing I want to see is some of our senior citizens having to stand in long lines. But we got the warning out, and we did an incredible job at getting people to turn in their ballots early. We banked the vote in a record-setting way here in Arizona. So I'm really proud of that. And today we want to set more records. And so we're monitoring any problems we see. We've got lawyers, and we've got, as I said, those vans are picking up and assisting voters.
And on social media this afternoon, Kari Lake reminded voters that she has been endorsed by former Governor Doug Ducey, Karen Taylor Robeson, who she ran against in her gubernatorial primary in 2022, and Sheriff Mark Lamb, her primary opponent earlier this year, all Republicans, of course. Her messaging there that she believes she can bring the country together. Now, back out here live, as we've talked a little bit about over the past hour, the Arizona Republican Party opting not to have their traditional election night party, and Kari Lake is not having a traditional election night watch party either. It's why we're standing in the parking lot of her campaign office in Phoenix. Instead, I'm told that she's monitoring the results very closely alongside her team and her family. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
It's election night in Arizona. The first results dropping at any moment.
This is an important election. Everybody wants their voice to be heard.
Prop 139 automatically comes to a lot of voters' minds.
This is the night we've been waiting for. Exclusive 12 News election night coverage of Arizona Decision 2024 on 12 Plus continues now.
All right, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us for our coverage here on 12 Plus of Decision 2024, the moment that we've all been waiting for. It's the top of the hour, 8:02, and we're now starting to see the first results come in from the tabulation center for the state.
Okay, so let's quickly go to the board and we'll give you a look at what's happening statewide for the presidential race. Donald Trump with a very comfortable lead over Kamala Harris. And then when you look at the U.S. Senate race between Kari Lake and Ruben Gallego, we'll take a look at that. It was Kari Lake leading by a wide margin. But Bram, we talked about the fact that we could see what you call a red mirage early on as these votes come in.
We could, but also in the name of transparency, I have to let our viewers know sometimes what we see on our computer, on the county or state websites, is ahead of what we're able to deliver. And right now, as I look at the Maricopa County website, what you see on our screen just a moment ago,
statewide.
That's statewide, and it's a fraction of the total vote. Right now, Maricopa County reporting 1.2 million votes, and Kamala Harris is ahead of Donald Trump. I'd said we'd see a red mirage. Well, so far, it might be a blue mirage, but it is close. Kamala Harris, 50.5%. Trump, 48.3%. They are separated right now by about 34,000 votes in Maricopa County.
And of course, Maricopa County, the largest county in the state, one of the largest counties in the country. So keep your eyes on what happens in Maricopa County, because as Maricopa County goes, so goes Arizona.
That's the thinking. There we go. We now have an update. Okay, now the statewide numbers have been updated on our screen here in the studio, and the screen you're looking at right now. That includes Maricopa County, and it is a dead heat.
Wow.
Are you surprised by this? Because you've been mentioning all day about this red mirage.
It was a tentative red mirage. That's what I thought we would see. This is interesting. Okay. I don't want to rush to conclusions. It's 1.3 million ballots or so, about 3.3 or 3.4, 2 more million ballots left to be counted. So still relatively early, but it is a dead heat right now. If I'm the Harris campaign, I think that's good news, especially when we were looking at the early ballot returns, which Republicans really dominated. Now, this is interesting because this next result in the Senate race. Let's go to that. This shows Ruben Gallego leading Kari Lake by 8 points.
And I just want to point out, and then continue your thoughts. Sorry for jumping in, but this reflects Maricopa County now being added into the totals that when we came on the air 3 minutes ago had not come out. So now it includes Maricopa County, and this, I would think, should be very worrisome at this point to Kari Lake.
It should be. It should be. And I'll tell you, this is an election. I've been saying I'm not predicting anything because the voter profile has changed. I view this as the first election of the 21st century. So much is different from any election we've had before. It's such a break in every way, especially with the voter profile. And to see this, Ruben Gallego ahead by 8 after that first vote drop I'm surprised.
Well,
I'm surprised, again, given the ballot returns, which showed overwhelming Republican. And in order to win, here's the last point I'll make about this. In order to win in Arizona, if you're a Democrat, you have to get crossover votes from independents and Republicans. And clearly, Kari Lake, as the polling has shown, is not keeping up with Donald Trump. And Ruben Gallego is peeling off Republicans and independents.
And earlier today, Arizona GOP leader Gina Swoboda joined us live in studio and said that they felt good because so many Republicans had voted early and they felt that they had those in their back pocket. We're not seeing that.
We're not seeing that, and that was the early vote, right? That's what was so different this year after 2020 and 2022, when Republicans were told to be suspicious of early voting. This year, we're seeing Republicans being ordered to early vote and just build up the vote as if that's like a football game and running up the score means you're going to win when the other side really hasn't had a say yet. It doesn't work like that. And here we're seeing that as a strategy really doesn't really mean a lot when you have those kinds of results. And we need to get to Prop 139 right now.
This is a big one. Yeah, we're starting to see numbers come in. This is the right to an abortion. This was Arizona voters voting to have the right to an abortion enshrined in the Arizona state constitution. Right now, the yeses for this are at...
All right, we were just listening into our station in Phoenix. Some updates there from Arizona. That is a swing state.
That is, and we saw some early numbers there that show that President Trump in the lead, as well as Kari Lake currently in the lead in that Senate race. But also the last graphic we saw before we came back to us was a proposition regarding the right to an abortion, which a lot of pollsters thought that was going to pass in Arizona, regardless of who won the Senate or the presidential race. And at this point, it looks like that initiative is going to pass.
Yeah, so let's talk about some swing states and what we're seeing in the presidential race so far at this hour. Arizona, as we've mentioned, is too close to call at this point. Right. Georgia, Michigan, North Carolina, Nevada, Pennsylvania, as well as Wisconsin, all swing states, and all have not been called yet. No projected winner in those states, but we do have some information. We have this map up here for you from NBC News showing us where things stand tonight. So let's take a closer look here at that map. And right now you can see President Trump with 201 electoral votes and Kamala Harris with 81.
And as you mentioned, all of those swing states still up for grabs. A lot of those races still too close to call. So in a lot of these states, of course, there's swing states there. They come with a lot of electoral votes. Pennsylvania has 19. Both Wisconsin and Minnesota with 10, Michigan with 15, Arizona with 11. So these are states that are going to be watched very closely throughout the evening.
Yeah, a lot more states there in red currently, but of course we are looking at the electoral vote count. That is what's important. You need 270 to win, so they both have different roads to get there. Some of the states that have been called already for Kamala Harris have been Colorado, Illinois, New York, Maryland. We also have Vermont, as well as Massachusetts.
Yeah, there's a handful of states for Kamala Harris. But of course, as we wait to see the results come from some of these swing states, that could shift and that could change.
I should also mention the District of Columbia.
Right, she did pick up that massive pickup there in DC.
3 electoral votes, but still important.
Right. The Colorado just came down. As we look at this, I would imagine that other states, just for example, as we look at New Mexico, has not yet been called. That's a state that typically is a blue state. Harris currently behind in the vote count there. But a lot of these numbers change depending on where the votes come in from. You're waiting on a lot of big populated areas like in New Mexico, Bernalillo County, which is where Albuquerque is, which is where most of the state lives. That's when that number should possibly shift for that candidate.
We've talked a lot about swing states throughout the night, and one important one we should mention is Pennsylvania. A lot of folks have felt that Pennsylvania could determine the outcome here of the presidential race, and so that's one that we are watching closely. Can you see those numbers, Steve?
I can. I've got them pulled up right here on my computer here. It looks like currently the former president has 50.3%.
Okay, that's what I'm seeing too, yeah.
But one thing, of course, as we talked about with Pennsylvania, something that will be interesting tonight is that a number of those polling centers, not just in the Philadelphia area, but across Pennsylvania, will stay open later tonight because of those bomb threats that were called into some polling centers that were not real. They were just somebody who was trying to cause trouble, and they did so, but a judge stepped in and is allowing a number of those polling centers to stay open tonight.
Yeah, for folks who are just joining us, that happened in Pennsylvania just a few hours ago. We got notice of that.
Right.
And then even before that, the same issue happened in Georgia, in the Atlanta metro area. It disrupted elections, or I should say voting, in 12 different polling locations in the Atlanta metro area. Non-credible.
Correct.
Bomb threats. So that is good news, but certainly did put a hiccup there in the procedures that are happening in Georgia today. So we are watching that closely. Again, Georgia and Pennsylvania having trouble with fake bomb threats today.
Georgia at this point still too close to call. 81% of the vote in, and President Trump has that lead of 51.9% currently, with Harris is 47.2%. But again, that's a big state because that's 16 electoral votes.
Let's quickly talk about that blue wall as well. The swing states of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota there. So Michigan right now, only 17% of the vote in, still too close to call. Right now, Harris is leading that state. Wisconsin, 39% of the vote in Wisconsin, and Trump looks like he's ahead there. But again, it's still too close to call, still too early.
Right, and then if over in Minnesota, only 2% of the vote is in Minnesota, but that's another important one because of the 10 electoral votes. President Trump currently has a big lead there, but 2% in. I mean, that's really a small percentage of the state, and there are a lot of votes yet to be counted there. So we're going to keep a close eye on that one throughout the night.
Let's go back here home to the state of Washington, and polls close at 8 o'clock tonight. So you have about 45 minutes, if you have not voted yet, to still go out there. If you haven't registered to vote, it's still not too late. You can get yourself to a voting location tonight, register to vote, and make your voice heard.
Yeah, and Jessica said it earlier, and she's so right. If you have your ballot at home, don't put it in a mailbox. It's not going to count. You have to get it in a drop box. I think at this point, your best chance is going to a drop box. Look online. Find one near you, put it in there. If you haven't opened your ballot yet, there's a sticker in there, so you get to wear a sticker and prove to everybody, at least in your household, that you voted.
That's right. And you mentioned those drop boxes. Statewide, we have 544 drop boxes, so plenty of locations. There should be plenty wherever you are, and so you do have that chance still tonight in these next 45 minutes to make your voices heard. On that note, let's go to our colleague Erica Zucco. She is standing by with some of our new technology we have to analyze not only the numbers now that we're getting in tonight, but also historical data.
Yeah, our exclusive Magis technology really allows you to get a look at historical data and how things shook out from county to county. To show you what that looks like, let's look at the presidential race back in 2020. There, Biden took 58.4% of the vote in Washington state, and we can see which counties went red, which counties went blue. We're also able to look at the heat in each county. What that means is how far apart the vote totals were. Now let's go back to no heat here so you can see these colors, and let's go back to what we're seeing this year and then talk about a couple other really important races we're going to be watching. If we go to CD3, this is one that is really interesting from a historical perspective, because let's look back to 2022. This is the race in which Joe Kent pushed out Jamie Herrera Butler, and then there was this race between him and Marie Gluesenkamp Perez, her ultimately winning that seat, but it was by a really slim margin. So this is one that we're definitely going to be watching very closely in 2024. And there are some races, of course, that we don't have historical results for because those initiatives, for example, completely new this year. But we'll be tracking all of those totals for you with this exclusive technology, and you can also go to king5.com to look at those results yourself.
Our thanks to Erica. We have been keeping track of not only the situation here in Washington, polls closing at 8 o'clock, but also the entire national landscape. So let's talk Texas.
Right. So we have a big Senate race there. The incumbent, Ted Cruz, has been in office for some time now, up against Democrat Colin Allred, which a lot of pollsters thought this would be a close race.
Yeah, so we are hearing that Ted Cruz is speaking right now. Let's dip into our coverage from our sister station in Dallas.
I want to congratulate Colin Allred on a hard-fought campaign. And I want to say to all of those who didn't support me, you have my word that I will fight for you, for your jobs, for your safety, and for your constitutional rights. But tonight, the people of Texas have spoken. And their message rings clear as a bell across our great state. Texas will remain Texas. You know, the media were ready to write off Texas. And Chuck Schumer poured in more than $100 million to our state. Well, I want to say thank you, Chuck. And I hope we win a few more Senate seats tonight because you wasted so much money in Texas. They deployed every trick, every lie, and every Hollywood celebrity they could find. Chuck Schumer tried to buy this Senate seat like it was a piece of Manhattan real estate. But he learned what we've always known, that Texas isn't for sale. And Texans can't be bought. Amen. Over the last 2 years, I've traveled every corner of this state, from the Panhandle to the Valley, from deep East Texas to far in West Texas. We have traveled 9,094 miles, 53 rallies all over the state of Texas. I've worn out my boots, at times my voice, and certainly the patience of my incredible political team, who did an amazing job on this campaign, and I think is the very best team in all of politics. And what I found traveling the state of Texas was worth every single mile. Because everywhere I went, I found something that gives me profound hope. Common sense isn't dead. It is alive and well in Texas. Everywhere I went, I met Texans who share a simple dream: to keep their families safe, to keep their freedom secure, and to keep their Texas values strong. Tonight, We are witnessing incredible results, especially with Hispanics across the state of Texas. And we are seeing tonight generational change in South Texas. The results tonight, this decisive victory, should shake the Democrat establishment to its core. I've spent months in the Rio Grande Valley, sitting in family kitchens, visiting small businesses, praying in local churches. And let me tell you what I learned. Our Hispanic communities aren't just leaving the Democrat Party. They're coming home to conservative values they never left. They understand something the liberal elites never will. There's nothing progressive about open borders. There is nothing compassionate about chaos. And there is nothing Latino about letting criminals roam free. And just for good measure, we're not tacos. We're small business owners who know that lower taxes means more jobs. We're parents who know that secure borders means safe neighborhoods. And we're families who know that Texas energy independence means prosperity for everyone. And I found this same awakening to common sense everywhere I traveled. I saw it in the eyes of Texas mothers, tired of being lectured to about their values, their faith, and their children's education. I heard it from energy workers in the Permian Basin and the Eagle Ford Shale, men and women who know that American energy independence isn't just about dollars and cents. It's about national security and freedom. It's about families being able to fill their gas tanks without emptying their bank accounts. Look, common sense isn't complicated. It tells us that borders have to mean something. It tells us that laws must be enforced, that children deserve innocence, and that prosperity comes from work, not a handout. And here's what common sense tells us above all, that the people who built Texas, whether their families came 5 generations ago or 5 months ago, understand Texas better than any social engineer in Washington ever will. When I return to the Senate, I carry with me not just a victory, but a mandate. A mandate from the people of Texas. And let me be crystal clear about what that mandate means. First, we must secure the border. Not with empty promises, but with concrete and steel and law and order, and with the unshakable resolve from knowing we are protecting those we love. The cartels who poison our communities, the traffickers who prey on the innocent, their days are numbered. Second, we must unleash Texas energy. The answer to America's energy needs isn't Venezuelans, oil fields, or the Ayatollah in Iran.
All right, we were just listening in there to Senator Ted Cruz giving his victory speech. He has been declared the projected winner in Texas for the Senate race there.
Pretty handily, by the way. It was the percentage at this point, of course, votes still being counted, but at this point there's nearly a 10% difference between the two. I went back and checked the 2018 race, and Cruz won by a little more than 2%. So while a lot of people thought this was going to be a much closer race, at this point that has not been the case at all.
Let's talk about the races that we are watching here at home. Of course, we have the governor's race in the state of Washington.
Right.
We have state attorney general, public lands commissioner, a couple of congressional district races that we are watching very closely as well. We have some Senate seats as well. So a lot happening here in Washington state, and the polls are closing very soon.
Yeah, we haven't even covered the initiatives. I mean, there are a lot of initiatives, of course, that are on the ballot as well that a lot of people are paying close attention to. But as you said, it's 7:25 right now. So if you have a ballot to turn in, time is running out.
Time is ticking. Make sure you get out there. On that note, we have seen voters throughout the day steadily dropping off their ballots. Our colleague Madison Wade is in Kirkland tonight, one of the busiest ballot drop box locations for us. Madison.
I'm Madison Wade outside the Kirkland City Hall tonight at one of the more busier ballot drop boxes. You can see election officials taking ballots right now from the drop box, bringing that to King County election headquarters tonight. This is going to continue throughout the night until this ballot box closes at 8 o'clock. We also just got updated numbers regarding voter turnout, not only in our state, but also in King County. More than 5 million registered voters have registered to vote here in our state. In King County, we are seeing voter turnout at around 70%, nearly 70%. 1.4 million people have registered to vote here. A majority of voters have bring their ballots to drop boxes instead of voting by mail. Also, we're looking to compare these numbers to 2020. We saw 85% of registered voters turn out to vote 4 years ago. We could see the numbers close to that or surpass that once all those ballots are collected and processed. And that is happening again when ballot boxes close at 8 o'clock here in Washington state. We also spoke with many voters who were coming out to the King County election headquarters today. Many of those registering to vote today to make sure their voices were heard. Here's one of those voters we spoke with.
I want to make a difference. I want to make sure that we have the appropriate leader in place that will be able to see this country through. Yeah, a leader that will guide the country without being biases. We want a leader who can be able to adapt all the cultural differences that we are here in this country today.
A reminder, we are just minutes away from ballot boxes closing across our state and also in our county. That happens at 8 o'clock. You also still can register to vote and vote tonight by 8 p.m. Just make sure you're in line at any of our voting centers, also happening at King County election headquarters. In Kirkland tonight, Madison Wade, King 5 News.
Our thanks to Madison. So again, just a little time left to drop off those ballots.
And it looks cold out. So if you are going to head out, it was a pretty clear night tonight, so it's going to be cold. If you have to step out tonight, just prepare for that.
If you're just joining us here on King 5 Plus on our streaming election coverage, you should know that we have been dipping into coverage throughout the nation, keeping tabs on everything here at home as well in the state of Washington as people are still casting their ballots. We are in the middle of the newsroom with people working around us and getting as much information to us as possible. So on that note, you know, we've talked about a lot of our key local races. One thing we have not talked about tonight yet between us here on the live stream is the initiatives that are on the ballot.
Yeah, and this is really interesting because there are 4 of them that are on the ballot. But I think the thing that makes it so interesting is really if you've voted, the wording makes it all very interesting because right now these initiatives are to repeal things that are in place.
Yes.
And that's what makes things...
It can be tricky.
It really can. So we talk about 2066, which is about the natural gas. It ensures access to it, as some might look at that. Which, again, that's a really big one here in Washington State.
Yeah. That one was brought forth by Let's Go Washington, all of these initiatives. So 2066 would repeal or prohibit certain laws and regulations concerning natural gas use. Supporters saying that this could be a ban of natural gas in the future. And then those that oppose the initiative saying that this would, essentially repeal some of those initiatives, et cetera, and that would create it more difficult for developers, for example, to electrify appliances and buildings. Could be a really big blow to affordable housing.
We heard from restaurants as well, who a lot of these restaurants use gas, and they were speaking out about this initiative because it has a much wide-ranging impact than just the use of natural gas. I think we forget often about how much people do use it. So there were a lot of people on both sides that really, had great points to put out there. And so tonight, we, as a state, will decide whether we want to repeal the limitations that are in place.
So let's talk about another initiative, 2124. That would allow people to opt out of the state long-term care insurance program, WA Cares Fund.
Right.
Now, this was a big deal a few years ago. It was signed into law in 2019, and then just last year in July of 2023 was when we saw, if you work, you saw some of that money come out of your paycheck starting July 2023, and a lot of people have said that they would like to have been able to opt out of that program.
Right, very controversial ones that hit, and there were a lot of people, as you said, who wanted the option to opt out. And there were a lot of people who believe that they probably should have had a say in this from the get-go, which is why it's on the ballot tonight, to see if people want to repeal it. And we've heard from both sides and talk about the negatives and positives of repealing this or not repealing this. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out tonight at the ballot box.
Yeah, so you mentioned some of the reasons why people might want to repeal that. The reason that people would like to keep WA Cares Fund or this initiative, to vote no on this initiative would be, they're saying, if we repeal or if we vote for this initiative, that would essentially repeal the WA Cares Fund. It would just make it, cripple it, and really take away much needed health care for anyone who has a long-term illness, injury, or disability here in the state.
Which at this point we have not seen implemented yet, because I believe you have to pay into it for 5 years for that to pay out. So it's still a very, very new thing for the state.
Okay, two more to get to. Initiative 2117, that one also, I mentioned all of them brought forth by Let's Go Washington. That would repeal the Climate Commitment Act if that passes. So voting yes would repeal the Climate Commitment Act. People who are in favor of that say, this is money that has been collected for the CCA that has not been well spent, and that is getting passed on to consumers.
Yeah, it's famously been monikered the gas tax. That people say we're paying more in taxes in Washington because of this, but there are others who say that the rules that are in place are to protect the state from pollution and also give money to areas where that money could be put into use, transportation and other projects across the state.
Environmental projects as well.
Right.
And then last but not least, 2109, that is to repeal the state capital gains tax.
Right. This is, of course, a controversy. We, of course, know that this is a state where there is a lot of big business and a lot of people with deep pockets. That we know very well. And so this is something that you have heard from both sides, that this is either something that should have been done a long time ago or something that should never be touched.
If this passes, so that's if the capital gains tax is repealed, that would take an effect in about 30 days after the general election. People wondering on the timing of that. That's about 30 days after.
Right. So this is something we're going to keep a close eye on, because it is, I've lost my clock, we're about a half hour away from the polls closing here in Washington. But as Jessica has said, that once it is 8 o'clock, we should get that first batch of numbers and kind of see where things might shake out.
It is 7:33, so yeah, just less than half an hour to go until those ballots, or so those poll locations close and ballots are due. Again, you have to have it postmarked for your vote to count, either dropped in a drop box tonight by 8 p.m. or postmarked. And in order to do that, just go ahead and take it to a ballot box at this point, at this hour in the day.
Right.
Yeah.
Because that's where people, we saw in Madison's story, which is actually where I dropped off my ballot weeks ago. That is actually the better way to do it, because you can see people are going to get your ballot and then take it to where it can be counted, and then you'll be your vote will literally count.
And if you are watching us now, you'll know that we have an election special coming up for you at 8 o'clock. So in about 20 minutes or so, where we are going to look into all the numbers. At 8 o'clock is when we expect the first numbers to start rolling into our newsroom, and we can really, dig into what is happening here in our state. In the meantime, we've been watching things across the nation, trying to figure out how this presidential election will go, and of course, key congressional races all across the country.
Right. Some of these swing states as well. This is a big thing for us as we keep an eye on the presidential races. We've been keeping track of the states being called by NBC News for the different, for both Harris and for Trump. And there are a couple states that have some big implications tonight because they come with some big electoral votes. Georgia, one that is still has yet to be called. Pennsylvania, another big one that has not yet been called.
You mentioned those two states. Among the swing states that we are watching, including Arizona, Michigan, North Carolina, Nevada, all of those are still too close to call. But you mentioned Georgia and Pennsylvania. And one unfortunate thing that they have in common tonight is that we have seen some fake bomb threats at polling locations in both of those states.
Yeah, and the locations in Georgia, they got hit pretty early in the day. The FBI investigating, they were able to trace those back to some sort of Russian connection. Tonight in Pennsylvania, we saw multiple, they didn't give us an exact number of how many locations, but multiple locations in Pennsylvania that were hit with these non-credible bomb threats, but did cause polling centers to close for a time. And a judge actually decided that some of these locations could stay open a little bit later so everybody could get their votes in.
Yeah, certainly concerning. We heard earlier from some of our reporters in the state of Georgia about what was happening at their poll centers there. We want to take you now to Pennsylvania and check in with some of our reporters there about what happened at those polling locations.
We've also been made aware that in the course of the last hour, multiple bomb threats have been called into polling locations and municipal buildings across Pennsylvania. My team and I have been in direct communication with Pennsylvania State Police Colonel Christopher Paris, who is coordinating with local and federal law enforcement as well as PEMA. State and local law enforcement, along with the FBI, are investigating these threats, and thus far there is no credible threat to the public. Notwithstanding that, today in Pennsylvania, the birthplace of our democracy, millions of legal, eligible voters made their voices heard in this election. Once again, voters across the Commonwealth were able to cast their ballots safely and securely in this election, as in past elections as well.
So again, that situation happening in Pennsylvania earlier today, the same thing we saw in Georgia.
Right, it was Governor Josh Shapiro kind of giving the update to voters about what was going on there. Thankfully, that situation is under control. Ballots now being counted. But again, down in Georgia, a lot of ballots still to be counted because that race is still at this point, even hours after they closed the polling location, still too close to call.
Yeah, for context for our viewers, they closed at 4 o'clock Pacific time. So we have been watching the state of Georgia for several hours now as they continue to count their ballots. We want to go now to one of our reporters in Georgia who is in Cobb County tonight. And here's why Cobb County is important to the state of Georgia. Democrats have started to run up the score there in Cobb County as well as Gwinnett County. And so a lot of folks are honing in there on that particular county in Georgia to see if the Democrats can hold by a pretty big lead and perhaps can help Harris out in her vote count there in that very crucial swing state. So let's go ahead and go to Georgia now.
Well, I'm here in Cobb County in the Atlanta metro area where the votes came in early and fast tonight. A little bit over 8 o'clock is when Cobb County election officials told us that all early in-person and the vast majority of absentee ballots had already been reported to the Georgia Secretary of State's office, and that left about 85,000 election day votes left to still be counted. Now, the important thing that's been playing out here is the last 2 presidential elections, Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden, they both won Cobb County with the early vote. Donald Trump, though, he found the majority of his votes in Cobb County from Election Day votes that were cast. So right now we are still waiting for the majority of Election Day votes to come in. We could see Donald Trump gain some ground, but when those first votes came in here, Kamala Harris had a lead of about 52,000 votes. So right now Cobb County, Georgia, once again trending for the Democrats, but we could see if that changes as more of that early, Election Day vote comes in. But right now in Cobb County, I'm Joe Henke.
We're at the Fulton County Elections Hub and Operations Center, where officials hope to have all of the votes counted by 11 p.m. tonight. Now, I know that's ambitious, given nearly 70% turnout, but say this new elections warehouse, bringing everything under one roof, will make that possible. It's where they're bringing votes, it's where they're tabulating votes, and it's where they're uploading them tonight. That includes ballots from 417,000 people who voted here early, the 26,000 who voted absentee, and the 96,000 who voted today in person at their assigned precinct. Now, aside from bomb threats, Fulton County leaders say overall there were few issues and few delays, showing the world that Fulton County can have safe, secure, and accurate elections. In the last couple minutes, we watched some of those precincts begin to bring those memory cards in so they can start counting those votes to get results in. In Fulton County, I'm Grace King.
Okay, a quick update there from Georgia, and a thank you to our colleagues there. As we have been taking folks around the nation tonight as we're watching these key battleground states, North Carolina still too close to call in the presidential race. Right now, 84% of the vote is in. President Trump leading right now 50.7% to Kamala Harris's 47.9%, but it still is not called for one or the other. That is not the case for the governor's race in North Carolina, though.
No, much different with the governor's race. Democrat candidate won that race tonight. Again, when those initial votes came out right after the polls closed, we saw a big surge of Democratic votes that did come in. But as we've seen, as the counts come in, that is definitely becoming a close race for the president's side. But yes, governor tonight, the Democratic candidate won that race.
Yeah, and then there's also a congressional race there, Congressional District 1, that is very close, and it's a toss-up right now. It is crucial to the balance of power in Congress, and so we want to go ahead and check in with our coverage in North Carolina out of Charlotte right now to see how election night is going there, as again, that key battleground state, the votes are still being counted.
Anson County, Donald Trump winning Anson County, not a huge treasure trove of votes there. However, it's notable because he now has flipped it to a red county. It had been Democratic for a long time. Last go around 2016 and the years before that, Donald Trump has managed to flip that this go around. Cabarrus County, another county we've talked about as a possible place where Kamala Harris might be able to get a win right now with most of those ballots reported right there. It looks like Donald Trump holding on to the lead right there. So that's how things are shaking out right now. Again, a lot of the urban centers like Mecklenburg County and Wake County still have a huge bulk of votes that still need to come in. Let's go walk back over to the desk at this point. John, join Colin and Vanessa once again to see where the latest things stand right now. So it could be quite some time before we know exactly here in North Carolina how things are going to shake out because of these urban centers reporting back later than expected. But keep in mind, it's still only 10:43, and what they've been saying the whole time is between 9:30 and 11, a bulk of them, and hopefully by midnight we'll have a clear answer on all the races.
Well, let's not forget, a lot of the states that have been called for Donald Trump, he won in 2020 and still did not win the presidential election. So he is ahead, it looks like, in the popular vote, at least right now. But we'll have to see where the Electoral College skews, depending on what happens.
And the big races, I mean, as I said over there, we still don't know the big races.
It's true.
All the declared states have sort of shaked out the way we anticipated that they would at this point. So, still remains Josh Stein, the only really decisive race we know at this point. You know, all the other ones, even the other local ones, are still up in the air at this point.
we wanted to keep folks updated. You know, obviously we had heard from Austin Walker not too long ago talking about some of the issues, and we addressed this, you know, with our interview with Chelsea Kaufman, the political science professor out of Wingate. But, you know, just the fact that they were having issues uploading the results, it sounds like, to the website. So we're just letting folks know that Austin is continually getting, it looks like it's literally like manually pieces of paper that he's getting with some of the results. So we're waiting for him to get some of the latest numbers, and we're going to have those for folks. But he has been tweeting out some of the results that he is getting. It's literally a sheet of paper, and he's taking a picture and putting it out.
Something that Nate
Nate
kind of alluded to a couple of minutes ago, and we'll have him join us here in a second, is, you know, I think we are so anxious to know, right? In other elections, previous elections, we've known so quickly, but I think we have to do our due diligence, and I think it behooves, right, to the comments of people making sure that we have an integrity in that election continues, right, that we have the integrity kind of continue, that we do our due diligence, find these votes and the results, and obviously it's going to trickle in. We'll just have to see.
Come on in, Nate.
Yeah, come on in. A little
I'm trying to make some room for you.
You know, I was telling you guys earlier, like, there really were no issues across the state today, which was kind of mind-blowing.
Yeah, you had those 2 precincts you talked about before.
Well, this is not
in
even
other
a
counties.
problem, but you have to feel bad for Mecklenburg County. But you know, like Michael Dickerson, and I know we've all talked to him before. I mean, they bleed a passion.
They take this stuff so seriously.
And how does this reflect on them? That's what they're thinking. The country's looking at Mecklenburg County as this major county in this election. And from the outside, it looks like this county can't get their act together when, you know, the Board of Elections has told me multiple times, like 4 times, they've tried to upload these results in. A state representative just texted me, what's going on with these early voting numbers? You know, so people are obviously concerned.
Is it clear at this point whether it's an issue on our end or on the folks up in Raleigh?
Well, the county is saying they've done everything they should.
Yeah. It's the state site is what Austin Walker is reporting.
But
that
the State Board of Elections is saying, no, this happens every election. There's a lot of data coming in. It takes a lot of time.
Because you have a place like Buncombe County that's completely reported.
Yeah.
So there's clearly other places not having a problem, but then you have Wake County who's also having a problem as well. Is it clear to you at this point, Wake County, the problems they've had, is it similar to the problems that Mecklenburg County? Because you're talking about the 2 biggest population centers of the state.
Well, as we let them sort that out, interesting to tune in to some of our colleagues across the country. You know, in Charlotte, they're speaking about some of the election issues that they've had in North Carolina.
So we all night have been saying this one was too close to call, and now we're getting some insight that there may be some serious issues in the state of North Carolina.
In Raleigh, which is a huge, you know, populous area.
Goodness gracious. Well, we'll keep a close eye on that as the night progresses.
Yeah, so we want to let you know where things stand at this point. Our colleagues kind of recap this, so we'll make it quick. But right now, NBC is projecting Donald Trump the winner of 210 electoral votes so far compared to Harris's 91 votes thus far.
Right.
Still, all those swing states, though, have been too close to call. So we're still awaiting a lot of numbers, and things could certainly change throughout the night.
Yeah, and polls have yet to close on the West Coast. California, of course, Washington, Oregon, states that primarily typically go Democratic. That also has yet to come her way.
13 minutes to go until the polls close here in Washington State. Of course, you can tune into King 5 News on TV, on king5.com, here on King 5 Plus and streaming. We have all of your election coverage coming up for you at 8 o'clock when those polls close, or when we expect our first round of numbers.
That's right. So don't go anywhere. There's still a lot more election coverage for you coming up from King 5 News.
Thanks so much for being with us. Good night, everybody.
Closed nationwide.
King 5 is your top source for election coverage all throughout the evening. In just the past hour, Montana, Nevada, and Utah have closed their voting with 16 electoral votes collectively.
Coming up in just 15 minutes, polls will be closing here in Washington as well as the rest of mainland USA. That means this is your last chance to get a ballot in a box. Hawaii and Alaska will close at 9 and 10 p.m. respectively.
Let's go live to the King County Elections Office now, and already ballots are being sorted, opened, scanned, right now to make sure that your vote is actually counted.
For the first time, Washington State has surpassed 5 million registered voters. Lines of people taking over the election offices today, trying to get their vote in. Between Friday and yesterday, the state tallied more than 8,300 new voter registrations.
Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump are vying for a presidential win in an election likely decided by a handful of battleground states.
Meantime, Democrats defending a slim Senate majority while Republicans are aiming to maintain a House majority, which they gained by a narrow margin, as you recall, in 2022. Erica Zucco joining us here in the studio now with how things are shaping up with our exclusive Magis election map. Erica.
Right, obviously still very early in the night, but so far this is how your electoral map is looking. You can see here you have Harris tallying so far 91 electoral votes, Trump with 210. But again, really early, and take a look at the map this year as compared to 2020. You can see a lot of those same states red, so not entirely surprising results so far. We're still watching for a lot of those states that typically come in blue and for those ever important swing states as well. We also want to give you a quick look at the balance of power in the House and Senate, which we're going to be watching all throughout the night here. You can see right at this point in the night, this is your U.S. Senate map. We also want to show you your U.S. House map. We're also going to be showing you which seats are flipped throughout the night. We'll have updates, and you can also go to king5.com to look at these results for yourself.
All right, we'll be checking in with you all night long. King 5 and NBC News will have all of the breaking results through this evening. Our King 5 political analysts are also here in the studio to provide reaction through the night.
Again, ballot boxes are about to close here in Western Washington. You can join us on King 5 Plus right now for team coverage of local and national races, and then a bit later on tonight on Kong starting at 9. Joyce and I will be back on King 5 News at 11. The wait is over. It is election night in America. Thanks for joining us. I'm Greg Copeland.
I'm Joyce Taylor. The race for the White House, Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump both vying to become the 47th president.
Locally, we are tracking more than 200 races in Washington state. The big ones, of course, governor, a U.S. Senate seat, all 10 congressional districts, and 4 initiatives that could change state law.
Looking live right now inside the King County Election Center where your votes will be counted. Ballot boxes are set to close in about 10 minutes. Keep an eye out for the QR code that you see at the bottom of your screen for the next hour. Just scan it anytime, and it will take you to king5.com to get the latest results right to your phone.
Our crews are already across Western Washington tonight as we count down to the first round of those numbers. King 5 is hearing from candidates and tracking voter turnout as those results start to trickle in.
Polls set to close here in Washington at 8 o'clock straight up, also in Oregon, Idaho, and California. After that, all that's left is Hawaii at 9 o'clock and Alaska closing at 10 p.m. Providing expert analysis for us this hour, our political analysts, former Washington Attorney General Rob McKenna and former 2-term Governor Gary Locke. Thanks for being here, gentlemen.
Great to have you, and can't wait to squeeze as much information out of both of you as possible. A lot going on tonight. Before we start talking about all the results from the rest of the country so far, let's bring in Erica Zucco with our exclusive Magis technology for where the Electoral College stands as of right now. Erica.
Right. Of course, it's still very early in the night, so these are just our initial results that we're watching at this point in time. Here you can see the electoral map with each of the states red or blue as they're called. And what you're looking at here, take a look at the visual of the map. Let's look back to 2020. Pretty similar in terms of some of the states that are coming in red at this point in the night. Typically, those start to happen a little bit earlier. We see some of the states that go blue a little bit later in the night. And then we also have a number of swing states that we're going to be watching for as well. We're going to be able to give you that historical data as well. well all throughout the night. Something else we want to give you a look at on a national level tonight is, of course, the balance of power. That's something that we're going to be watching. Here, the U.S. Senate balance of power, we're going to be tracking which states flip, which stay the same. We also want to give you a look at the U.S. House map right here. This is the balance of power at this point in the night. We'll bring you updates, and of course, we'll also have information on all of those local races as well. Back to you.
All right. Thank you so much. So we want to bring in our political analysts. Let's talk about the big picture in the presidential race so far. It's early. None of the battleground states have made the call yet. So, Rob, your expectations, your sort of analysis so far in the night.
My expectation is we won't know who the next president is going to be until maybe this weekend, because Pennsylvania has a very odd system where their counties are all organized a little bit differently. They have a lot of control over basic decisions. And we saw last time it took us until the weekend to know who carried Pennsylvania. I also think we're likely to be waiting until this weekend, or at least later in the week, for Arizona. So since I think this election will come down to who wins a majority of the 7 swing states, who gets 4 of them, who gets 3, which is how I think it's going to break down, most likely. I don't think we're going to have a clear answer until Saturday or even on Monday.
Gary has an idea of who he thinks might win, but again, there's so many factors at play here.
Yeah, we just really don't know, and the polls are so close, and with a margin of error, it could really go either way. It really depends on turnout and how each of the campaigns have been able to motivate, energize their base and their supporters.
When you look at how the vote has shaken up so far, and I'm sure both of you have seen some of the exit polling, were there any surprises in either the gender gap or how men are breaking, women are breaking, or people of color?
Well, former President Trump has actually gained votes and support among people of color, but Kamala Harris has also really gained and gotten a lot more support among women because of the abortion issue. The economy is of course, of concern, and that'll help former President Trump along with the immigration issue.
Yeah, I think that's right. The other startling thing to me is that Trump is doing much better with younger voters than he did last time. He's, I think, carrying a majority of men under the age of 30, for example. Now the trick will be getting them out to vote, right? Which is why I think Harris has an advantage in terms of turnout in some states. They had a much better turnout machine than the Trump campaign did in states like Pennsylvania, where they knocked on 800,000 doors on Saturday alone in Pennsylvania. So that's to her advantage. On the other hand, early numbers indicate she's underperforming Biden's 2020 performance in some key suburbs, for example, around the District of Columbia. So I think we just need to keep our seatbelts fastened. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
Well, we were talking earlier before the show about the polarization, and I'm trying to understand the other side and what the difference is. And you brought up something, and I'll let Gary talk about this as well. But you were just showing me some new numbers about what's important to either side, and they're vastly different. What Republicans consider as their top priorities are way different than what the Democrats.
I've never seen this before, but according to Gallup, and thanks to my wife Amy for sending me this data earlier today, according to Gallup, the top 5 issues for Republicans and Democrats are entirely different. For Republicans, the top 5 issues that are extremely important to them are the economy, immigration, terrorism and national security, crime and taxes. For Democratic voters and Democratic leaners, democracy, Supreme Court, abortion, health care, and education. Zero overlap. That's polarization.
How do you explain the divide? So drastically different between Republicans and Democrats?
First of all, we're seeing a much greater divide based on class than we've seen before. This gap between college-educated voters and non-college-educated voters is huge. I mean, there are plenty of union leaders who are privately admitting that their members, a majority of their members, are going to vote for Trump. And that's because they tend not to be college educated. On the other hand, we have higher levels of college educated voters in the suburbs, which is why Harris is betting heavily on doing better in the suburbs around the big cities.
Do you have sort of the same philosophy?
Yeah, it's really coming down to the socioeconomic factors, class, education, people who have lost jobs, and people who have a lot of frustration and worries about the future. As Rob indicated, the college-educated folks are leaning more on the Democratic side, and we're actually seeing that here in King County, in the suburbs that used to be heavily Republican, much more people of color as well as college-educated, and they're all voting Democratic.
It is so hard to look at the numbers and try to figure. I don't know how you guys do it or how the pollsters do it. It's so difficult to try to break all of this down and make it make sense.
Nate Silver said earlier today, it's a coin flip. I mean, it's just heads or tails, 50% chance either way. That's what the presidential race is. It'll be clear when we get numbers here in our state that we're not going to have to wait in Washington on a number of races. That'll be clear. But nationally, we will, and probably for the House and maybe the Senate. Although I think the Republicans are about 90% likely to take the Senate back. But here's one other thing I want to leave you with in terms of why people are so polarized, right? The economy. According to Gallup, 62% of voters in October said the economy is getting worse. And Joyce, you were saying to us earlier,
it's actually getting better.
It's getting better, but it feels worse. And Gary had a really good analysis of that, if you want to share that.
Because
things cost too much.
Well, prices have gone up, and maybe the rate of increase has slowed or is now flat, but people are still experiencing the high costs that have already occurred. And those prices will not go down.
Exactly. And then on the right direction, wrong direction question for the country, 72% of Gallup respondents said the country's going in the wrong direction. 72%.
Even though unemployment is down.
Even though it's something people are dissatisfied.
And wages are up.
It's bad for the party in power.
I'm confused.
Yeah, it's
so maybe it takes a while for things to catch up, for people to catch up with the actual facts on the ground. We want to get to Erica Zuka, who's at our exclusive Magis Map with breaking down some more numbers for us. Erica.
Of course, and really just want to give you a preview at this point in time of some of the races that we're going to be watching in terms of these local races. Now, what you can see right here, the governor's map, obviously we're still waiting for some of those results to start coming in, but one of the things we're going to be able to do is zero in on each county and tell you what those results look like. Something else that we'll be able to do is go back to 2020 and show you what it looked like compared to that year. A couple of the other races that we're going to be taking a look at, in addition to all of our different congressional districts, we're also going to be able to look at initiatives. This is something that we've really been covering heavily over the course of the year, and these could bring a lot of voters to the polls. Back to you.
All right, Erica, thank you. Yeah, much more coverage ahead tonight. It is 8 o'clock. Polls are officially closed here in Washington State.
And actually along the West Coast. So lots of numbers coming in for our local races, but national races too. The race for the top seats both in Washington, D.C. and Washington State coming down to tonight's special edition of King 5 News at 8, starting right now.
Election 2024. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris vying for your vote.
I am not looking to score political points. I am looking to make progress.
I've been waiting 4 years for this.
To become the country's next commander-in-chief.
We're going to bring it to levels of greatness that nobody actually thought even possible.
We have an opportunity in this election to turn the page on a decade of Donald Trump.
From Washington, D.C. to Washington State, we're tracking more than 200 local races.
We need someone who can come into the governor's office and be a change agent.
This is the beginning of change in Washington State.
Among them, the open governor's seat in Olympia.
I've been there, done that, been behind before, and come back and won.
We believe our plan is one that's resonating with people all across the state.
Your vote, your choice.
Who will lead is up to you. King 5 News at 8 starts right now. And welcome to this special 8 o'clock edition of King 5 News. The Seattle skyline, including T-Mobile Park and Lumen Field, lit up in red, white, and blue on this election night as you join us in our King 5 studios here in Seattle. Thanks for being here. I'm Joyce Taylor.
I'm Greg Copeland, joined tonight by our political analyst, former Washington Attorney General Rob McKenna, former two-term Governor Gary Locke on my left.
The polls just closed here in Washington. We expect the first round of results actually at any moment. We're going to bring you those numbers minute by minute as they arrive from all across the state. Polls in Oregon, Idaho, and California also closing right now. Only Hawaii and Alaska are left in the entire country. Hawaii at 9, Alaska at 10.
Our crews are spread out across western Washington tonight as ballots are being counted. We're going to bring them in as we start getting those numbers. Let's start with Madison Wade tracking voter turnout. Madison.
Well, good evening, Greg and Joyce. The ballot boxes here at the Kirkland City Hall just closed. They were ringing the bell No voters turned out in the last several moments before those ballot boxes closed. They're going to take those ballots now to the King County election headquarters, which is where we were earlier today. Many people were showing up there. We are still seeing reports online. It is very busy as people are still in line at King County election headquarters, making sure their registrations are finished so that they can then cast their ballots and vote. Again, you had to be in line by 8 o'clock, and we saw many people today registering to vote because they wanted to make sure that their voice was heard. Right now, voter turnout in our county right now is at 66.9%. I continue to refresh this because we know the moment that it closes, those numbers will update. We're seeing it go up just a little bit more now, 66.9%. Not a huge significant difference, but we'll see those numbers continue to increase. We know more than 5 million voters have registered in our state. We're seeing about 3.2 million return their ballots in our state. But again, those numbers will change, honestly, in just moments here as we're learning that those ballot boxes are closing and more votes are being tabulated. We spoke with voters at the King County election headquarters today. One voter in particular decided to register today. Here's what she had to tell us.
I want to make a difference. I want to make sure that we have the appropriate leader in place that will be able to see this country through. Yeah, a leader that will guide the country without being biases. We want a leader who can be able to adapt all the cultural differences that we are here in this country today.
And there were many voters like Abigail there at the King County election headquarters. Again, a very busy spot. This is also one of the busiest ballot drop boxes. In 2020, 22,000 ballots were dropped off here alone, making it the 8th busiest ballot drop box in our county. We will continue to monitor this. Again, I am refreshing every single moment to get the very latest numbers for you all. So the moment that I learn more, I'll be sure to let you know. Live tonight in Kirkland, Madison Wade, King 5 News.
Madison, thank you. We want to bring in our political analysts. I will start with you, Rob, because voter turnout is extraordinary here in Washington. Yeah. And how do you explain that? People enthusiastic on both sides?
Well, they are. And, we see that nationally as well. We're going to see record high turnout in places as diverse as rural Georgia and urban Philadelphia. We're going to see a record number of registered voters in our state turn out in high numbers. We tend to vote in higher numbers anyway because we're an all mail-in state. But it's remarkable that in states where you have to go to the polls, they're seeing over 70% turnout. I think this will surpass 2020, possibly 2016. But both sides are working so hard to turn out their voters, and both sides worked really hard to register new voters. This is something that Trump did a much better job of this time than 4 years ago, for example. They really worked to register large numbers of unregistered voters. Now they're working hard to turn them out. Of course, Harris is doing the same thing with a really remarkable turnout effort, get out the vote effort in states like North Carolina and Pennsylvania. Here in our state, it's pretty clear which way the state's going to go in the presidential race. So there are other factors motivating people, but I think that the intense attention on the presidential race does help boost turnout all the way down the ballot in Washington.
And we have a lot of things to cover tonight. I don't know, the numbers aren't coming in just yet, but we're going to get to those momentarily. But we've got a Senate seat, the governor. Nobody quite knows how that's going to go, but we haven't had a Republican governor in, I think, 40 years. But you've got all 10 congressional seats up, and that's probably where some of the drama is here in Washington.
Absolutely. And you've got another statewide race for Lands Commissioner that looks competitive. Right. We'll see. And then, in the congressional districts, you've got a very far-right Republican running in the 3rd district against Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez. Mm-hmm. That's a Trump district that has elected a Democrat to Congress, so can she hold it? Over in eastern Washington, you've got Republican on Republican violence, as I've referred to it, with Dan Newhouse facing a challenge from Jared Sessler. And so, who will win that Republican on Republican race in the 4th?
I want to bring Gary in here because I want your impressions, too, on the record voter turnout that we're seeing in Washington. It's not a swing state, but still they've been able, both sides, to register lots of new voters in Washington. That's encouraging just in terms of everyone having a right to vote and exercising that right. But your impressions of the numbers?
Well, even though we're a solidly Democratic state, and we're not going to have an impact on the presidential race. The fact that the race is so close nationwide, people want to have their voices heard, and they want to be able to say that they were helping direct the future of our country. But also we have, for the first time in many years, an open seat in the governor's race. Several of the other statewide races are wide open, new candidates, and we have several controversial initiatives that are on the ballot. In addition to those hotly contested congressional races down in southwestern Washington and central Washington. So there's a lot of reason for people to get out to vote.
Those initiatives that you mentioned, too, which we're going to get to in a minute, really did drive a lot of voter turnout, I believe, as well, including the governor's race.
Speaking of the governor's race, we're getting our first bit of numbers. And keep in mind, this is going to be a heavy dump from King County, which is going to tend to skew Democratic. But you can see right here, Ferguson with a huge lead at this point, 72 to 28%. Again, that is just... Those are the first numbers. Don't read too much into that just yet.
Yeah, lots of votes still to count all across the state, for sure. But this is not a surprise in King County, right?
No, it's been going more Democrat for a long time. And, we used to say Republicans, we need to get to at least get to 40%. Then we lowered the bars. Well, if we could just get to 35%, now cracking 30% looks pretty challenging in King County. And that, of course, makes it much harder to win statewide. It's kind of like the effect Multnomah County has in Oregon, for example, around Portland. So it isn't surprising to see Bob with a big lead early on if King County is the first big county to report in.
What's interesting is that over the last several decades, Democrats, in terms of these statewide races, have really won only in the urban counties, and the geographical area is actually getting smaller and smaller. So we're actually seeing a political divide in the state of Washington as well.
It mirrors the national divide. There was a study done that says, believe it or not, that Washington makes an excellent bellwether if you exclude the votes in King, Pierce, and Snohomish County. If you take those three counties out,
then it's a bellwether.
Then it's a bellwether. And it actually apparently works really well, according to splitticket.com, which goes to Gary's point, which is that the state is sort of mirroring the rest of the country in terms of the rural-urban divide.
And when you look the last time we had a Republican governor, 40 years?
1980, when John Spellman was elected, correct. I don't know why I remember that.
You were close. You were close.
Listen, let's talk about some of the initiatives.
That 50 cents.
Hold that thought for a moment. Initiative 2066 is one of the initiatives on the ballot aiming to slow down a state law meant to reduce carbon output by phasing out natural gas. And these are the numbers we have so far, being rejected by 59% of the vote, 41%. But again, these are early numbers, just about a quarter of the vote in. So this still remains to be seen how this is all going to pan out. But so far, voters are rejecting this.
There's the other one here. This is Initiative 2109 to repeal the capital gains tax. And this one's being rejected by an even bigger margin, 72% to 28%. Again, this is only part of the ballot drop so far.
Yeah, this would be the money that would fund education, school construction, et cetera. Do we have 2117? So this initiative, as you recall, would repeal Washington's Climate Commitment Act. It allows the state to charge top polluters for carbon emissions, use revenue for other projects. And as you can see right here, it's being rejected 75% to 25% so far.
And Initiative 2124 would allow people to opt out of the payroll tax that funds the state's long-term care insurance program known as WA Cares. That one's being rejected by 61%. Again, keep in mind, a majority of these ballots are coming out of King County, which tends to skew more Democratic. And this is, I think, something you would probably expect from this. Both of you, yes? No?
But I expect these numbers to basically hold. Maybe the margins will get tighter, but I believe that all of these initiatives will be rejected because people have a tendency to vote no on ballot measures, even though they might actually support the objective of the ballot measure. And what's interesting is that the people who put these initiatives on the ballot spent a lot of money to get the signatures, but spent virtually no money promoting their cause once the initiatives qualified for the ballot. And yet the opposition was flooding the airwaves. Flooding the airwaves. And so I'm not surprised by this. I mean, those who put these initiatives on have to think about how are they going to win, as opposed to just getting them on the ballot.
Oh, I want you to add your thought, but I was curious too because Greg mentioned something about partisan playing a role in how some of these initiatives panned out. I'm wondering if you agree with that, or was this nonpartisan people voted more popular?
Well, according to the initiative sponsors, of the 3 million unique voters who signed one or more of the initiative petitions, over half of them were Democratic or independent voters. So they didn't really break down in partisan lines. People were upset about the price of gas, for example.
And climate change and Climate Commitment Act, that's...
Right. And Gary's right that the supporters of the initiatives were massively outspent, by about 5-1 by the opponents. But remember, they got 3 of the initiatives passed into law without going to the ballot. They got 6 initiatives qualified initially, then later on the natural gas initiative. The legislature just turned right around and adopted 3 of them, including the initiative that says we aren't going to have an income tax, the initiative to allow police to pursue criminals, and an initiative to protect kids in schools. Those all got passed into law immediately. I mean, honestly, I never thought I'd see the day when you'd see 6 initiatives qualified by a handful of volunteers and donors who collected 3 million signatures. It's really quite amazing.
Would you expect these to go back to the legislature in the future?
I mean,
or given these numbers, maybe not.
No, maybe not. I mean, but maybe it'll cause the legislature some pause because they were very popular with people who signed them. On the other hand, if it's very lopsided, that might encourage them to do even more of the same kind of policy making that resulted in the initiatives.
And the problem is that the legislature is not going to repeal these or repeal the laws that prompted these initiatives, because they would have to then take away funding for a lot of these pet projects that
that's a good point.
That the legislators supported.
Gentlemen, I'm going to hold it there for a second because I think we want to go to Drew Mickelson, who's in Bellevue at Reichert's headquarters, at the GOP headquarters. Drew, what's going on there?
Well, the state's official GOP election night party has been a party so far. A big crowd here at the Bellevue Hyatt Regency, standing room only. A lot of cheers coming in as folks have been watching the results coming from the East Coast and the Midwest. The biggest cheer we heard so far was when Donald Trump took the lead in Pennsylvania about an hour ago. We've been hearing speeches from some of the folks who are hoping to win statewide elections. Obviously, people are hoping that the good news that has started for the Republicans will continue once we start to see the numbers trickle in. Obviously, the top of the ticket here in the state, Dave Reichert, is a Republican that a lot of folks have been wanting to run for governor for a long time. He would be the first Republican elected in the state of Washington as governor since 1980, so it's been a long time coming. There are folks here tonight who think this will be the year. It's been a long campaign. He got in the race over a year ago against a front-runner, Bob Ferguson, who obviously had a lot of statewide name recognition, but so did Dave Reichert, who served in Congress, who served as King County Sheriff, a longtime deputy as well. And he threw his hat in the ring last year, and it looks like some numbers may be coming in. So we'll send it back to you to look at those numbers, but folks here are hoping the party continues.
Thanks so much, Drew, and we're going to have those numbers for you just as soon as they work their way through our system to bring you the latest tabulations. So he's at the GOP headquarters. We're also going to take you to the Democratic headquarters, of course, where Ferguson is as well. But so far, the initiative's not surprising you tonight. The governor's race not surprising you tonight. Are you looking for any surprises in any of the state races?
Lands commissioner seemed to be very competitive. Jamie Herrera Butler, the former congresswoman, ran an effective campaign. She picked up some key endorsements. Having said that, she's got an R after her name, prefers Republican Party, and a lot of voters are just going to go right down the ballot and vote one party or the other. So she's got headwind. But that's the race I'm watching among the statewide races. The other one is Superintendent of Public Instruction, which is nonpartisan, but you've got David Olson running a spirited campaign against the incumbent, so we'll see what happens there.
What about you? Any surprises?
I want to watch the congressional races down in southwestern Washington and central Washington. Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez won because of the support of moderate Republicans when she was being challenged by a Trump right-wing supporter, Mr. Kent. Yeah. And then over in central Washington, you have 2 Republicans vying, and the incumbent came in second in the primary. Dan Newhouse, a highly respected legislator, member of the Congress, and also served in the state legislature. But his defect and the strike against him is that he voted for the impeachment of Donald Trump. And so a lot of the Republicans are trying to get back at him. The question is whether or not he can prevail.
And a lot of people have cast a ballot, so it's going to be interesting to see how the votes fall.
One other race to keep an eye on tonight. It's the first really contested state Supreme Court race in a long time. It's an open seat. Sal Mangia, Dave Larson. Dave did well in the primary. It looks competitive, so we'll be watching that pretty carefully as well.
Some money put behind that race as well.
Indeed.
So,
let's take you out to show you the latest numbers on the governor's race, and this has tightened a bit. And as we said, you tend to get that first dump of ballots from King County, and now things will start to, even out a little bit more. 60-40 at this point. So, and you can see it's a lot of votes left to count.
Let's go to Natalie Swaby. She's at the Democratic headquarters in Seattle. Natalie, what's the reaction and the feeling there?
I know I can tell you the mood in this room. Seeing a lot of people just really focused, eyes glued to the big screen. There have been some cheers, but I'm going to step out of the way so you can see just the crowd of people here anxiously waiting on the big statewide races, and one of the biggest, of course, the race for governor. Now, Attorney General Bob Ferguson, the Democratic candidate for governor, will be in this room later tonight. I've been talking with Ferguson's campaign. They say he spent the day at a couple of fundraisers. He had some attorney general duties to tend to, and then he took some time to be with family today as well. I'm told over the weekend he made a few campaign stops, reaching out to voters in Bellingham, Marysville, and Everett. In Washington, voters will be electing their first new governor in 12 years. This race has been defined by debates on many key issues like the economy, public safety, and abortion. Now, Ferguson's campaign has spent nearly $14 million on this race, and that's almost double what his opponent, Dave Reichert, has spent. But back out here live, we can tell you that this room is packed, and people are just waiting for the results to come in. Joyce?
Thanks,
Great.
Natalie. So, Gary, what are the candidates thinking? As a former two-term governor yourself, you've run these campaigns, you know what it's like to be in the trenches there, and a former candidate also for governor. What's it like on a night like this?
Well, I'm sure that Ferguson is very, very confident. When I ran, of course, it was a much tighter race. We didn't spend that much money. I think we only spent about $3 million, but we were on pins and needles nonetheless. Even though the polls say you might be ahead, people are always very nervous, and they often feel that the polls might be wrong. So I'm sure Mr. Ferguson is very apprehensive, cautiously optimistic, but still unsure. But Ferguson had outspent Reichert by factors of 4 to 1,
and it
5
was
to 1.
contentious in terms of the advertising
And I
on
really
both sides.
and I didn't see much of a response by Dave Reichert. I thought he could have come back with a defense on the vote in terms of a nationwide abortion ban, and he could have said that, well, what I voted for in the Congress is not that much different from what already exists in the state of Washington. Washington State also bans abortions after so many weeks. Not all that different.
But with different restrictions.
Yes,
to be
different
clear.
restrictions, but he was always on the defensive, and he never really tried to
Clarify
explain his
that.
vote, clarify it, or even go on the offensive in terms of crime.
Didn't it come down to money and how much money they had available to spend?
Absolutely. I mean, yeah. In the 2012 race, I was not outspent, so that's why it was a 3-point race. But Dave was seriously outspent. But he also had a lot of headwind. I didn't have Trump on the ballot with me. I didn't have the Dobbs decision before the election. I mean, Dave knew going into this election he faced significant headwind. But God bless him for choosing to run anyway. He's a credible, decent guy.
Highly respected.
Highly respected. He wanted to run on public safety issues. That seemed to work because Bob started talking about how many more cops we needed all of a sudden, which I hadn't heard before this election. But he was doing what politicians do. You adjust to the changes in circumstances. So I'm really glad Dave ran, because if he hadn't run, we would have ended up with someone a lot less desirable. Has this happened before?
Let's not look through the rearview mirror. Let's look forward.
Let's give you some.
The State Attorney General seat is an open seat with Bob Ferguson running for. Anyway, because he's running for governor, this is an open seat. That's what I'm trying to say. Take it from here.
Nick Brown. I mean, I don't know. I've seen a lot of ads, and given that Nick Brown's got that D next to him, he's got 58% of the vote at this point to 42 for Serrano. I don't know if you're surprised by this.
Well, again, big disparity in funding.
Right.
Nick had a lot more money, and that's why you saw Nick on TV. You didn't see Pete on TV. Pete is the mayor of Pasco, had struggled to raise money. He's from Eastern Washington. But, he's a former, environmental lawyer. He's well known in the Tri-Cities, so good for him to run, because we need competitive races.
I think we have Secretary of State numbers ready, too. The current Secretary of State is Democrat Steve Hobbs. Republican Dale Whitaker was his challenger, and this is how the vote is breaking at this point. 61% for the incumbent, with Dale Whitaker at 39%.
Let's see what other numbers we're going to get to. Hopefully we'll get through some of those
so many more
congressional races at some point. You brought up the district with... now I can't remember.
Oh, Marie Glusenkamp Perez?
Well, we were talking about that one, but it was Jamie Herrera Butler for Lands Commissioner.
Oh, yeah.
But because she had been down in 3, that is the close district that so many people
Let's
are watching.
go to the state auditor's race, because I think we have some numbers on this. The incumbent's Pat McCarty. A Republican, Matt Hawkins, is the challenger here. This is pretty darn close. Margin is 2,000 updated. Not as close as it was, but still pretty close. Now the margin's like 30,000 votes, but 51% to 48%. Again, about half the vote counted. We have a lot more votes to tally up. So this is a battle right here.
I think I was starting to change lanes too fast here. I didn't realize how many numbers we were getting in here. State Treasurer here, Mike Pellicciati leading, but barely. That's a 1%. Yeah.
That is really surprising, and the auditor numbers are surprising too, compared to the AG numbers and the governor's race. So we'll have to look into that more to see why.
We don't know where the numbers are coming from yet.
But they should be coming from the same places, shouldn't they? Because they count all the votes for the race. I mean,
right.
Yeah, you'd think
I'd love to see the lands commissioner races, but meantime, there we
Ask
go.
and you shall receive.
there you go.
This is Commissioner of Public Lands, as you mentioned, and we were talking about Jamie Herrera Butler and Democrat Dave Up the Grove. And Up the Grove is winning at this point. But again, about half the vote, I believe. I'm not sure how much of this vote is actually counted yet, but you can see the vote margin there, over 1 million votes to 903,000. So it's still, a lot of votes still to be counted here in Washington with so many people having cast a ballot.
A lot of King County votes still to be counted as well. So,
and of course, Dave Updegrove is from King County, and so when those votes are, he served on the King County Council, and so when those votes are counted, he's got more name familiarity. I think he'll do much better.
In King for sure, but Herrera Butler, national name recognition and across the state. So in terms of name recognition, is that a toss-up, do you think?
No, I don't think so, because also Dave has the support of the environmental community and many of the traditional Democratic groups. And so I think the fact that he has the D next to his name will really help him. Gives every candidate a few percentage points automatically.
We do have some numbers now for the congressional races. We were talking about the 3rd district in Southwest Washington, the 4th district in Central.
Butler,
exactly. She lost her primary a couple of years ago. Marie Gluesenkamp Perez is trailing Joe Kent by about 15,000 votes. He's got 57%. She's got 43%. Now, where are those votes coming from? I heard from a contact in Clark County that she's winning Clark County. But the thing is, she has to win Clark County by a lot to offset Cowlitz County and Lewis County and so forth.
Don't you remember this a couple of years ago?
I
How
do.
close it was and how many days we were counting those?
It was a district that voted for Tiffany Smiley and voted for Donald Trump before that, and then elected Marie. So at this point, she's way behind.
Since you just mentioned that 52 to 48%, you kind of beat us with the numbers.
Well,
there.
those are bigger totals, so that's telling me that has Clark County in it. I mean, Clark County's in there. What I'm looking at is from the Secretary of State website, so it's clearly trailing the ever speedy King TV results. If you want to know sooner,
because we have these exclusive numbers just for our viewers, and we hope to have them the best numbers as we can, as fast as we can. Let's go to Congressional District number 4 with Newhouse and Sessler and see if we can show you those numbers. This is pretty close as well, 51.5 to 48.5%.
You knew this was going to be a close one.
Yeah, and again, where are the votes coming from?
Right. That is a tough one here.
When we get Erica back out here with our Magis map, she might be able to break down where some of these numbers are coming from by county. Yeah, so these are how things are breaking. The polls just literally closed 25 minutes ago here in Washington, so lots more numbers are expected to come in, and we'll see if we'll have any surprises. But congressional districts, I know you're watching that because we're checking, what's going to happen with the balance of power. Let's show District 5 if we have that up.
Yeah, that's Michael Baumgartner, and he's replacing Kathy McMorris Rogers, who decided not to seek re-election. So you kind of thought that maybe this was going to go Republican, right?
Baumgartner is a former state senator. He's been the Spokane County treasurer, and it's a Republican district, so not a big surprise there, right?
Do we have District 1, Congressional District 1 that we can show? Del Bene?
Looks like it. Susan Del Bene?
Leading by quite a large margin with 64% of the votes so far. So again, numbers are just coming in, but breaking as you'd expect in some of these races. Gary?
No, it's the east side, northern King County, northeastern King County, and she's done very well over the last several election cycles. And so, again, got a D next to her name, has been very active in the Congress. No demerits against her, no strikes, no controversy, so no reason to change course.
All right.
Yeah, a handful of these I'm keeping track.
Another battle we've been following is Pierce County Sheriff. Connor Board is following that race in Tacoma for us. These are the numbers that we have, 52 for Swank and 48% for Patty Jackson. Connor joins us live with the latest. Connor?
Yeah, right now we're in Lakewood outside the Pierce County Republican Watch Party, and I'm here with Pierce County Sheriff candidate Keith Swink, like as you said, is ahead right now with his first drop of election results. Keith, how are you feeling with these first results coming in now?
Well, I'm feeling that this race is awfully close, and so we have many more ballots to be counted, and we'll know in the next few days how it turns out.
And then I know that you have said your priorities before. We're really looking at some of the leadership in the department and also looking at things like juvenile crime and public safety. Are those still some of your top priorities going into this? What would be your top priorities if you were to win this election in the first few months?
The first thing we're going to do is get the new leadership team in place. So Cindy Fajardo is going to be my undersheriff, and then we're already talking about who's going to be where and in the leadership positions. That's our first order that we're going to do, and then after that we'll be working on all these other crime issues then.
And what are some of those top crime issues you would want to address?
Juvenile crime is very high. We need to work on that. We have to come up with good plans on how to handle that. We need to work with the prosecutor's office and with the judges and have conversations with them so that we can all work together to stop this out of control juvenile violent crime.
Perfect. Well, thank you for chatting with us. And later tonight, as Keith said, it is a close race as of right now, so we will also hear from the other candidate, Patty Jackson. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Connor. Again, you saw that breakdown 52 to 48%, but still a lot of the vote to be counted, but that's where it stands right now.
Yeah, not a big surprise there. I mean, he's a former SWAT team commander. He's got a lot of military experience. She has been with Pierce County Sheriff's Department, I think, for 35 years, and 10 of that in leadership positions. So both have pretty good name recognition and pretty good experience, so not
Do want to tell you
shocked.
that in the presidential race, NBC has now projected that Harris is going to win the state in the presidential race. Kamala Harris, the state will go
You mean
to.
our state? Oh, wow, what a surprise.
I know you're shocked, Gary.
Just want to keep you up to date. Washington will go to the Democrats in the presidential race. So, I mean, the night is early. As you see what's happening across the country, what gives you optimism so far in how the vote is going, starting with turnout?
That's the key source. I mean, Peggy Noonan wrote a great column about this just this week, saying that democracy is alive and well.
Yeah.
The fact that people are so fired up, maybe a little too fired up in terms of certain ballot boxes in Clark County, but the fact that they're so enthusiastic and they're getting out to vote, they're registering in record numbers, then they're going out to vote. This is a good thing for our country. I mean, higher levels of participation are a good thing. On the other hand, people giving up, not participating, that's bad. And I think we're going to look back on this election as really setting a high watermark for people's enthusiasm for the opportunity to vote. So that's my big source of optimism.
You know, as a parent of kids who are in their mid-20s, don't do the math. One of the things I struggle with, and I think a lot of parents are struggling with, is that how to explain the divide in the country, the polarization. How do you explain that? Because if you look at the presidential race, it could not be more clear that the country is divided. You have kids about my kids' age, as do you. How do you explain it?
Well, I think first you have to look at how many people view themselves and consider themselves Democrat versus Republican. And it's pretty close. And Democrats generally will not cross the aisle and vote for a Republican candidate, even if the Republican is better than the Democratic candidate and vice versa. And across the country, and certainly in the state of Washington, it's been, generally it's been fairly even. And so it really depends on the independents and the moderates.
Which is the majority, is it not?
They decide most of the elections.
Yeah, right.
And so, but generally in the state of Washington, it's been many more Democrats than Republicans. And so when you have really good candidates out there, people will vote for that candidate. And generally it's been on the Democratic side. What's really interesting about some of these races, whether it's the sheriff, the auditor, or public lands commissioner, where it's not as well known, people are saying, well, we have good candidates on both sides,
Mm-hmm.
and so that's why some of those races are much tighter than the big marquee races, where people really identify by party. And Ferguson has a good track record. Dave Reichert also has one, but Ferguson really went on the offensive, had a lot of money, and really attacked and Reichert and differentiated themselves from each other, and also pointed out all the inconsistencies that Dave Reichert has had over the last several years.
Certainly, I mean, it's clearly a certain amount of ticket splitting going on. I mean, that's why you're seeing higher percentages for Reichert than for Pat McCarthy, the state auditor, for example. Now, that might even out a little bit over the night. We'll see. It's still relatively early, but the fact that you have that much of a difference, she's getting a little over 50% of the vote, Bob's at 61%, means a number of people voted for Bob for governor and then voted for the Republican for auditor, and that's happening in other races as well. That's interesting. The fact that Trump is at the top of the ticket is a problem for Republican candidates in this state. He's getting about 38% of the vote right now. That means that to win any race statewide, you've got to outperform the Republican standard bearer by too much, by a lot, and that's a lot of
traditionally blue state.
Exactly. Yeah.
I want to ask you to answer this question about the divide later, but first we want to get to some more numbers. Let's talk about the U.S. Senate race and Maria Cantwell, who is winning by 20 points over Dr. Raul Garcia out of Yakima, physician there. This is also really not a surprise, but he ran a really good campaign as well.
Well, he's an excellent candidate, but Maria had the money and flooded the airwaves and emphasize her positive record and her affinity for working class individuals and families.
Yeah, that number doesn't surprise me whatsoever. I think for me, you start looking at some of the other races, especially one of these that we've been watching, and maybe this might be more of a surprise. Seattle City Council 8, this is the only Seattle City Council seat on the ballot. Tanya Wu was elected in a special election, if I have that wording.
Oh, she was appointed.
Appointed, thank you. I know that wasn't quite right. To fill out 10 months.
And now she's running for the seat.
Right.
And the numbers show that at this point she is not winning. Of course, a lot of the vote still needs to be counted, but down significantly, 58 to 42%. Let's go to Sebastian Robertson. He's, I believe, at the headquarters where that race. You're getting a reaction there. What are you hearing?
Joyce and Greg, I have all the answers for you on the intricacies of this race, but first we'll get to the latest. Mercedes Rink, her campaign essentially declaring victory just a couple of minutes after the first batch of results came down from King County. They saw that early 15-point or so lead, and they called it themselves. They say they won that race. Encouraging to them was a primary result, a primary race held in August, where they took about 50% of the vote. So they came into this with a little bit of steam and a little bit of confidence, though both parties, Tanya Wu and Alexis Mercedes Rink, saying they were being very cautiously optimistic. So here's what happened. A seat was vacated on Seattle City Council, and that left an opening. Tanya Wu essentially interviewed for the job and was appointed by the standing city council. That was only for a year. That gets us to today, where the voters would then decide who would finish out that 1 year left on the term. That primary made the two contenders, Wu and Rink. They fought hard, but it looked like Rink took the lead and then proceeded to just maintain that lead to the point where they're confident to call it just a couple of minutes after that first batch of election results came out. Tanya Wu's campaign said that they fought hard. She doesn't anticipate giving any form of statement or reaction until these elections are official, which could, as you know, still take a couple of days. Joyce, Greg.
Thanks, Sebastian. We hope to hear from the candidates later tonight as well, but as it stands now, 58 for Mercedes Rink and 42% for Tanya Wu.
By the way, the 8:30 results from the Secretary of State show that the natural gas initiative is now passing by 50.7%, with
right?
2,189,000 votes counted. But
Let's
look,
pop that up.
a lot more to go.
Do our numbers match your numbers?
There you go. Holy smoke! You have more vote total, but your margin's the same.
These started, and I was curious about this because I started watching some of those numbers earlier, and they were getting a little bit tighter. I think last I saw it was 46-54. Now it's completely flipped. Do we have the others? Let's just run through them if we can. Go through the, okay, well, this one is still not any closer.
Much.
Capital gains.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a lot of sympathy for people who are with capital gains on over $250,000. So if that's taking money away from them.
It's $250,000 now. Wait till they lower it to $25,000.
This is 2117 rejected. The no campaign on this one was fierce.
Yes.
Asking people to vote no. So I'm sure neither of you are surprised it's being
Well,
rejected
the other
by 62%.
thing about that one is that gas prices have fallen for
Yeah.
for international reasons because it's a global commodity, and so people are less sensitive to the fact we have the highest gas prices in the country than they were when hundreds of thousands of people signed the petition to qualify.
That was the whole pennies versus 40 cents.
Can we
again.
go to the long-term care initiative? Because people were asked whether they wanted to opt out of that mandatory Washington Cares long-term care program. Do we have those numbers?
I have to take a second to bring it back here.
Ta-da,
And
there we
that's
are.
gotten closer.
I don't know if we showed those in the last few minutes, but just wanted to show them again. That's being rejected, 56 to 44%.
Actually, but I want to say that I'm not surprised by the natural gas initiative because
it's different than the others.
Why?
There wasn't much advertising or campaigning on that, and people like natural gas. I mean, they're concerned that, does this initiative mean that, or the law that was passed by the legislature mean that I can't have my natural gas stove or my natural gas fireplace or my heating system? I like natural gas. And so I think there was a lot of concern about it. And because there was really little spending on it, people have made up their minds.
All right. Thanks. We're going to talk to you guys in just a moment. We want to go to Jim Nelson, who's in Seattle. Jim?
I talked to some of you earlier today. I'm Greg Spahn.
Yeah, hey, I'm here. You can obviously see right now that the program officially has started. We are with the No
Washington State
on 2117
kicking
campaign
butt.
right here at the Seattle Convention Center. This is also the same building where the state Democrats are holding a number of watch parties. They've got the big room where they're keeping a close eye, of course, on the governor's race. But here in this particular room, this is the group who were pushing for a no vote on issue 2117. And that was one of the big challenges. I've been covering this now for several weeks, and I know one of the things they wanted to focus on was getting the language across to voters. These ballot initiatives can be confusing sometimes, and of course a no vote is to reject the initiative, which would have repealed the Climate Commitment Act. Obviously, our panelists have been talking quite a bit about where things stand right now. So I don't know if you could hear that there, but one of the speakers just reading the numbers to the crowd here. They're obviously very excited about that and the prospects of rejecting this ballot initiative 2117. So right now, the numbers are looking in favor of the no side, and they are now celebrating what they hope will be a big victory here tonight. So we'll keep it at that. Governor Jay Inslee expected to speak here momentarily. He'll probably be one of the first speakers you hear from, but obviously very celebratory here tonight. We'll send it back to you guys.
Obviously very excited there with that one. That's kind of a blowout. I mean, the only close one, as Gary mentioned, is really the natural gas one. I mean, the opt-out is closer, but that one doesn't look like, I don't think the other three got a shot at this point. Maybe they do. I don't know.
But it will be decided by the vote when all the votes are counted.
And by the way, the latest Secretary of State numbers in some of the other statewide races, like auditor, treasurer, it's gotten a lot bigger. So now Pat McCarthy's ahead by quite a bit. So it just goes back to the point you were making earlier, which is depends on where the votes are being counted.
And I think we have some. If we can go through some of those races once again, the auditor, the Secretary of State, the Attorney General. Let's just show people where those numbers stand, if we can. Takes just a moment.
Takes a second. I'm really curious still about the congressional seats. We talked so much about District 3, and it may take a second to get to that. But as far as the country watching that one to see which way it might go.
Yeah, that'll help determine control of U.S. House Representatives. Right.
Here's the Attorney General numbers. Nick Brown with 57% to Pete Serrano, 43%. Any reaction from either of you?
Nick has a really good resume and supported by a lot of the lawyers, and obviously has the D next to his name, but he was U.S. Attorney and then also counsel for Governor Jay Inslee, so he's well known.
And Secretary of State Hobbs with a 20-point lead now, 60 to 40%.
And he's done a really good job talking about election security and also cyber security, and so he's done well. He's done well, and there's no reason, no controversy, no scandals, no reason to change course.
And Rob, these are the numbers you were talking about. The state auditor with McCarthy now with 59%.
Yep. So you're probably seeing Pierce County numbers come in, boosting her total. So that's a lead that she will not give up. It might narrow, but she'll win.
I don't know what your numbers are telling you, but we're told that all of the counties have now reported their election returns except for one, Chelan County. So, and Columbia County, so 2 counties. So we're just a few more numbers to come in, and then they should all be in for Washington State. Let's take a look at Commissioner of Public Lands. Right now, Jimmy Herrera Butler's still behind, 47 to 53% to Dave Upthegrove, with a lot of name recognition across King County, as you mentioned earlier.
That one does not look like it's going to. Well, I don't look. Did that tighten up a little bit? A little bit.
Yeah. And the governor's race has tightened up a bit too, 57 to 43%. But it's not a surprise that Ferguson still has a substantial lead.
Especially if the primary numbers. I mean, this is fairly close, given what some of the other candidates in the primary had. That's about right.
Yeah. Any other numbers that we have?
Hopefully,
for them to come in.
I'm working our way to. It takes a bit to get through this.
The congressional races.
What do you say?
Gluesenkamp Perez is now leading Kent, 51.8% to 47.8%. So she's up by about 4 points. That was as of 8:36 p.m. So that race has gotten a lot tighter, and that's going to come down to Clark County.
Yeah, I think we're just going to go through these. I'm just going to guess we're going through these in numerical order. So we're going to start with District 1. Yes, I'm being told yes. So Del Bene, no surprise here, 64% of the vote here. And we'll move to 2 here. Rick Larson, 65% of the vote there. Again, no surprise. And this one should be
This is the one we're waiting for Clark County to come in so that we really have a better idea of these numbers. So this, I think, we can't call it yet, obviously, 52%, 48%. But when Clark County comes in, what do you expect?
Well, if she has to win Clark County, she has to win it by a certain amount to offset Cowlitz County, Lewis County, the rural areas, right? Wahkiakum. So I think it's too early to call there, even at 4 points.
Let's take a look at District 4, Newhouse and Sessler, with Newhouse leading here, 51.2%. Not surprised?
He appeared to be leading going in. That's my impression going into election night, yeah.
Well, he's such an outstanding individual, and his father was a well-known, highly respected state senator. And so he's well known, and he's done a really good job. But a lot of animosity and resentment against him for having voted for the impeachment of Donald Trump.
Yep.
And the vote margin really is only a few thousand. So while the percentages look substantial, the actual vote margin difference is really close.
It could still close. Let's take a look at District 5 here. 60%, for Baumgartner to Conroy's 40%.
Solidly Republican area, not a surprise.
Seat, right?
Right, McMorris Rogers' seat. Yeah.
Here's 6.
And this is Derek Kilmer, I believe. This is Kilmer's seat.
Correct.
He decided not to run for re-election. Democrat, replacing the Democrat again. Yep. None of these are. I don't think any of these is going to be a real surprise, right?
No. District 7 it is.
How did Alexander hold her up to under 90%? I don't understand.
Incumbent Jayapal, of course, with 85%. That's where it stands right now. Kim Schreier with 55% in District 8, leading by 10 points to her challenger, District 9, 70% to 30. Smith with that huge lead here in this district so far.
And probably see one with Strickland as well, yeah. A little bit closer, but again, Maryland Strickland there. All those kind of going, again, we get back to 3. And who knows how that thing's going to go and whether we're going to be talking about it for the next couple of days and whether it's going to factor into the national conversation.
Well, as you were saying, the counties have reported in, right? So that's basically those
Clark
are the
and one other Clark. I'm sorry, Chelan and Columbia, did I say?
But that's just the early.
Exactly. Those are the people who voted, got their ballots in the mail, right? So
all the numbers, of course, yes, you're correct.
Yeah. So I mean, the turnout right now is only at about 45 or 50%. That's because there are still hundreds of thousands of ballots to count statewide.
And they will not be counted until later tonight or even tomorrow morning.
We have Senator Maria Cantwell speaking from her watch party. Let's listen in.
State that has had some of the highest wage growth in the country. Now we're going to go back there and work across the aisle to get more done, to show the rest of the country that we can make progress. I want to thank my campaign staff, my campaign manager, Griffin Clay, Casey Duff, Jill McNerney. I wouldn't have been able to do it without them. I want to thank my family and friends behind me who supported this effort all the way to make a point loud and clear that these values are worth fighting for and that the success of our state can be contributing to the rest of the nation. I also want to thank all the people who worked on this campaign across the state, from Spokane to Vancouver to Bellingham down to Cowlitz County. We have worked so hard to make this the message of opportunity and to elect President Harris so she too can grow the middle class in the United States of America. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Washington voters. I promise to keep fighting for us and to keep working across the aisle to accomplish what our nation needs. Thank you all very much.
That was Maria Cantwell talking. I do want you to answer my question. We were talking earlier about explaining the divide in the country and how you explain it to your kids, how parents explain it to their kids, because the vote is so split, regardless of how the presidential race goes.
So we're seeing a deeper divide on class lines than we've seen in our lifetimes. College educated versus non-college educated. That's why you have a lot of private sector union members voting for Trump, to give one example. And you're seeing less of a divide based on age or even race, in the sense that Harris is getting a lower percentage of the African American vote among men anyway. But it's the issues, Joyce. It's the fact that Republicans see a different set of issues as being top of mind than the Democrats do. Economy versus democracy, immigration versus Supreme Court, terrorism versus abortion, and so forth.
But it's also
hold your thought.
It's also
right
an
there.
urban-rural divide.
We have to do a cut in. Just hold that thought for one moment. It is election night across Washington, and we are watching the races for you, the governor's race, the House seats, the congressional seats across the country, and all of the initiatives that you have been voting for on the ballot. So you've seen the ads, you probably received text messages as well. Initiative 2117, one of the more controversial measures on your ballot, asking voters to repeal Washington's Climate Commitment Act, supporters blaming that act for higher gas prices, while opponents say that it will cut critical funding for environmental and transit programs. So far tonight, about 38% of voters are saying yes, 62% are saying that they are rejecting this initiative. King 5's Jim Nelson's been keeping an eye on this, and he joins us live. Jim.
We're moving forward on clean energy.
Yeah, Joyce, we are at the Seattle Convention Center, which is also where the state Democrats are holding various watch parties. Of course, a lot of attention on the governor's race, but in this particular room, this is the no on 2117 group. Governor Jay Inslee just spoke a few minutes ago. He was the first speaker after the numbers were read to the crowd here. He called this a, quote, thrashing. Obviously, they are in a very celebratory mood based on the numbers that you just went over, Joyce. And so they're happy. They were nervous coming into the night, although optimistic. That was one of the words they used, that they were a little nervous about how things would shake out. Obviously, with initiatives, it can be a little unpredictable. The big thing, of course, for them was getting the message across that what a no vote meant. And that, of course, means rejecting the initiative that would have repealed the Climate Commitment Act. Very happy, very celebratory, and that's the story here from the Seattle Convention Center. Joyce?
Jim, thanks so much. Of course, our King 5 political analysts, Rob McKenna and Gary Locke, have been here all night. We have 1 minute for each of you. I want to get your quick take on the governor's race, with Ferguson holding the lead at this point. I'll start with you, Rob.
Well, it's a big lead. It's not likely to change. It might narrow, but it looks like he's going to be the next governor. He ran a strong campaign with a lot of money against someone who's credible, as Gary also acknowledged, and just didn't raise as much money in a state that's gone bluer and bluer.
You have 20 seconds.
No surprise. All the ads were attacking Reichert, calling him extreme, connecting him with Donald Trump, and we're a strongly Democratic state now.
Thanks to both of you, and you're going to stick with us through the night. We have a lot more election coverage coming your way. Join us at 9 o'clock on Kong for a reaction from all across Western Washington to tonight's results, and more reaction from our analysts as well. Our team coverage continues at 11.
And welcome back to Election Night on King 5. And we have covered a lot of topics. You've been watching some of the results come in as they will continue to trickle in throughout the evening and some of them throughout the week. You can keep track of those results on our website, also at the bottom of our screen. I think we'll have some of those. In the meantime, we want to try to give a little context to what has become, well, a very heated debate and election, a couple of cycles like that. We've got Rick Schenkman. He's a presidential historian. His resume is quite long. He wouldn't brag about him, but I'm going to say a few things so you have some context for that. Educated at Vassar at Harvard, founder of the History News Network, award-winning investigative reporter, became a fellow at Society of American Historians, lectures at colleges around the country, and has written 6 history books. I know that only covers a portion of it. If I had anything wrong in there, correct me off air. We talked earlier about so many things to get to, given that you've got a lot of things to deal about women in politics and women's rights in this country. We'll get to that in a minute, but something else that Joyce and I were talking about with the political analyst a little bit earlier is the debate in this country about where are we headed? Are we in the right direction? Are we going the wrong direction? Why does there seem to be 2 different perceptions of whether we're going the right way?
Yeah, well, we're highly polarized. Everybody knows that now, but I want to drill down a little deeper than that. You know, when it comes to local events and local politicians, we have some knowledge of that, firsthand knowledge. We walk around towns. We know what's going on in our own small communities. We even run into politicians on the street. So our knowledge base is much higher than it is for national issues. For national issues, everything we get is third hand. It's coming through this TikTok, or it's coming through TV, or it's coming through this thing or that thing. So we don't really know that much. And that's my basic point that I want to drive home, which is politics at the national level is just not rational. Joyce earlier was saying, you know, she's so surprised. You talk to the economists and they say inflation's basically been beaten. You know, we're basically at flat
Prices
inflation.
are still high though, right?
Prices are high, but you know, they're going to be the same high level in 5 years from now, even if we have no inflation, because at some point they went up because of the coronavirus supply lines and all that stuff, that very familiar story. At some point we'll get used to it. That's on an emotional level. It's not an intellectual level. So, you know, economists like to say if all human beings were homo economicus, which is basically meaning totally rational, like in the Enlightenment, the way we thought back in the 18th century that politics was going to be very rational. It's not rational. So what is the decision that somebody's making? They're not making it on issues necessarily. They're making it first on partisanship, and that's something that's probably handed down from your parents, most importantly, and then you kind of go through life and you come up with some other reasons for being a partisan one way or the other. But there are so many other factors that go into it. Number one, sure, some issues, the likability of the candidate, and then we get into the emotions, and that's really where elections are won or lost these days. So here's what some of the emotions. Anger. What has defined the last 10 years? Basically, since the Iraq War, the American people have just been in an angry mood. We lost the Iraq War, or it was a mess. We can put it that way. I mean, it wasn't quite a loss. It wasn't like Vietnam, but then we had the Great Recession, and then we had the recovery from the Great Recession, and people weren't feeling all that good about it. And you keep going through, and then Donald Trump comes on and he starts exploiting people's fears and anger about things. So we've been an angry electorate, and you know what? We are still in an angry mood. That's what's driving our politics.
We had about 20 things I wanted to cover here, and I think we're getting down. I just want to make sure we're seeing this right. We got about 10 seconds left.
Oh,
that is about it.
That's it.
All the time we
well.
get. And with that, we're going to join King 5 News at 9 o'clock with Jessica and Steve for the latest on the elections.
gave me this red tie as a good luck tie. So please give for Colleen, a great educator, a great mom, a wonderful spouse. And we're joined by our twins who we're very proud of, Jack and Katie, who created a popular Instagram page for the campaign that many of you follow. We have a cat named Peter. The Instagram page is Peter for First Cat of Washington State. Peter now has more Instagram followers than I do. Find him on Instagram and follow. Peter for First Cat. Look, Jack and Katie starred in our first campaign ad. You saw them in that first ad. Katie appeared in that ad with her entire softball team. Her team's in the house. Seattle Spice, the coaches. And Jack appeared in that ad alongside me on a trail with our backpacks on. Jack and I are working on climbing the 100 highest peaks in Washington, and Jack, I'm looking forward to more peaks this summer, right? We'll knock them off. Now look, Jack knows that climbing a mountain, a challenging mountain, begins with a fundamental truth. You start with the first step. And tomorrow morning, we're going to get up and start that first step of transitioning to a new administration to be your governor, to fight for you every step of the way. And here's what you can expect from me as your next governor. I will lead a government that protects our core freedoms, that makes the lives of Washingtonians a little bit better, that cuts down on bureaucracy, that gets in the way of serving the people, that makes our communities safer and healthier, that works for the people, not special interests, and that generates more opportunities for the next generation of Washingtonians. Now let me conclude my remarks with the story that I told when I first announced my campaign for governor. I was at a conference once, years ago, and it was a panel of former governors who were on this panel. And they'd long left politics. They were no longer running for office. And it was a fascinating panel. And somebody asked them a great question. Do you have any regrets from your time being governor of your state? And each one of them gave the same version of an answer, which was basically saying, I regret that I pulled my punches on big issues. I regret that I let political considerations dissuade me from moving forward in a way that someone had told me was the right thing to do. I want to be clear to each and every one of you and to the people of the great state of Washington. I will not have that regret as your governor. As your Attorney General with a fantastic team, we fought for you every single day. We did not pull our punches. And as your governor, I will center you, each and every one of you, red counties, blue counties, Republicans, Democrats, independents, you are top of my mind. I'm thinking of you, will advocate for you, will make Washington even a greater state than it is today. Thank you so much, everybody. Let's go get them. Thanks, everybody.
It has been 4 years in the making. And tonight, America raises its voice on whether Donald Trump will reclaim the White House or Kamala Harris will become the first woman president in our country's history. King 5 is calling Washington for Harris tonight.
Here at home, as you just saw, King 5 is calling the race for governor with Democrat Bob Ferguson leading the polls at this hour. That race has been called, and he has given his victory speech, as we just heard there. He was running against former King County Sheriff Dave Reichert. The polls have closed in our state now. We are starting to get those first numbers in. We are joined by some of our political analysts tonight, so we have a lot to break down in this next hour. Thanks for being with us on election night. I'm Jessica Janner Castro.
And I'm Steve Solis. King 5 is your top source for election coverage through the evening. We have team coverage on all the key races and initiatives on our state's ballot. Coming up in just a few minutes, we're going to hear from both Bob Ferguson and Dave Reichert's camps on how they're feeling about the numbers so far.
Before we touch on the governor's race, let's take a quick look at the presidential election right now and take a look here. You can see that a lot of states have still not been called, and you can see that right now former President Donald Trump has 230 electoral votes right now, 189 for Harris. So we are keeping tabs as states continue to count their ballots tonight, and we will bring you the latest on the presidential race as we get them.
Here are the latest numbers for the governor's race between Bob Ferguson and Dave Reichert. At this point, as we have spoken a short time ago, that Ferguson has been called the winner in this race with 56% of the vote, and Reichert in the 43% range. We do want to get over to King 5's Natalie Swaby, who is at Ferguson's watch party. She's been there all evening. So, Natalie, what's the reaction been like now with this news that is now public?
Well, there's so much excitement in this room right now. Speakers are still taking the stage and so many cheers. We did just hear from Bob Ferguson, and he did say that the way they were able to win was a massive grassroots coalition. He told me while he was on the campaign trail that he made a point to visit all 39 counties, and he heard people's concerns about the rising cost of housing and public safety. Well, he has said that if elected, and tonight he says he is claiming victory, he says his priority in the first term is going to be building 200,000 units of housing, all kinds of housing, including affordable housing. He says he wants to do that with public-private partnerships. He says he has a plan to fund local governments so they can hire more police officers. Those are just a couple of the key issues that he's been addressing on this campaign trail. You know, Ferguson, he's been the state's attorney general since 2013, and he says he is excited about this opportunity for this top job. He was on stage tonight with his wife Colleen and his twins by his side. He thanked them, and he also thanked his opponent Dave Reichert for a hard-fought race. Back to you.
Natalie, thank you. We are working to get some sound right now with Dave Reichert. Drew Mickelson is working on doing that now, but we want to get to Erica Zucco in studio now, who's breaking down the governor's race with our exclusive Magis election maps. Erica.
Right, you've been showing those vote totals so far. At this point, Ferguson with 56% of the vote, Reichert with 43%. If you look back at 2020, look what the totals were like by the end of the race. Inslee with about 56% of the vote. As we know, there are still votes to come in this race before we have those final percentages. But let's zero in on a couple of the counties here. Let's look specifically here at King County, where you can see that Ferguson has secured 72% of the vote there. In Snohomish County, you have 56% for Ferguson to Reichert's 44%. And then if we take a look down here to Pierce County, you can see here we've got 49% for Reichert, 50% for Ferguson. Now, of course, you have called that race, but it will still be interesting to see what the rest of the counties come with that final vote. Back to you.
Thank you, Erica. We are getting word that we can check in now with Dave Reichert's camp in Bellevue right now. Our reporter Drew Mickelson with the Republican Party tonight. Drew.
Jessica, Dave Reichert just spoke to the crowd of Republican supporters here at the Bellevue Hyatt Regency. It was not a concession speech. He said he knows the numbers don't look good, but he's not willing to give up hope yet. Here's what he just told this crowd.
Right, we fought a tough battle. It's not over yet. Right? No, we're going to wait. You know me from my other campaigns. We are not going to concede this race until the last vote is counted. Period. I know that Bob Ferguson has already declared victory, but he declared victory, 6 months ago, right? But we are going to wait until the last vote is counted, because that's what we do in the United States of America. Every vote counts.
Reichert said that he realizes, Dave Reichert told the crowd that he knows these numbers aren't good, but he said, quote, God has a plan. He said he also knows a lot of people were threatening to move out of the state if Bob Ferguson was elected, and Dave Reichert told them, don't do that, stay and fight. He said Dave Reichert is not going anywhere. He wants people to stay here and to continue to fight for the state. As I said, he knows the numbers don't look good, but he said it's too early. Hundreds of thousands of votes will still be counted is what Dave Reichert is saying, and he's also hoping those coming in his favor, but he has left this crowd, which has still been having a lot to celebrate with the national news, but obviously the state's election has not been as good for Republicans. Live in Bellevue, Drew Mickelson, King 5 News.
Okay, Drew, thank you. Let's bring in our King 5 political analyst now to discuss this governor's race. Former State Attorney General Rob McKenna, as well as former State Governor Gary Locke. Thank you both for being with us tonight. As always, we love to see you. So I'm going to start with you, Rob. Sure. Right now, we just heard from Dave Reichert's camp, obviously not looking good for the Republicans tonight. And what do you have to say about, we just heard Ferguson's victory speech and then Reichert saying, hey, I'm not giving in yet.
Well, Bob has a big lead. That's probably not going to change. But Dave owes it to his contributors, his donors, his volunteers to wait for all the votes to be counted. I respect that. I understand why he's saying that.
One of the things we have to talk about, guys, is that we have not had a Republican in the governor's mansion in some time now, over 40 years. Are you surprised that we continue to, as a state, continue to go down this path?
Well, actually, we had a very close race back in 2005 where the Democratic candidate, Christine Gregoire, only won by less than 150 votes. So that came very, very close. But I'm not surprised that over the intervening years that the state has gone more solidly, strongly Democrat. But in this particular race, I always felt that Dave Reichert was on the defensive. I thought his campaign was a little bit weak. He really had a hard time defining himself and actually talking about his record and what he wanted to achieve. Bob Ferguson has a credible record, a long-standing record that the voters understand and remember in terms of taking on the federal government, Democratic and Republican administrations, and so he's got a good reputation. But Reichert was vastly outspent, and a lot of the commercials showed his inconsistencies, his flip-flopping. Are you for Donald Trump or are you a neutral in terms of Donald Trump? Mm-hmm. And so they caught him in so much flip-flopping that I think he was always on the defensive, and I was surprised by just how weak a campaign he had.
I think you make a really valid point. Could this race have gone differently for the Republicans if they had put their full weight behind Reichert instead of endorsing Semi Bird initially?
No, because the people who endorse Semi Bird are fairly small, few in number, and I don't really think it had any impact at all. I think the main factors are the ones that Gary identified. The state has been trending blue. That's part of what's going on nationally, right? Red states seem to be getting redder. Blue states seem to be getting bluer. It's the big sort, as they say. And so, we're on the blue side of that equation. But, I'm grateful to Dave for running. He was a good sheriff. He was a capable congressman. And if he hadn't run, we would have ended up with someone like Semi Bird, frankly, as the nominee. And that would have been even worse for people down ballot. So Dave provided credibility at the top of the ticket, which is good for all the Republicans down ballot from him.
And he had a very good record in the United States Congress, working in a bipartisan fashion on many measures that affected the state of Washington. And I worked with him when I was in D.C. and very much enjoyed working with him. But I really felt that he was very much on the defensive this entire campaign.
A little bit on his back foot the entire time. All right.
Okay.
Well, stick around. We have a lot more to get to, obviously, and a lot more analysis. All right, let's talk about the lieutenant governor's race right now. This position serves as the president of the state senate and as the acting governor when the governor is out of state. And King 5 has called the race for Democrat Denny Heck with 57% of the vote compared to Dan Matthews' 43% of the vote tonight. State Attorney General, this seat is open with Bob Ferguson running for governor. King 5 has called the race for Democrat Nick Brown with 56% of the vote. Pete Serrano with 44% of the vote, 58% of the vote in, but we're calling that race.
That's right. Also, the Secretary of State race, also fairly close here, has also been called by King 5. Current Secretary of State Democrat Steve Hobbs, 60% of the vote. Dale Whitaker, Republican, falling just short with just 40% of the vote there.
For state auditor, we have called this race as well for incumbent Democrat Pat McCarthy. She was running against Republican Matt Hawkins. McCarthy with 59% of the vote.
Now for State Treasurer, Democratic incumbent Mike Pelliciotti is keeping his seat. 58% of the vote tonight. He was running against Republican Sharon Hennick, who only was able to garner 52% of the vote. Again, 58% of the vote still in, so we do have a lot of votes still to be counted tonight. We're also watching the race for Commissioner of Public Lands pretty closely tonight. Democrat Dave Upthegrove is leading Republican Jamie Herrera Butler. Currently, he has 53% of the vote to Herrera Butler's 47%.
Results continue to come in tonight. They're coming in for Initiative 2117, which would repeal the State Climate Commitment Act if voters approve it. We're going to break down some of those latest numbers in just a moment.
Another race we're watching very closely. Who will be the next sheriff in Pierce County? We're going to hear from both candidates as ballots are being counted tonight.
I'm Drew Mickelson live at the Bellevue Hyatt, where the Republican Party has had a lot to celebrate tonight, but one race that has not gone in the Republicans' favor, at least to this point. The initial night results of the governor's race. Dave Reichert, thank you for making time for us.
Yeah.
A lot of people thought that this was the year the Republicans could win that seat in the governor's mansion.
Yeah.
But you're not giving up hope yet?
No, we're not going to. You know, I know that I've said this in other races too, in my past political life. We don't secede until we know all the votes have been counted, and there's still hundreds of thousands of votes yet to be counted. So we're going to wait. We're going to honor all those people who have taken the time to send in their ballots. I think it also is a nod and an honor to the veterans that have given their lives for us to have the privilege to vote. So we're still hopeful, and we're going to wait till the last vote is counted.
Realistically, you know how these work. A lot of those votes that still are uncounted are here in King County. I mean, the math doesn't look good, and that's why Bob Ferguson and the AP are declaring victory.
Well, hey, he can declare victory, but the votes haven't all been counted yet.
You mentioned stay in this state. If people were talking about moving out of Washington if Bob Ferguson was elected, what did you tell your supporters tonight?
Yeah, I heard that all across the state as I met with people. If you don't win, I'm leaving. And so my plea tonight is, look, if we do lose, don't leave. We have to stay and fight for our children, for our homes, for our businesses, for those people that are living on the street, for those people who are victims of crime. Those are the things that we want to focus on. Those are the things that we're going to fight for.
And just to be clear, a lot of people are questioning elections. That's not what this is about. You just want the votes counted. I mean, you have no reason.
No, I have no. I don't have any reason to doubt that the people who are counting the ballots are doing the right thing and doing their job.
This is just about honoring everybody's vote.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dave Reichert. We'll let you get back to your family and your supporters.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. As we've been saying, the Republican Party has had a lot to celebrate tonight nationally. The results here in the state have not been as favorable for them, and this is one that Republicans, especially in this room, were really hoping that they could pull off, this governor's race. At this point, does not look like that's possible, as you heard Dave Reichert. He doesn't want to give up until all of the votes have been counted. Live in Bellevue, Drew Mickelson, King 5 News.
Drew, thank you. Another key race we are following tonight involves the next sheriff of Pierce County, and this comes after Ed Troyer decided not to run for re-election. Patty Jackson is currently chief of patrol with the sheriff's department, and Keith Swank, well, he worked with the Seattle Police Department for 33 years, and currently Swank is in the lead in this race with 64% of the vote in, 52% for Swank, and 48% for Jackson. King 5's Connor Boyd has been monitoring this race all day for us. He joins us live now with a one-on-one interview with Jackson right now. Connor.
Yeah, I'm live in Tacoma right now at a watch party with Pierce County Sheriff candidate Patty Jackson. Patty, how are you feeling so far tonight? It is a close race right now. You're slightly behind, but votes are still coming in. How are you feeling?
That's right. Votes are still coming in. I am honored and humbled to be here. You can feel the energy that's in the room. We've got a lot of community support, and I am feeling that, and that is pushing me forward. You can feel that. It's what I love, and it's why I ran for Pierce County Sheriff.
You can definitely feel and hear the energy in the room tonight. I know you have told me before that you plan to be tough on crime if you become sheriff. How do you plan on cracking down on crime if you are to become sheriff?
That's right. So it's not something we plan on doing. It's something that we're battling right now. And so when I become sheriff, we are going to continue our path forward. We're going to have the community support, and we are going to bring back the Pierce County that we're proud of.
And you've told me before that one of your priorities is building trust with the community. How do you plan to build trust with the community?
So we're building trust right now. And so by that, I'm telling you that the things that we're hearing from the community members, the fears and the lawlessness that they're experiencing, we are putting together emphasis teams, and we're out there and we're fighting crime, and we're getting a handle on things and holding people accountable. It's not something we're going to do, it's something we're doing right now.
And I know you've been with the Sheriff's Department for more than 30 years. If you were to become sheriff, how do you think that would help you?
So I've been with the Sheriff's Department for 35 years, and this is now moving into my 36th year with the department. I am going to be the first female sheriff of Pierce County, and we're banking not just fact that we're a female, but that I'm the right female for this job.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Patty, for speaking with us. And later tonight, you'll hear from her opponent, Keith Swank, as well. Back to you guys.
Connor, thank you. We want to check in now on some key initiatives that are on our state's ballot. King 5 has called that voters will reject Initiative 2109. It would have repealed the 7% capital gains tax on stock and bond sale profits over $250,000. That money funds education and school construction. Meantime, Initiative 2124 would allow people to opt out of a payroll tax that funds the state's long-term care insurance program known as WA Cares. And currently, at this point, it looks like people are voting to reject that initiative, 55% to 45%. But again, 58% of the votes have been counted.
Initiative 2066 aims to slow down a state law meant to reduce carbon output by phasing out natural gas. Right now, voters who want to approve this initiative, leading 51.2% with 48.8% rejecting this, but we are still not calling what the final outcome in this initiative is quite yet. King 5, though, has projected that voters will reject Initiative 2117. That means Washington's Climate Commitment Act is staying. It allows the state to charge top polluters for carbon emissions and use revenue for other projects. For a full breakdown now of this Initiative 2117, let's go ahead and bring in King 5's Jim Nelson, joining us live from the Seattle Convention Center with more on this initiative. Jim.
Yeah, hey Jessica, a very celebratory tone here at the convention center. This is where Washington Democrats are holding various watch parties. Obviously a lot of eyes on that governor's race, but in this particular room, it was all about the No on Issue 2117 group. Governor Jay Inslee spoke. We'll hear from him in a moment, but he kind of headlined the victory speeches that took place just a few short moments ago. The two big points on this, those who are pushing for the initiative suggested that the Climate Commitment Act was essentially leading to higher gas prices. That was kind of the core issue that they focused on, while those in favor of rejecting the ballot stood very firm in that the funding that you mentioned, the state funding of more than $5 billion, was something crucial to the state. And then obviously the environmental and climate concerns as it relates to the Climate Commitment Act. But again, the group pushing to reject the initiative, and that was one of their big things, was getting that language across, what a yes vote means, what a no vote means, but obviously claiming victory, excited about how this shook out. Here's Governor Jay Inslee just a short time ago.
We're not just the light, we're the hammer, okay? And we have hammered these people who had the effrontery to come into the greenest, coolest, most innovative, most collaborative, most caring, most beautiful state in the solar system and try to take away the future of our grandchildren, and we're having none of it. This wasn't just a beating of these people, it was a thrashing. This was a great victory for the people of the state of Washington.
And we were able to get a comment from Brian Haywood, the man behind the initiative, who said he was disappointed in this outcome, blamed the ads against the initiative for leading to this outcome. This was a very costly initiative, both sides spending a lot of money, and as we see, 2117 is rejected by the voters. Live at the Seattle Convention Center, Jim Nelson, King 5 News.
Jim, thank you. Candidates for Seattle City Council's at-large seat are weighing in on initial results. We're going to hear from Tanya Wu and Alexis Mercedes Rink next. But before we head to break, we want to give you a close look at some races that we're tracking tonight. It is election night across America as the country is still deciding who will become the next president, while our state is also voting on some important races and initiatives. Thanks for being with us this half hour. I'm Steve Solis.
And I'm Jessica Janner Castro. The biggest race that we are keeping an eye out on here in our state is for governor. Democrat Attorney General Bob Ferguson running against Republican Congressman and former King County Sheriff Dave Reichert. King 5 has called this race. Here are the latest numbers that we have. We have called this race for Democrat Bob Ferguson with a lead of 56% compared to Reichert's 44%.
Meanwhile, we want to show you where the presidential race stands right now. Former President Trump leads Vice President Harris at this point 230 to 189 within the Electoral College. At this point, many states, those swing states, are still counting ballots right now, so we will let you know as soon as anything changes. At this point, King 5 has called Vice President Kamala Harris the winner in Washington state. Again, 58% of the vote counted, and Harris is leading Trump in Washington, 59% to 39%.
We do have some Senate races here in the state as well. We've called the U.S. Senate race for Senator Maria Cantwell, who was being challenged by Republican candidate Raul Garcia. This will be Cantwell's 5th term. A rematch tonight in Washington's Congressional District 3. This covers the southwestern part of the state, including Lewis, Pacific, Wahkiakum, Cowlitz, Clark, and Skamania counties. Democratic incumbent Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez is running against Joe Kent, who she faced off against in 2022. It was razor thin in 2022. Tonight, with 62% of the votes in right now, Gluesenkamp-Perez is leading with 52% of the vote.
Washington's Congressional District 5 is an open seat for the first time in 20 years. This is after Catherine McMorris Rodgers decided not to seek re-election. Here, though, are the latest numbers. Republican Michael Baumgartner is winning this race at 60%, and Carmela Conroy with 40%. Again, 58% of the vote in. This is one that we'll be watching pretty closely because, again, this is the first time the seat has been open in the last 20 years. Democratic incumbent Kim Schreier seeking her 4th term in District 8. At this point, she has 54% of the vote. Republican Carmen Goers with 46% of the vote, with 62% of the vote in. This is District 8, eastern portions of King, Pierce, Snohomish counties, as well as Chelan, Kittitas counties over on the east side of the Cascades.
Let's bring back in our King 5 political analyst to discuss the balance of power in D.C. right now. A lot to discuss. Former State Attorney General Rob McKenna and former State Governor Gary Locke joining us this hour. So let's widen the lens a little bit, talk some national politics before we dive back into some of the races here in Washington. On the national scale, Gary, I want to start with you. Democrats control the Senate by a razor-thin margin. We always thought that Republicans might flip a lot of seats tonight. How do you see things shaping up?
I think it's clear that the Republicans will regain or take control of the Senate. They'll have the majority by a few votes. But it's interesting that on the House of Representatives, there's a lot of belief that the Democrats will take back the House, which they had lost just a few years ago. So it really means we're going to have divided government. And it doesn't matter whether it's a Democrat or Republican in the White House. It means that there has to be bipartisanship and there has to be compromise for either administration to be able to get some of their things through.
Which for some voters watching tonight, maybe that is a glimmer of hope. People are going to have to cooperate.
Yeah, and let me ask you, you think that's possible? I mean, because we've talked really about how the nation's so divided, depending on what party and how you feel, and even just a normal Joe at home feels pretty polarized in this current political climate. Is there a way that we can work together to figure some things out?
Yes, of course. All things are possible. Whether that's easier or harder depends on who's sitting in the White House and how much they want to work with Congress. I mean, I agree with Gary. I think you're going to see a split Congress. I think the Democrats are headed to take a majority in the House because of good work that they've done to flip seats in New York and California particularly. But I think the Republican margin in the Senate is going to be bigger than a lot of us thought. I mean, I thought they would have 51 seats because they'd pick up West Virginia and Montana, but it looks like they might pick up Wisconsin and Michigan as well,
And
possibly
Ohio.
Pennsylvania,
And Ohio.
and they flipped Ohio earlier. That's exactly right. Sherrod Brown losing. So they might have a bigger majority in the Senate. If Trump's in the White House, that's good for him, but then he's got the House to deal with.
Right.
At the same time, whoever takes control of the House or keeps control, if it's the Republicans, is going to have a very thin margin, so it's going to be tough to govern. That doesn't make it easier, unfortunately, to find common ground. And I'm afraid that with a weak House, a divided House, that just puts more power in the hands of the executive branch and the courts. And I always tell, civic students, there's a reason that Congress is the Article 1 branch. It's the most important. So it does concern me if Congress isn't functioning very well.
Well, you mentioned if President Trump returns to the White House. We just got a new projection from NBC News calling Georgia a critical swing state for former President Donald Trump. Again, a lot of swing states still undecided tonight, but that was one that we were watching very closely.
Well, that means that Harris has to sweep Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And right now, Trump's ahead in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin by just a few points. He's actually got a narrower lead in Arizona, of all places. He's only up by 1 point there. That's one of the states that may flip some House seats, by the way. Yeah. So her path to victory is narrowing, I think. And it's the New York Times that's reporting that, so don't have to go to Fox News to get that report.
No.
We are obviously watching national races very closely, but we want to get back to some of our local races here in Seattle. A citywide seat open on the Seattle City Council. Position 8 is one where all Seattle voters have a say in who advances. It's a nonpartisan race. Tanya Wu right now is holding the seat. Alexis Mercedes Rink is running against Wu. Right now, Mercedes Rink is winning this race with 58% compared to Wu's 42%, but still votes being counted in this. We have not made a projection there yet.
King 5 Sebastian Robertson joins us live with a reaction on this race. Sebastian, what's the mood?
Steve, King 5 may not be calling this race, but the Mercedes Rink camp has no qualms about declaring themselves the victors. They gave a victory speech about 15 minutes after election results were first released by King County. They feel that that 15-point lead is good enough to call it on their end and bust out the champagne. Alexis Mercedes Rink and Tanya Wu are competing for that district-wide, citywide District 8 spot that was vacated last year. Tanya Wu essentially interviewed for the job, beat out 71 other people and was appointed to that position by Seattle City Council. She's held it for 10 months. Now the voters decide who will serve the remaining year before we do this all over again with another election. Take a listen to both candidates who are competing for that position.
We've seen historically a blue wave of progressive votes coming in later stages. And so at this point, we are feeling pretty confident. Of course, we're going to wait and continue to see the results come in. But I think the results that we saw from the first drop kind of speak to themselves about the direction that we'll continue to see things go in.
Oh, it was quite a challenge having to get to speed in terms of the city council and then having to run to retain my seat. The last 10 months has just been a whirlwind of having to do both jobs at once.
Alexis Mercedes Rink is a graduate of the University of Washington. She went to graduate school there. She still works there in policy and planning. She is considered the progressive in this race. When asked, she said her number one priority is housing affordability. Wu's campaign said they won't comment on the election results until this is a done deal. And as you know, that may not be for a couple of days. Back to you.
Sebastian, thank you. We want to show you results of this race as well. Seattle Transportation Levy that voters are approving tonight. It's a $1.55 billion plan that would fund numerous infrastructure projects. The estimated property tax bill for the average homeowner would increase more than $18 a month. It's about $499 per year. We have much more election results and coverage for you. We'll be right back.
Arlington School District levy needs to replace post-middle school. A vote for a bond failed 5 times because it needs a supermajority. A levy only needs 50% plus 1 vote. And here's where we're at so far with 57% of the vote in. Currently, the vote to reject it is winning this race 55% to 45% in Arlington School District.
Yeah, votes still being counted, but it looks like it could be rejected again. Let's bring in King 5's Eric Wilkinson joining us live with the latest on this levy. Eric.
Right, this is a night that parents here in Arlington have been waiting for 6 years. The night they hoped they would finally get the money to build a new middle school for their kids. It has failed the last 5 elections, and tonight it looks like it's going to fail again. We've seen parents and their kids out doing some last-minute campaigning for the school levy tonight. Built in 1981, Post Middle School has no interior hallways, and the walkways students pass through to get to class flood whenever it rains, leaving them with cold, wet feet. At 43 years old, the school's ceiling tiles are crumbling. The electrical system is outdated. The roof in the gym doesn't have steel framing and is vulnerable to collapse. The school is ill-prepared for an earthquake, and the HVAC system is obsolete. The district asked voters to approve an $81 million levy. The money would also help alleviate traffic and parking problems at nearby Eagle Creek Elementary School and the Stillaguamish Learning Center. A vote for a bond to pay for the new school has failed 5 consecutive times, dating back to 2018, because it needs a 60% supermajority. And each previous vote, more than 50% of the voters approved the bond.
Right now, heartbreak, we've got 650 kids that currently are at post and thousands that will come through in the coming years. And these kids deserved this so much. They deserve a space that's safe and secure and provides a 21st century learning environment.
And it looks like even trying just to pass a levy and a 50% majority needed to win, they're falling short. Supporters here are hoping that those numbers will turn around once more votes are counted tomorrow, but at this point, they are simply trying to figure out what to do next. Live in Arlington, Eric Wilkinson, King 5 News.
Eric, thank you. Let's go to Everett, where voters are deciding the future of 2 minimum wage measures. Among other things, Initiative 2401 would raise the minimum wage to $20.24 an hour, I should say. Right now, it is passing with 58% of the vote.
Initiative 2402 would do the exact same thing, except employers would be allowed to count tips toward the minimum wage. That measure is failing, with only 41% of voters approving it.
So let's talk a little bit now about where the presidential race stands at this point as the new numbers continue to come in. As we look here with former President Trump with 246 of the Electoral College, and Kamala Harris now with 189, according to NBC News.
Erica Zucco joining us now in studio to break down Clallam County, which has a really great track record, Erica, of predicting the next presidential winner. Do we have any numbers there?
Yeah, I want to see if we can go ahead and pull those up for you at this point in time. We're going to go over to our Washington races, and you can see there, Clallam County is going for Harris. As you know, Clallam County has really been a bellwether going back to 1980. A lot of people watching to see if that will carry over into this year or if they're going to break that streak. And something else that we wanted to show you tonight is an update on the balance of power. I know that that's something that you've been talking about. We're going to see if we can get those maps up right here. And you can see that Republicans have, in fact, taken control of the Senate there. You can see taking those extra 2 votes. And there are still some that are undecided, so that could shift further. At this point, the House is still up for grabs. That's still something that we're going to be watching. We'll have updates all throughout the night.
Erica, thank you very much. Right now, we want to show you this here. This is the race for governor. Again, King 5 News has called the race for governor. Bob Ferguson with 56% of the vote. Today, Reichert's 44%. Of course, Ferguson already claiming victory. Reichert says he will not concede until every last vote has been counted. And right now,
let's ask our producer, where are we going next? Oh, we have a check-in with weather. Hi, Mike. How's it going?
Hi there. I've been waiting all night to tell you all about it. First of all, storm system now all moving out. All of our watches and warnings now have been allowed to expire, so it looks like we're going to get a chance to calm down and warm up over the next couple of days. Symbolism coming from Alki Beach earlier today. Mary Foss sending us this shot of a beautiful, beautiful rainbow. Frosty and froggy to start the day off tomorrow. I'll show you how that works in a moment. Warmer and drier to end the work week. We're going to get close to 60 degrees. Take advantage because on Friday, a new system moves in and there's another one behind that. So take a look at your 7-day forecast. There's a lot to unpack here. But first of all, yeah, the great news. There will be some fog pretty much widespread across the region tomorrow. Some of that manifests as some frost, especially in the southwest interior, and then warming. Take a look at that on Friday. We're going to take a run at 60, but those clouds will start to move in, and then the whole process starts all over again as we go through the Veterans Day weekend. Take a look at weather alerts or the lack thereof. Nothing to report for the first time in days, and I'm very happy to tell you that. Now, it's very calm out there, and because it's calm, you got a lot of humidity in the atmosphere right now. In fact, as we take a look over top of Seattle, you're seeing some of that humidity manifesting as some of that fog, about 89%. So yeah, visibility is going to be very low tomorrow. And again, when those spots where it gets cool overnight, we could see some of that is frost tomorrow. So as we take a look off towards the southwest interior, down towards Bremerton, already losing some visibility there, and up and down Puget Sound. That's going to be kind of a theme tonight. 7-day forecast shows us a little bit warmer tomorrow. In fact, closer to average. 54 is what we're shooting for. And do yourself a favor. It's going to be a bit of a race against time, but that cloud cover will start to clear. So if you take a look around, especially off towards the Olympics, possibly the Cascades, you're going to see some of that new white snow. For the most part, clouds are going to kind of stick over top of the Cascades through most of the day there, but we go into some clearing mode. So it's going to be right before sunset. And again, I'm really excited about the possibility of seeing some of that snow right around the 3,500 foot level. All of that clears out. And again, that's going to allow some fog to form early on Friday morning. Overnight temperatures, they're going to be cold, but it doesn't look like they're going to be freezing. Again, down towards Olympia, we could be really close to that. So it's where I am expecting some of that frost to form. But even up in the passes, Snoqualmie will be 34, cool 27 up in Stevens though. And remember, those roads are still very slick. High temperatures across the region, pretty much where they should be this time of year. We'll be sitting out in the mid-50s, 54 in Seattle and Tacoma, 56 in Puyallup, Quilliut gets 54, and it'll be 50 in Bellingham. Take a look at Stevens Pass right now. The roads are passable. There's still a lot of that snow and some of that ice there. Watch what happens as that high pressure builds and temperatures go up. We're talking about freezing levels that'll go well above the 10,000 foot level, but then as we go into next week, they're going to drop down again, and we could be getting another delivery of that snow. Putting the future into motion here, we get a beautiful break over the next couple of days, and then starting on Sunday, we'll start to see some of that weather becoming a little more consistent, including a big system that's sitting off the coast, and that could bring us more snow.
The race for the White House still too close to call, though Vice President Kamala Harris is the clear winner here in Washington. Locally, we are tracking more than 200 races right here in Washington state.
King 5 News is your top source for election coverage through the night, and there is still much more to go. The big ones: governor, a U.S. Senate seat, all 10 congressional districts, and 4 initiatives that could change state law.
We're also getting a new commissioner of public lands tonight. That person replacing Hillary Franz. King 5's Erica Zucco joins us now with the details of that race. Erica.
Right. This has been a really interesting race to watch. Of course, you remember back in the primary, things were really tight. There was a recount involved. And when you talk about these two candidates, they have very different visions for how to fill this role, what they want to do for forest management, for preservation. So a lot of people watching this. And at this point, Up the Grove is leading with 53% of the vote. If we zero in on King County, where he is head of the King County Council, you can see that he has a pretty wide margin there, 68%. But there are still a lot of these counties that are coming in for Herrera Butler. So this is one that we're going to continue to watch. But we did hear from Up the Grove just a few minutes ago. We want to play that sound for you.
And voters have sent a powerful message. Our state lands don't belong to industry. They don't belong to big business. They belong to we, the people. They're public lands, our lands.
And we will continue to watch as the numbers come in over the next few days to see if there are any shifts in these percentages. But again, this is a race a lot of people have been watching. It has a really big impact on all of our state's public lands, waterways, and a lot of different policy in regards to the environment, in regards to business. So a really big role here. Back to you.
Erica, thank you. Initiative 2066 aims to slow down a state law meant to reduce carbon output by phasing out natural gas. Right now, voters have voted to approve Initiative 2066, 51.2%.
Initiative 2109 would repeal the 7% capital gains tax on stock and bond sale profits over $250,000. That money funds education and school construction. Right now, voters are rejecting this initiative, 63%.
Initiative 2117 would repeal Washington's Climate Commitment Act that allows the state to charge top polluters for carbon emissions and use revenue for other projects. It looks like right now voters have voted to reject the 2117, 62% to 38%.
And another initiative here, 2124, would allow people to opt out of a payroll tax that funds the state's long-term care insurance program known as WA Cares. Right now, we have not called this race, but 55% rejecting, 45% approving it. All right, here's a look at the governor's race tonight. We have called this for Bob Ferguson, the Democrat, with 56%. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Stick around in King 5. More updates at 11 o'clock. Stories we are following tonight. Some members of Boeing's Machinists Union will be back on the job tomorrow after being on strike for nearly 2 months. Members approved a new contract with Boeing last night. It includes a 38% wage increase over the next 4 years, plus better bonuses and higher 401k contributions. According to the Association of Washington Business, the machinist strike cost an estimated $5 billion nationally. Businesses near Boeing facilities have felt that impact.
You could tell by the empty chairs and the orders, it's just wasn't really coming in.
All union members must report back to work by next Tuesday.
Family and friends are reeling after a young couple was killed over the weekend while they drove through Newcastle Saturday afternoon. Happened around 2:45 p.m. on Newcastle Golf Club Road. Officials say a large tress on the south side of the road fell on top of the vehicle, killing Josh and Pauline Matlock. Loved ones say they are in complete shock. They say they believe this could have been prevented. Josh and Pauline were both in their 30s. They had just bought a new home. Their aunt described them as incredible people taken away too soon.
The kind of people that everyone would want for their son and daughter, and you'd want your son and daughter to marry this person.
The city of Newcastle said this was a tragic accident, but that they are unaware of any other trees that might come down in that area.
We want to thank you for being with us for King 5 News at 9.
Stay with us. Much more to get to. King 5 News at 10 is coming up next.
It is election night across America as the country still is deciding who will become the next president, while our state is also voting on some very important races and initiatives. Thank you for being with us. I'm Steve Solis.
I'm Jessica Janner Castro. Thanks for being with us on this very busy night here. We are keeping tabs on the biggest races in our state, and that top race here in the state of Washington is for governor. Democrat Attorney General Bob Ferguson running against Republican Congressman and former King County Sheriff Dave Reichert. King 5 News has called this race. We want to show you those latest numbers that we have coming in. Let's see if we have those election results. We can tell you that King 5 has called that race for Democrat Bob Ferguson. We heard him give a victory speech a little bit earlier tonight.
That's right. We do want to get over to Natalie Swaby, who has been tracking this with us. She is joining us from the Ferguson Watch Party. Natalie, what's the scene there?
Well, there was a big celebration here tonight with Bob Ferguson thanking the thousands of supporters and volunteers who helped make victory possible. We want to go to some video from a bit earlier. Now, Ferguson told the crowd his campaign won by building a massive grassroots coalition. He says they traveled across the state to 39 counties and heard people's concerns. And he says those conversations will guide him as governor. Tonight, Ferguson said we will make progress on the most critical issues, from housing affordability to public safety, and from economic development to the ferry system. And Washington voters are electing the first new governor in 12 years. Now, Ferguson, who's been the state attorney general since 2013, said he's ready for the job.
As your Attorney General with a fantastic team, we fought for you every single day. We did not pull our punches. And as your governor, I will center you, each and every one of you, Red counties, blue counties, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, you are top of my mind. I'm thinking of you, will advocate for you, will make Washington even a greater state than it is today. Thank you so much, everybody. Let's go get them. Thanks, everybody.
Ferguson also thanked his opponent, Dave Reichert, for a hard-fought campaign. And he thanked his wife, Colleen, and his kids who were by his side tonight, Jack and Katie. He said in the coming weeks he will make an announcement about his team and plans to move forward in 2025 and beyond. Live in Seattle, Natalie Swaby, King 5 News.
Thank you, Natalie. King 5's Drew Mickelson is live for us in Bellevue, where Republican Dave Reichert and his supporters have been tonight. We just heard there from Ferguson's camp, Drew, and they're declaring victory, but Reichert says they still have to count all the votes.
Yeah, Jessica, a lot of Republicans have had a good night here. They've been celebrating a lot of nationwide races, not so much in Washington State, especially the governor's race. Dave Reichert, though, as you said, is not giving up hope. He knows that Bob Ferguson and the Associated Press have called this race already. He knows the election night numbers are not good for him, but he told his supporters as long as there are hundreds of thousands of uncounted votes, he will not concede. Now, he's not challenging the results. He just wants to honor every voter who filled out a ballot. Win or lose, he wants Republicans to keep fighting in this state.
I heard that all across the state as I met with people. If you don't win, I'm leaving. And so my plea tonight is, look, if we do lose, don't leave. We have to stay and fight for our children, for our homes, for our businesses.
Republicans have not won a governor's race here since 1980, that election night, and that looks like it's a streak that will continue. Live in Bellevue, Drew Mickelson, King 5 News.
Drew, thank you. Let's get to Erica Zucco now here in studio with us to break down this governor's race with our exclusive Managers election maps. Erica, walk us through how these key counties voted.
Right. Looking at the full state with the votes that have been tallied so far, you have Ferguson with 56% of the vote to Reichert's 43%. Let's zero in here on King County, where you can see there's a pretty wide margin there. Ferguson with 72% of the vote. If we go up to Snohomish County, Ferguson's still ahead, but it's with 56% of the vote, a slightly smaller margin. And if we go down to Pierce County here, you see a little bit closer there. Ferguson with about 51% of the vote, Reichert with about 49% of the vote. And you can actually go online to king5.com and you can see this map. You can look at things county by county, see what those results are. And you actually can also go back and see how things compared to the results that we saw back in 2020. So a great tool for folks there.
Thank you, Erica. Let's bring back in our King 5 political analyst to discuss the governor's race a little bit further. Former State Attorney General Rob McKenna, as well as former State Governor Gary Locke. Thank you both for being with us throughout the night. So we talked a lot about numbers. We've seen the results coming in for the governor's race. Gary, I want to ask you now the emotional side of things. It looks like Ferguson will be stepping into the governor's mansion. And how does that feel? You know, you've been in that position before. How does tonight feel?
Big relief, but also realization, oh my gosh, we have a lot to do in terms of putting together an administration, a staff, understanding all the intricacies of being governor. And so right now he's probably being escorted and accompanied by security, something that he and his family will have to get used to. That's kind of a shock, that constant presence. But he'll want to take some time to rest, recharge, but there's a lot of work to be done in the next 60, 70 days.
Hopefully he gets a moment to pause a little bit and, you know, drink a glass of champagne or something, something celebratory.
Yeah, hopefully so. Let me ask you, Rob, is there anything that the Republican Party or that Reichert or anybody could have done to make things different in this race?
You know, you can always look back on a campaign, speaking from personal experience, and you can think of things you would do differently. But there are a lot of factors you can't control, and one of the things you can't control is who your opponent is. Bob Ferguson's a good candidate, and you know, Dave knew that going in. He'd be facing someone who'd been elected statewide 3 times. The base Republican vote in the state right now is about 43-44%. That's where Dave Reichert is. That's where a lot of the statewide candidates are. So frankly, Republicans as a group need to figure out how to be more appealing to Democratic crossover voters, independents. They need to make being a Republican more popular again in this state. It's hard to do with Trump at the top of the ticket, with Trump getting 37% of the vote in Washington. So they may have to wait for Trump to leave office. It looks like he's going to be the president again, based on what we're seeing in the swing states. Yeah. He is literally leading in every single one of the swing states at this point, and that's a tough thing for Republicans in Washington.
We are going to now go to, who do we have there? Let's see.
We have some numbers we want to show you here on your screens, and numbers that are coming in as and votes continue to be counted.
to welcome you back to our continuing coverage of elections 2024. We apologize for that slight disruption. I'm Jessica Janner Castro alongside Steve Solis.
We have a lot going on. Of course, we're tracking a number of races across the country. Of course, the biggest race of the night is the race for the White House.
That's right. Let's take a live look at Florida, where former President Donald Trump is expected to speak shortly. You can see so many folks gathering there, anxious to hear the former president speak. And we are going to keep tabs on what is happening there. We will bring that speech to you when it does happen. Now, we want to get back to our King 5 analysts, talk a little bit about what's happening nationally here as we await the former president to speak there in Florida at his watch party.
Right. So, of course, it's the race to 270. At this point, NBC News says that Donald Trump is 246 to Kamala Harris is 194. Rob, this race seems like it's pretty close.
It's close, but the problem for Harris is that Trump is leading in every one of the remaining swing states. He's leading in Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Georgia. I mean, it's hard to see a path to victory for her at this point.
Gary, what do you think of tonight's results so far? Obviously, we have not projected, a winner in the presidential race. NBC News has not called it, but we are watching closely, and Rob makes a point.
Yeah, as Rob indicated, former President Trump is leading in those battleground states. A lot of votes still to be counted in those particular states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. But the path to victory for Vice President Kamala Harris is going to be pretty tough.
Yeah,
but she's going to have to really win those three big states.
Yeah, looking harder and harder for her. A pretty good night for the Republicans, Rob, in terms of the Senate as well.
Right. Looks like they're going to end up with more than just 51. They're flipping Senate seats in Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin. So they may end up with 54 seats. That's a pretty big swing from only having 48 or 49.
We have also learned that Kamala Harris will not speak tonight. She has said, I will not speak tonight, that she'll talk tomorrow. Gary, is that an indicator that maybe she's kind of seeing the writing on the wall for her?
No, it just indicates that it's too close to call. We won't know the results of those key battleground states until well into maybe tomorrow, and so why speak tonight?
Do you agree with that, Rob, or do you disagree?
No, it makes sense. We knew Trump was going to declare victory regardless, but actually it looks like he may be able to declare victory in a way that doesn't look suspicious. I mean, it looks like he can make a credible claim to victory at this point, even though, as Gary points out, there are a lot of votes left to count in some very important states, particularly Pennsylvania. But what we're seeing in Pennsylvania is that Republicans are winning up and down the ballot. They're flipping the Senate seat at this point. They've won the Attorney General's race, for example. So, the percentages are small, but the number of votes, the absolute number of votes are large, hundreds of thousands in some cases, a few hundred thousand. So, if he takes Pennsylvania, I just don't see how Harris can pull it off, and there's going to be a coattail effect right down the ballot, including for the U.S. Senate. The one bright spot for Democrats nationally is control of the U.S. House. They worked very hard to flip seats that they'd lost previously, which is how they lost the majority in 2022, in New York and in California. And they do look like they may be within reach, keeping in mind that the Republicans have a very narrow majority in the House as it stands.
Yeah, you mentioned California and New York and some of those results that we're still waiting for tonight. Anything very surprising for you tonight that maybe you didn't see coming at all?
Well, I thought that Kamala Harris would do better in some of these swing states, not expecting her to catch them all or get them all. But the fact that former President Trump is leading by such a large margin at this late hour with fewer votes to be counted, I was surprised by that. The Democrats had an incredible effort in terms of getting people out to vote. And she had a lot of momentum coming out of the convention. I think she lost some of that momentum. President Trump, former President Trump, was able to really focus on things like immigration. And the vice president really didn't have much of an answer. I also thought that their campaign was from her talking more about democracy and the dangers of former President Trump, as opposed to really emphasizing what she wanted to do and what she was going to do and what she stood for.
Policy.
Yeah. She needed to really give the people a reason to vote for her, as opposed to a reason not to vote for former President Trump. She could have left the other people, the independent organizations, to talk about democracy and what former President Trump might do. But then she needed to connect with the voters in terms of what she wanted to do for them.
Well, one of the surprises is that abortion started out as one of the very top issues in this election, and it has fallen in people's estimation as to what's the most important issue for them. It's really the economy that's turned out to be the most important issue, with 62% of voters saying that the economic outlook is getting worse, and 72% of voters saying the U.S. is going in the wrong direction. That not only supports Trump, but also may depress turnout a little bit among Democratic base voters if they're just discouraged about the direction of the country.
Yeah.
It's a bad thing for the party in power that controls the White House if 72% of people think the country is going in the wrong direction. Biden's low approval ratings are a big drag on them. And then you have Republicans getting out and registering large numbers of new voters, as Democrats have done as well. But we've seen record numbers of people register to vote in rural areas of states like Pennsylvania and Georgia. That seems to be making a big difference for Trump tonight.
If Trump indeed wins this election, do you think there will be a lot of analysis on, timing of Joe Biden getting out of this race? It was a very short campaign time for Kamala Harris.
But that also benefited her because she didn't have to go through a contentious primary. Right. There wasn't as much examination of her record and her policies, and so I think she actually benefited from that. And she had a big lift after the announcement that President Biden was stepping down, and she got a big lift in terms of the convention, and she had a lot of momentum. But over the intervening weeks, the former vice president was gaining, and as people looked at her, they didn't hear enough about what she wanted to do.
Okay, well, we are still waiting to figure out who the next president will be. Still some votes to be counted tonight. There are also some big races and initiatives in our own state that we are tracking as well. I want to thank you for being with us again. I am Steve Solis.
I'm Jessica Janner Castro. The biggest race that we have our eye on here as a state is for governor. Democrat Attorney General Bob Ferguson running against Republican Congressman and former King County Sheriff Dave Reichert. We want to show you those latest numbers that we have. Ferguson up with 56% of the vote, compared to Dave Reichert's 44% earlier in the night. Dave Ferguson declared his victory, and King 5 has called this race for Ferguson.
Now, we just spoke about this a little while ago. The presidential race is still fairly close in terms of nationally. Donald Trump is knocking on the door with 246 Electoral College votes. You need 270. Kamala Harris at this point has 194. Many states, swing states, still counting their ballots right now. So officially nothing has been called quite yet. We will let you know if anything does change. However, King 5 has called Vice President Kamala Harris as the winner here in Washington state. Harris has 59% of the vote.
We have also called the U.S. Senate race for Senator Maria Cantwell, who is being challenged by Republican candidate Raul Garcia. Cantwell has 60% of the vote counted tonight. This would be her 5th term in that seat. A rematch tonight in Washington's Congressional District 3. This one covers the southwestern part of the state. Democratic incumbent Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez is running against Jo Kent, who she also faced off against in 2022. That was a very close race a few years ago. She is leading tonight with 52% of the vote. Kent has 48 right now.
Washington's Congressional District 5, an open seat for the first time in 20 years. We want to give you the latest numbers. Republican Michael Baumgardner has 60% of the vote tonight. Democrat Carmela Conroy has 40% of the vote. Meantime, Democratic incumbent Kim Schreier seeking her 4th term in District 8. At this point, with 62% of the vote in, she has 54% of the vote. Republican Carmen Goers has 46%.
As we take a look at those local results, and we talked about the national results, a good night for Republicans nationally, not necessarily the case here in the state of Washington. Let's go to King 5's Drew Mickelson live for us in Bellevue at a Republican watch party. Drew.
She had that affliction in 2020.
Well, the Republicans who were rooting for some of those statewide races didn't have a lot to celebrate, but the party continues here for the Republican Party at the Bellevue Hyatt. They are waiting now for President Trump, who is expected to perhaps speak soon. They were just letting people know that they only have this room until 11 o'clock, and folks may have to find another place to celebrate, but I think you're going to have a hard time tearing some of these folks away from the TV if the former president does come forward to make a speech. The biggest cheers of the night have been for the presidential race. A lot of folks came here hoping that candidates like Dave Reichert were going to change state history and get a Republican back in the governor's mansion. That, at least here after the initial results, does not look like it's going to happen, although Dave Reichert told the crowd not to give up hope. There's still hundreds of thousands of votes left. But these folks seem to have moved on from the state races, and right now they are just waiting to see what happens on the national race. So as long as they're here, I think we'll be here as well. Back to you.
All right, Drew, thank you. In Seattle, let's get to this. A citywide seat is open on the Seattle City Council. Position 8 is one where all Seattle voters have a say in who advances. It's a nonpartisan race. Tanya Wu holds the seat right now, but is trailing tonight with 42% compared to Alexis Mercedes Rink's 58%.
King 5, Sebastian Robertson joins us live now with reaction on this race. Sebastian, seems like this gap is pretty wide.
It is, and it is wide enough that the Alexis Mercedes Rink campaign was confident enough to declare victory. They did that at about 8:15 after that first batch of King County election results came out. They feel that that 15 or so percent lead is enough to seal the deal. This is a seat that was vacated last year when Teresa Mosqueda took a position with the King County Council. Tanya Wu essentially interviewed for that job and was appointed to the position by the City Council. She beat out 71 other applicants for that position, but it came with the condition she would only hold it for a year, and then the voters would choose who would fill the next year, which was the rest of time left on that term. And that's when Alexis Mercedes Rink stepped up. We got a little clue as to how she would do in the primaries in August. She took 50% of the vote, though nobody called this a done deal. Both sides fought hard, and it looks like Rink took the lead. Take a listen to both candidates.
We've seen historically a blue wave of progressive votes coming in later stages. And so at this point, we are feeling pretty confident. Of course, we're going to wait and continue to see the results come in. But I think the results that we saw from the first drop kind of speak to themselves about the direction that we'll continue to see things go in.
Oh, it was quite a challenge having to get to speed in terms of the city council and then having to run to retain my seat. The last 10 months has just been a whirlwind of having to do both jobs at once.
Alexis Mercedes Rink is a graduate of the University of Washington's graduate program. She still works there in policy planning. She was considered the progressive in this race, as her top issues are housing and affordability. In Seattle, Sebastian Robertson, King 5 News.
Thank you, Sebastian. Here is something else that Seattle voters got to weigh in on tonight. Seattle Transportation Levy. It is being approved by voters. It's a $1.55 billion plan that would fund numerous infrastructure projects. The estimated property tax bill for the average homeowner would increase more than $18 a month to about $499 per year. We have much more news to get to and more election coverage. Stay with us. We'll be right back.